Ladies and gentlemen, this is the third day of our hearing, and a lovely day it is too. I welcome you all here. The sequence of presentation this morning, I'm going to commence with Mr. Williamson's presentation. That'll be followed by the submitters that he represents, and then then we have a break, and then it'll be followed by a further submitter, not under the Williamson umbrella, so to speak, and then followed by Mr. England, Mr. Collins, and lastly Mr. Cleave. So, and that will complete the hearing. I'll have some comments to make about that, about what is to happen after the hearing is concluded. It's unlikely. I'm not intending to close the hearing at that time because there may be some matters on reflection. As you can see here, there's a fair bit of documentation, quite a bit for me to consider, frankly, and there are, as you'll no doubt be aware, there are one or two significant and not straightforward legal issues in this case. So it's quite possible that I may require further information beyond the end of this hearing, but we'll wait and see about that. But in the meantime, anyway, I welcome you. I think it's any other procedural matters that we need to discuss. I don't think so. Right, so Mr. Williamson, I welcome you and thank you for attending. Thanks very much. Just so for the edification of those, the submitters of the rear, the process which we follow is that there is a full statement of evidence submitted to me, which I've read. That's Mr. Williamson's full statement of evidence, and he's now given me a summary statement which is intended to encapsulate the main issues, and I thank him for that. So this is but a summary of what is before me, and I have read the rest of, obviously, the full document. So with that, Mr. Williamson, would you proceed? Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Nick Williamson. I represent 8 opposing submitters who own a land in the immediate vicinity of Plan Change 68 and provide expert planning evidence in support of their submissions. Firstly, I wish to thank you for being...
You can take off your mask.
I'm sufficiently over it, I think. I've got the text to say more clear this morning. Firstly, I wish to thank you for being responsive to my sudden inability to attend the hearing last Tuesday and for taking
totally understood
an adaptive approach to fit the hearing timetable around it. So thanks very much for that.
Just hope you've recovered, have you?
I have, yes. It's relatively mild for the triple boosted, thank you. So obviously, having now had the opportunity with a clear mind to read the circulated summary statements of evidence and hear the questions and answers during the recorded sessions from day 1 and 2, I have a good understanding of the current state of proceedings. So for today's sessions, I intend to provide a response to the evidence presented and questions arising over days 1 and 2 of the hearing. And that was obviously going to focus on the resource management system, the framework within which the plan change has been considered. Offer my opinions as to merits of the proposal having regard to the provisions and mechanisms proposed to address the resulting effects on the environment and its conformity with the higher order planning instruments. Each of the submitters will then speak to their specific concerns individually. As residents, business owners and members of the Prebbleton community, they can offer you valuable insights into the character of the local environment and the extent to which this will be altered if PC 68 was to proceed. So just in terms of the problem definition as I see it, so PC 68 seeks to make a change to the operative Selwyn District Plan. The operative plan was made fully operative on the 3rd of May 2016, and Section 79 of the RMA requires councils to commence a review of the provisions of an operative plan when they've not been the subject of a proposed plan review or change within the preceding 10 years. So a review...
Just pausing there. I'm just thinking, is there a 5-year trigger?
There's a 5-year review.
In other words, I know a lot of councils, because of logistical problems, don't do their reviews within the statutory time, but I think the Act provides it. I just want to just refresh my memory about that.
Yes.
5 years.
5 years is an efficiency and effectiveness review. So that's the point in which they see whether the rules are working. It's largely the monitoring and how well things are going over time. So it's the formal reporting of the council's monitoring obligations about district plan effectiveness.
So there's a monitoring obligation, and then the council receives the results of the monitoring. How long has it got after that to review the plan?
So after the first 5 years is a review period, and the council then sees.
So the review period is starting from when it becomes operative.
Yes, it's continuous. I mean, the council does have an obligation to continue.
So on day one, it becomes operative, and then on day one, and you
exactly. And indeed, and the Ministry for the Environment actually required an annual reporting. So most councils report to the MFE annually regarding consent numbers, land development, so all of these factors, which of course achieve the NPS type functions as well in terms of that's how they measure the land supply and so forth.
Yes, sorry. Yes, look, if anyone can't hear, just please put your hand up. We've had a slight problem on day 2 with just some people couldn't hear. Just so if you can't hear now, please just put your hand up and then we'll work it out. Right, let's just try that.
Okay, so the council commenced its formal review of the operative plan in 2015. This is from their website, in accordance with section 79(6) of the RMA. And that culminated in the public notification of a proposed Selwyn district plan on 5 October 2020. So the council commenced its review in 2015, found that a full review of the plan was warranted. So the proposed Selwyn district plan is a separate and distinct planning document from the operative Selwyn district plan, defined by 2 separate sections of the Act. Plan Change 68 requests changes to the operative Selwyn district plan. And despite some suggestion to the contrary, Plan Change 68 will not merge with the proposed Selwyn district plan presently under consideration. Instead, upon its completion of the RMA first schedule process, the proposed Selwyn district plan will supersede and replace the operative one, and including any changes to it, such as Plan Change 68. The Applicants Council submits that the operative Selwyn district plan does not give effect to the NPS UD, which is hardly surprising as it significantly predates the NPS UD. The council have commenced a full review of the district plan, which requires council to give effect to higher order planning instruments, including the NPS UD. So since the notification of the proposed Selwyn district plan in October 2020, the Resource Management Act Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act came into effect 21 December 2021. And I'll just refer that as the enabling legislation. Now that is what has prompted the council to initiate a variation to the proposed Selwyn district plan presently under consideration. So there was a question on early days about whether this constitutes 2 bites of the cherry or not. I've noted that perhaps it's an extra cherry on the side. From the moment I was first approached by the submitters to help them navigate this hearing process, I found this plan change to be highly irregular. Although the Applicants Council brushed away my observations, you yourself said on day 1 that this process seems unusual because it gives 2 bites of the cherry. Counsel for the applicant said it's a complex situation we're currently faced with. His expert planning witness said, yes, it's very odd and unusual, admitting she found it confusing. So having spent a good part of a quarter century administering RMA Schedule 1 formulation processes myself, it's my observation that this complex, confusing situation has arisen from this attempt to sidestep the district plan review process, which is presently underway, by using the NPSUD to expedite the rezoning of the subject land. My initial reading of Plan Change 68 application, my first question was, why did the applicants not request the proposed rezoning through a submission to the proposed Selwyn District Plan? Now, I understand from some oblique references made in the materials so far that they may have done, but no decisions have yet been made on those submissions. My clients who've been following the proposed district plan process more closely than I tell me that a rezoning request was made for this land, but the council's section 42A report recommends that it be rejected. So my second question was, why, given the degree to which the proposed district plan had advanced, did the council not modify and adopt the plan change request so that it could be properly considered with the more up-to-date policy settings? There's no ability to privately request a change to a proposed district plan. The responsive approach would have been for the council to adopt the plan change application, then prepare a variation to the proposed Selwyn plan that replicates the PC68 request. Only in that way can the zone changes sought by PC68 be incorporated into the proposed district plan, which is the answer that you put to council on the question on day one. Then,
just pausing there, what has happened and what is clear from the variation report is that the council has taken the view that it wants an assessment of the merits of the proposed of this plan change before introducing it via vehicle, but through the variation. So it appears that it's not, that document indicates that it is not in a position where it is considered the question of whether it should or should not be form part of, as you say, the proposed plan, because it wants the merits tested first of all, and thus this process which is outlined in the variation report.
But of course the merits of it would also get tested through proposed district plans process, assuming there is a submission which is asking for it.
Well, the other point is this, and this is I think quite an important one, and Mr. Cleary, I think, and I had an exchange on last Tuesday, to the effect that I'm not advising the Selwyn District Council about its procedure. My task, as I see it, is to make a decision on the question of whether or not this change, whether I've got to either recommend that it be accepted or not accepted. I don't believe that I have any jurisdiction to go outside that. Now, it may be that in the context of that, I'm entitled to make comments about some jurisdictional matters, but I certainly can't see myself at this stage anyway being in a position where I'm going to be commenting on the stance that the council's taken in how to process it, so to speak, which is the point you're making. You're saying, well, the process is irregular, and as I say, I think that my role may well be more limited, and thus preclude me from entering into that arena, so to speak.
Indeed. Well, I'll perhaps the next page or two of my evidence, I do talk to that topic, so we can pause and debate further. So in my previous government district planning roles, I have used the approach, this is the council adopting and taking over a plan change many a time. And the council obviously considered this, and this is, as you say, this is prior to this, and so to a large extent outside, but it offers a context and a background, in my view. Council's 28th of July meeting, this is the point at which it considers it. So council should only consider adoption of the change if it's a strategic benefit, a substantial community benefit, a cost element which may require negotiations to occur between council and the applicant, or involves a complex issue or a number of landowners that would benefit from council coordinating the plan change process. And the second part of that was the council's conclusion: the plan change is geographically contained and does not present any significant strategic matters that would necessitate council taking over the change at that point in the process. And as this is the point, as you suggested, sir, the merit of the plan change was, looked to be advanced at this point. They also then comment that adopting it at that point would mean council having to fund the remainder of the hearings process, relinquishing the ability to recover costs. So there's obviously some administrative cost issues there. So given that PC 68 is purportedly relates to strategically significant land and is argued to be significant in terms of scale relative to the community of Prebbleton, does have a cost of infrastructure element that requires negotiation of the developer agreements with the council and involves complex issues in a number of landowners, I think the council made a wrong call. I mean, that's just my opinion, and there's nothing that you can do about that. To suggest that the council would have to fund the remainder of the process and relinquish ability to recover costs from the plan change proponent is a feeble excuse as well. A simple developer agreement that specifies the proponent will fund the plan change process through to completion solves this issue. And it's something that I've done myself numerous times. But those decisions, as you said, have already been made, and with them opportunities have been lost. One such opportunity that comes from a council-initiated plan change or variation is that it has immediate effect from the date of notification. Not necessarily the rules, except where the Act allows them to, but more importantly, the objectives, policies and zones, insofar as they are a spatial representation of where the policies are to be applied. Private plan change requests, on the other hand, have no legal effect until the date the council notifies its decision under clause 10. So the applicant's counsel and team of expert witnesses maintain that the operative district plan does not give effect to the NPS-UD Policy Act in particular, and that PC 68 is required to rectify this. But that's not in fact what Policy Act requires. It does not refer to district plans at all, be they operative or proposed. In fact, I'm going to quote it there. The policy refers to local authority decisions. And the related objective at objective 6 uses the same phrase. So the local authority decisions to modify under clause 24 or to adopt under clause 25 are the most fundamentally responsive actions that can be taken in relation to a plan changes. But having already lost this opportunity, the council is now resolved to effectively suspend the final determination of PC 68 until the council initiate a variation to the proposed plan has gone through the public hearing process to incorporate the Amendment Act 2021. Clearly, Mr. Commissioner, you can only consider the matter before you on its merits, and decisions already made in the past are outside of your control for the purposes of the current proceedings. Now, the purpose of me raising these matters is to illustrate what it means, in my view, for local authority decisions to be responsive or not for the purposes of the NPS-UD.
Just pause there with you. I'm not sure whether you may or may not be aware that on Tuesday the view was expressed that because the variation has been promulgated under the Amendment Act, that there may be no right of appeal against any decision, because I know that the Amendment Act, it talks about the three-storey, if I can call it that way, proposal, and the duty of councils to incorporate that in their plan. But of course, what's contemplated here is one of the wider variations I see it with if I were to recommend approval of this plan change would also be part of that document. And so the question then arises as to whether it's asserted that at that particular time, everyone will have another chance to make submissions about these matters, but it appeared from one comment made on Tuesday that there may be no rights of appeal beyond that point. So that differentiates that process, if that's correct, from the process we're going through at the moment.
No, I don't think that is correct strictly. The new process from the new Amendment Act is, to all intents and purposes, a replica of the process that was followed with the Auckland Unitary Plan and the Special Powers for the Auckland Amendment Act, which was very much the same. Right? So that was a panel of commissioners were appointed, submissions were, as very much like they are now, recommendations were made by the panel, and the council would then obviously need to adopt them because you can't delegate the policy making function. Right? So it still has to go back to the council. But what that situation was is if the council accepted the commissioner's recommendations, there was no right of appeal on matters of law. If the council chose to reject the commissioner's decision, then it became a substantive matter for hearing. Now that's how the Auckland Unitary Plan was considered in my sort of initial readings of this accelerated hearing processes for that. But that non-right of appeal to that variation is specifically around the intensification areas.
Yes, I wondered whether when I heard that comment, it occurred to me that there may be a case for if there was a statutory bar in relation to the amendment intensification. I don't know, I haven't looked at it. Then it may well be that there is still a right of appeal in relation to the balance that's been introduced into that variation as the vehicle for getting it into the plan.
Absolutely.
Just pause there with you. Yes. As I say, I think that, I mean, this is of interest, obviously, but it seems to me that it's almost certainly outside my, it can't influence what I do one way or the other, really. I mean, the two bites of the cherry issue is not, as I said before, I don't think it's an issue for me. It's just an observation, and my duty is to look at this, listen to the cases put by both parties and to reach a just and fair decision on it and make a recommendation to the council, and then it's up to the council.
Indeed.
Yes, thank you.
So I'll continue and offer some thoughts around this phrase responsive planning. So at 20, it's a common misconception that district plans must expressly articulate how the council's functions under the Act are being achieved and demonstrate how regard has been had to the Section 74 matters to be considered when preparing a district plan change. In truth, the only mandatory contents of district plans are objectives, policies, and rules, if any. In terms of plan content, the only other mandatory aspects of Section 75 are the things that the district plan must give effect to and the things the district plan must not be inconsistent with. There are a lot of considerations that councils must have to meet their functions and duties under the Act. Many of those take the form of processes, such as your Section 32 cost-benefit evaluation, or behaviours, such as being agreeable to Section 73 joint applications. In Section 71, the duty to avoid delays by acting promptly and reasonably. So in directing local government decision-making to be responsive, the NPS UD requires councils to demonstrate a behaviour. One way a council can be responsive to plan changes is to adopt and advance them as council leaders have already described. Another way is to decide to deal with the request as if it was an application for resource consent under Clause 25. Now, I've personally used that process twice while at Manukau City Council after receiving a private plan change application which had merit to develop land in a way other than the district plan intended during a period where Manukau City was the fastest growing population in New Zealand. So to be responsive in behaviour is the equivalent of being adaptive or agile in terms of process. I have some considerable practical experience in responsive local government decision making using agile project management techniques. 2014, team leader district plan at Whangarei District Council, I undertook a full review of the district plan for the suburb of Carmo, which is an urban environment larger than Prebbleton. Using a collaborative planning design sprint process, we drafted a complete suite of objectives, policies, rules, and associated zoning alongside in consultation with the community over 5 working days. It's 1 week. From there, it took less than 9 months for this plan review to advance from a blank page through the statutory hearing process to a fully operative district plan. That project was examined as best practice in case study by multiple agencies, including MFE, Department of Internal Affairs, MB, Treasury, New South Wales Department of Planning. Yes, my point is, sir, that it is about behaviour, conduct, and a willingness to be able to act responsibly and can make all the difference. It doesn't need to have a particular phrase in your district plan. So my point is that the policy aid of the NPSUD does not direct that the operative plan provides for additional development capacity. It's not what it says. The argument the operative plan itself does not give effect to the NPSUD is based on a false premise and is simply wrong in my view.
Well, just pausing there. Isn't what one is concerned with a timing issue? What the applicant is saying is that, that basically the inquiries which were made in the context of the regional council's consideration of its obligations under the NPSUD were some time ago, and the argument for the applicant is, well, look, they just simply haven't caught up. And on Tuesday, I was provided with documentation as to what the regional council had in fact done, because from the time when there was the our space document in 2019 to the report to the minister, there are a whole lot of things happened, and that's what that documentation indicates. But what the, I'm not suggesting any answer to this, but what the applicant is saying is, well, look, it's all too old and too late. So your comment that based on a false premise, I think that's the premise that the applicant's putting forward, namely that it's really out of date, because what's happened is there's been this enormous demand for land in Prebbleton, which we've heard about from Mr. Sellers and others. Have you got any comments to make about that?
Well,
just pause for a minute. I'll just grab
sure.
Yes, thank you.
So what we're saying, and well, my understanding of the question is, you know, does it have merit on its own 2 legs, effectively? I mean, if we are saying, and as I understood from the applicant's planner, they chose not to go down the subdivision route because there was a less than favourable regional policy framework that it would be tested against. Yet my proposition is, if the site has merit, is sufficient demand now, or is it, under supply chronically, and it can be serviced, put in your subdivision consent application tomorrow. If it has merit and it can be done, and it's going to achieve every resource management outcome, and the policies of the regional documents are clearly out of date and demonstrably so, then surely the application will be granted, will it not? I mean, that's my comment in relation to the council.
Well,
can process the frame change as if it was a resource consent.
And obviously I haven't gone through that as an alternative, but there'll be a few other hurdles to overcome, wouldn't it, depending on the classification of the use and all this sort of thing.
Precisely. So then the question is, does it
be likely to be a non-complying activity?
But of course, the Resource Management Act is about sustainable management, and there's an on-balance consideration of the 104 when you get to that point. Yes, it'll be notified clearly, because it's contrary to objectives and policies. Get the non-compliant gateway test.
Just going back to, and I think this is, if I may say so, having sort of thought about this in the last few days, it's quite a significant issue. It is this question of responsiveness to the clear demand, etc. Now, if I hasten to add for those in the rear of the room, the comments, and I've said this before, the comments I make should not indicate a view one way or the other. I'm just simply testing matters by pulling into witnesses. So just the fact that I might say something, oh gosh, he thinks such and such, but he's probably wrong. I'm testing the evidence, so just bear in mind that. The material which was provided to me by the Regional Council as to what steps are being taken by the Regional Council indicate, of course, the coming into force of Change 1, which we've talked about, and the precursor to that being the work that was done. But what we have heard is that there are further steps being taken, both by the District Council and indeed by the Regional Council, because the Regional Council, we heard, is also reviewing Change 1. Now, I think what the applicant's case in effect is, well, look, that's all going to take too long. It's just not going to meet this, and that's what NPSUD is all about. It's about meeting the problem which is raised by that demand. It's a bit of a discursive question, but can I just ask you this? What do you, have you knowledge of the point at which the Regional Council is at the moment in relation to this further consideration of Change 1? Where are they at? I mean, we were told that, or I was told that they're in the process of reviewing Change 1.
Mm. Well, I can only, you know, I can only, I've heard the same as yourself. I mean, I've heard the council's evidence. And
of course, again, the question is, well, was in particular policy 8 intended to get around the problems of having to wait, so to speak?
Well, perhaps if I continue, because my evidence is structured possibly similar to your thought process. So I move into that next stage, because I do have some comments to make on that, yes. So perhaps if I continue and hold that thought, and I might in fact answer your question.
As I say, I have no...
absolutely.
Asking the question.
Yeah, exactly, and do make a note of it. If I don't have it, just please do ask me again.
I should add to what I said, that the Regional Council's position about it is that you can't read policy 8 on its own. You've got to read the objective, which you can't just read it as I say, on its own, and that's part of the Regional Council.
Well, I think it goes without saying. So, I mean, there's policy 8 tells you that there's 7 policies before policy 8, and as part of the NPSUD, there's a whole toolbox of mechanisms, including spatial planning and so on, right? So all of them have got different implementation timeframes. And my next section, which I'm about to speak to, is talking specifically around implementation timeframes and timetables in short versus medium versus long term. The NPS is, yes, it recognises there's an immediate demand, an immediate need, but it's also obviously planning for medium to long term as well.
Thank you.
So under the heading subdivision process, paragraph 25, several of the applicants' teams seem unsure if my concerns regarding over-reliance on the subdivision consenting process are supported by my practical experience. As it happens, the Resource Management Act and like Government Act processes apply to all territorial authorities in the country. And issues arising from rapid population growth in peri-urban areas is not unique to Selwyn or even Canterbury. And it's not a new issue that's never been experienced anywhere before now. So as I said in my statement of experience with my primary evidence, the subdivision consenting and compliance process is a specialist area of mine. I was also a member of the Auckland Council's Development Contributions Working Party that was responsible for drafting the development contributions that ultimately were ultimately included into the Local Government Act. So I have a better understanding than most around those provisions. Now, it's the expectation of the applicant's experts that unresolved questions regarding infrastructure adequacy, upgrade requirements, and funding methods can be dealt with at the subdivision stage. The applicant's engineer acknowledges that infrastructure upgrading will be required, including downstream works, some of which is subject to regional consenting processes. But these requirements, particularly where prerequisites to title release, cannot be lawfully imposed as condition of subdivision consent where they require approval of or actions to be undertaken by a third party beyond the application site. It comes down to the validity of compliance with the rules. So the applicant's experts also gloss over the fact there will be multiple subdivision applications, multiple stages over multiple years. So take the existing living Z zones around Ralston, for example. Figure 1, and I think there was a few copies enlarged, larger scale. I've shown the title issue date for land parcels in the living Z zone. I've colorized them from oldest in light yellow to darkest in purple. So in the case of, and then the second.
Oh, just pause there, so let's look at that.
So what I've done, Sarah, is taken the land title office title issue date, whatever it was, and put it into a spectrum of colour. So it's very easy to see where titles share a common colour. They would usually deposit as part of the same deposited plan, which is obviously a stage of a subdivision. So each colour block represents a different subdivision.
Thank you.
And so the figure 2 there of Prebbleton, it shows an example there. So in the case of the Prebbleton one, so we're talking about the area of land immediately to the southeast of PC 68 area, 142 lot subdivision was completed over 3 stages between August 2015 and December 2016. So that's just the title release, construction size. It's not from when they got consent. That development was carried out in accordance with with an outline development plan for Prebbleton Living Z Zone in Appendix 42 of the operative plan, which incorporates the wider strategic outcomes expressed in the Prebbleton structure plan. So that Appendix 42 was introduced by the council via the land use recovery plan approved by the Minister for the Earthquake Recovery, which was gazetted in 6th of December 2013. So it was zoned under emergency provisions in 2013, right? So it goes to show that even when using emergency powers to accelerate zoning, it takes upwards of 3 years for new titles to be released, let alone dwellings ready, completed and ready for occupation. So in the case of Prebbleton Living Zone Area D, which is that I referred to, which is, it's further to the east. So that's that blackish looking one to the far east of the Prebbleton map, figure 2. The most recently completed stage received title in April 2021. So that was nearly 8 years after zone for development. There's obviously 1 or 2 stages still left to go that haven't received title by the looks. So the NPSUD defines short term as 1 to 3 years. Now, as you've heard from the applicant's experts, Plan Change 68 does nothing to address housing supply in the short term. Simply not going to be titles for this land within the next 3 years. At best, this land could contribute to the medium term, but to commit the land to a low-density urban land development plan, separate from the RPS and proposed reviews currently underway, does nothing but compromise future growth options. So just in terms of the RMA reform and the enabling legislation, I think this sort of wraps.
So are you going on to express the view that the only mechanism for the short term is the exercising enabling legislation, getting it in quickly or not?
Well, there's some nuance around that, which I will get into, yes, but yes. So, yes, let's just canvass this first, and then, I mean, obviously you've got to look at the merits in the process, but I guess what I'm saying is that there are unintended and consequential effects of any decisions made in relation to this. I'll run you through those now. So, the applicant's counsel describes the proposal as providing for a variety of medium and low density allotments at a minimum density of 12 households per hectare, which according to my maths there is probably around 5 to 550 square metres sites, by and large, taking out infrastructure and roads and such like. The applicant's urban designer says this is higher than the recommended density of the operative township objectives and policies, but it's considered appropriate for Prebbleton to meet the objectives of the NPS-UD and policy 4210 of the operative plan. So in response to questions, the applicant's economist confirms that he has not seen any evidence that people want medium density development in Selwyn. The market demand is not there in this location. I've quoted that, I was writing it down as I listened on YouTube, so if it's not word perfect, apologies for that, but that was certainly what I heard. If this was true, I would not expect to see the rows of attached and duplex units on sites as small as 225 square metres along Farrington Boulevard in Ralston, which is in that figure 1. If you flick to that, it's easier to see on the largest scale there. But what I'm talking about is right in the middle of the map, where the colours are changed, and I think this was about a 2015 subdivision. There is rows of attached duplex and terrace style housing on sites that I measure to be around between 200 and 250 square metres. Not sure that the economist.
Sorry, I'm just a bit confused. Forgive me. Are you there equating 225 to medium density?
I would consider that to be medium density, yes. Below 200, getting to 150, you're starting to get into medium to high density.
I'll just make it below 200.
Yes, certainly below 200 is before you get to high density.
What do you call that? That's the maximum density, so to speak.
Yeah, well, yeah, means whether you're talking metropolitan areas versus.
Yeah. No, I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
And just perhaps on that comment, just as I guess a way in which I would give you a rule of thumb, perhaps for this sort of rural provincial. I mean, we're all familiar with the New Zealand quarter acre dream, and that was a sort of traditional housing pattern. And then you'll be aware that the medium density housing provisions under the Enabling Act are looking at up to 3 per site. So doing the maths, your medium density is really around the 300 square metre in an environment like Selwyn.
It's talking about the site size, isn't it, as opposed to the actual development itself?
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to make a note of that.
Yes, households per hectare is, the maths is difficult for people to sort of visualise. But generally speaking, sir, when you're looking at raw land, 30% of the land you can subtract for roading and reserves and utilities and the likes. And so the bit that's left over for residential development is approximately 70% of a raw site like this, and then divide that by the number of households you expect, and that's how you come up with the average sort of lot sizes, how the maths usually works. So, and I guess that perhaps it leads well into the next sentence, sir, at 33, where I sense the applicant's economist, urban designer and planner may have differing impressions on what constitutes medium density. Obviously it's contextual in some respects, Prebbleton versus Rolleston versus Christchurch versus Auckland. So they have different impressions about what it constitutes, but also the various forms it can take and the ways it can come about. So the economist confirms that he has not considered the impact of the new medium density residential standards, the MDRs. He thought that the provisions would only apply in development scenarios, but some high density development may come into play in new areas. You can see it's not across the planning process details, but it can take several years between plan change and housing to be built, so we should just get on with it. The applicant's planner said the enabling legislation came into effect after she prepared her evidence, which doesn't make sense to me, but she said that this added another dimension to consideration of density in the residential zones, concluding that there is probably little point in refining the current Living Z rules for this greenfield site, as it will soon be subject to a variation in new legislation. In subsequent paragraphs, the planner seems to be unaware of the implications or relevance of the standards and found it difficult to understand why they'd even been raised as an issue. So 35 Sarah say, in fact, the implications are relatively simple. If PC 68 area is to receive a zoning of Living Z, it will become a relevant residential zone for the purposes of the medium density residential standards. As unless it's subject to qualifying matters, that results in its exclusion from the intensification planning instrument the council is required to prepare via its variation to the proposed district plan. And the enabling legislation would then apply to all existing and future sites within the PC 68 area. Right, so just to perhaps respond to the question that you put to me earlier, the variation that the council is doing to the proposed district plan is to identify, and the hearings process is to identify which of these qualifying matters means that the default legislation, which is 3 buildings 3 stories high in urban zones, shouldn't apply. So the council needs to go through a process of saying why the Act's default shouldn't be applied. That's what the hearing is about, and the variations specifically. So the consequence of this will be that any person purchasing lots in a future subdivision of this Living Z land within PC 68 would be able to construct up to 3 dwellings on each site. Now, those experts that are of the view that this is unlikely to occur have not been paying attention. Ever since development was booming in Auckland 25 years ago, it has been common practice for speculative builders to purchase 2 adjacent vacant sites in new subdivisions and build 3 dwellings on them. The usual approach was to obtain building consent for the 3 resulting dwellings and achieve significant gain in land value before titles were even issued, much to the dismay of the land developer usually. This, of course, has knock-on implications in terms of infrastructure, design, capacity, and levels of service, where all of a sudden your brand new subdivision has now got 30% more houses on it than it was designed to have. And this was a common situation across the entire Flatbush growth area in Auckland. So this practice has continued until present day. The very same business model is being used extensively by Kāinga Housing New Zealand to maximise its development potential. And I know this because I've done work for Kāinga doing some of these development feasibility studies. That is, so it operates on a development uplift ratio of 3 to 1. So Kāinga works. That is, it aims to provide 3 dwellings on every site that it holds. It sells 1 on the open market to fund the development, while it retains the other 2, 1 for permanent occupation and 1 to rent out at a market rental. So to assume that purchasers will not take up the option of building a home plus income rental unit on these newly created sites, especially if they're around 500, 550 square metres, there's plenty of room, would be naive to the realities of speculative property development and investment.
So just pausing there, what you're saying is that if when considering the change, I need to look at the environmental effects of not what may at first flush be, or first blush, what do you call it, the reaction, namely, well, there's going to be one house on each of these. I've got to look at it. You're saying I have to look at it rather on the basis that there may well be a number of more densely developed sites.
Absolutely, sir. And of course, the enabling legislation says it's permitted, so the council can do nothing about that. You can
what you're saying, so you're saying that just so I've got it clear, and I'm not very familiar with the enabling legislation, although I obviously need to become more familiar with it in the context of this case. Does the enabling legislation says that the council has a responsibility to make provision for this, and as you say, the matter of establishing 3 units on qualifying sites is a permitted activity,
Correct.
And you can't do anything about it. What are the, just so I know, and I'm just not clear about this, what are the qualifying sites? Anything in the residential zone, or what?
No, sir, no, they are what one would typically consider to be, I guess, constraints in a structure planning exercise. So obviously sites of significance to Māori hazards, your typical, generally environmental constraints. And obviously one of those would be if, you know, you were miles away from any infrastructure. And so infrastructure does then come back into play again.
Just so I'm clear, does the council in this context, and I don't know this, does the council have to designate, I'm using that in a general term, not on the technical term, which parts of its district are going to be susceptible to this?
Yes, well, this is what the variation is about. So the council.
In other words, the variation is picking out which parts of the land in the district will be subject to and which will facilitate the 3 unit.
No. The legislation says all urban land.
That's all urban.
All urban land is subject to this legislation. And so where, well, my understanding of the council's variation report is it says, well, the urban land is what it is now because it's zoned as such. Then of course you've got the plan changes which are in train. The legislation says if the council hasn't notified it, then, you know, bad luck. You're around, you know, you've lost your sort of window. If it has been notified and it hasn't received a decision, and this is why that legal advice was in that variation report, was to say that, you know, then you're in a situation where you're needing to be considering these, I guess, the consequences of the recommendations that you're making, so insofar as I see it, how it works, sir, is the legislation says you draw a big red line around your existing urban areas, and that's, you know, the default, anything goes, and you then must go through a process of removing the areas because of criteria listed in the legislation where intensification is unsuitable for specific reasons.
Because of infrastructure problems, etc.
There's a list there, and I can direct you to the relevant section.
Sorry, just pause there with you.
So, my view is this: the qualifying matters are listed in clause 332 of the NTSUD.
Thank you. I may need to come back to that point. I think that's really quite critical as to, because the question will be whether I can have any role, I suspect not, in deciding whether a qualifying matter does or does not exist. Now, Mr. Cleary has a right of reply, which he'll want to exercise, and that'll be one of the matters I'm going to have to get a response from him on. But in the meantime, I think we'll just carry on. I just want to have a look at that provision that he's just mentioned to me.
Yes, I think it's important that you do
Yes,
it.
the qualifying matters.
Yes. I guess I would say, though, quite separate from that, as we spoke at the start of my presentation, is that you can only really consider, you know, the application that you have on your desk and within the framework that it's, you know, currently sitting within. Those qualifying matters obviously may well require technical information, which certainly hasn't been put in front of you, hasn't been considered. You know, the PC68 hasn't been considered in the context of those qualifying matters, as far as I'm aware, specifically. I mean, there might be overlaps, obviously, because they're known, you know, environmental or cultural constraints. But I would be very, very cautious about, you know, translating some site-specific, you know, site-specific plan change-specific considerations, when in actual fact some of these other criteria and qualifying matters are, you know, slightly broader in scope than the plan change 68 itself. But yes, there's just a final two paragraphs, so, and then I'll do my part, and you can question, or it can come back after my clients have had their say. But just on the, just to sort of wrap up under the strategic planning, which is apt. So we've heard from the Canterbury Regional Council and Christchurch City Council that Plan Change 1 to the policy statement did contemplate the 2020 version of the NPS UDI. I had that dialogue between myself and Council for the region. We've also heard that Selwyn District Council did not seek to extend the urban limits of Prebbleton to include the PC68 area. Selwyn District Council's formulating a variation to the proposed plan to be notified before 20 August this year because of the enabling legislation. So there is a direction around the timetable in which that has to be undertaken. So to conclude, improving the PC68 in its present form, isolated from the future growth and intensification policy framework, which, as you say, is presently under development and being refined as we speak, directly undermines the objectives of the operative Selwyn District Plan and higher order planning documents. And I remain of the view that the outcomes sought by the RMA policy frame would be much better served if Plan Change 68 was declined.
Yes, but I've got a very clear understanding of what you're saying. One of the, can I just deal with the question of infrastructure? Mr. Hall, giving evidence to the applicant, responded. Have you seen his evidence?
Yes.
He responded to what you were about to say about it. And he's basically the case for those who are opposing the change is that unless there are clear arrangements over infrastructure and an assurance that the community is going to bear the burden of the cost of that infrastructure, then it should be refused on that basis, let alone anything else, just on a merit basis. Mr. Hall says he's had significant experience. You've read his evidence,
Yes.
I've read all his evidence, but in short, what he's really saying is that that there can be private developer agreements. What is anticipated here is just the sort of process which occurs all the time, and he's never had any problem with it at all. And so he's saying that in this case, there's no prospect that the community is going to be bearing the burden of an unreasonable burden of the infrastructure, firstly. And secondly, the thrust of his evidence is, well, I can be reasonably reassured that the infrastructure is available or is going to be available. That's perhaps two questions. I'll just go back to the first part of that. The first part of that is his analysis of how these arrangements are normally made and his assertion that they're satisfactory. What do you say about?
Well, so the examples that I've seen and looking at the development patterns that have occurred, you know, the examples I've got in the maps that I've shared. I mean, individual subdivision up to say a stage or two, and these ones are all staged at around sort of 50 sites. I mean, fine. I mean, that's no problem at all. I guess my cynicism, to put it politely, is that we are talking a significant area of land, and I did a lap around it this morning, so I'm quite aware of how large this site is. We have got, according to the applicant's experts, you know, development thresholds, by which time things must stop until other things start, like road upgrading and roundabouts and such like. So the developer agreement would need to presumably address the entire development. And we're talking, this is well over 10 years to give effect to all of this and beyond, probably closer to 20, I would expect, just the scale of it relative to what else has been happening in this area, right? So just thinking about just the commercial, legal commercial contract law aspects of it, right? So we've got a situation where you've got 3 developers, as I see it, 19 properties. There will need to be a rationalisation. So the council was saying, okay, so we know the first 150 can go ahead of the roundabout being upgraded, okay? And we're assuming from what the evidence that I've read, they'll probably start on the southeastern corner because that was what was indicated in the papers that I read. Okay, so the piece of land, so there will be, you know, the first 2 or 3 properties down there will be subject to the first stage. Who pays that? Who pays the holding costs? As we advance or the rules change or there's an uplift, how do we work out betterment? What are the exit strategies? When the NPSUD allows 3 per, you know, 2 or 3 per property, actually what's the design of this is now going to need to be a lot bigger because we're a quarter of the way down development and it's actually changed quite a bit along the way. We have, the council can take development contributions for work that it's got in its budget as LTP, right? So how it generally works is you can't charge development contributions other than for work which is identified in the long-term plan. Other than what? Other than as identified in the long-term plan, right? So the council has to say, this work is going to happen. This is how it's going to be paid for. I mean, there's legal obligations on council and the Local Government Act in terms of, you know, the prudent use of public money. You can't collect development contributions speculatively. We'll just take a lump sum now and we'll figure out what we're going to use it for. You've got to spend it for the purposes you took it. What struck me is curious about Mr. Hall's evidence is saying, well, we can there's been examples where we've done the work, you know, council's paid us and then has recovered it later on from developers or from future subdividers. You see, that's done routinely. And I said, well, that's not something that the council can legally do in terms of the development contribution process. Maybe some sort of development agreement, but that's certainly not how the DC policy works. Because what you're then doing is you've actually already committed expenditure by agreeing to pay for something on the basis that you're going to set up a development contribution retrospectively and recover the money. That's how I read Mr. Hall's evidence. I might be wrong, but that's how he described it. Now, of course, that means relying on going through a local government process, which is a political process, you know, to I guess legally establish the DC pot.
Just pausing there. You talk about retrospectively recovering the money. We've heard, I mean, there are 3 issues really. There are 3 in terms of infrastructure. There's obviously traffic and the critical issues there in the traffic, the reforming of the traffic islands at the 3 intersections, three critical intersections, and they're going to go ahead anyway, as I understand.
Mm.
Then there is obviously the stormwater issue, and then there is potable water supply, and then there is the wastewater.
Mm.
In relation to each of those matters, both Mr. Hall and Mr. England for the council have not expressed any concerns about that.
Mm.
And my question is this: if I, and I hasten ahead, I have no view about this. If I were to find that the infrastructure, there was adequate infrastructure, but had a concern about the point you're raising, which is, well, yes, well, this is going to be spent before the council is going to have to bear the financial responsibility for it before the developer gets a bill to pay. This is the lag that you're there.
Well, there's, I guess we don't know, sir. I mean, there's proactive ways of doing it, in which case, you know, the council identifies what work is required. So take waste treatment upgrades, right? So there's formulas in the local government require, but basically the council situation is this: the development contributions can only fund the cost of growth, right? It can't fund upgrade. It can't fund upgrading works sort of specifically. So because the council built an infrastructure, it's assumed that it's got a design life of 50 years. And the council has to budget and pay for depreciation, and the residents and ratepayers pay for maintenance and renewals.
So just pausing there, you say it can only, the development contribution can only fund the cost of
Growth.
the direct cost of the subdivision, as opposed to, for example, upgrading a wastewater plant. Is that what you mean?
No, development, no. If the upgraded wastewater plant is required because of growth, so there's different. So if the waste treatment plant needs to be replaced because it was failing, or in the situation where, for example, and we heard an example where one of the towns is on septic tanks and it needs to go into a treated system, right? You can't use development contributions for that.
You can't.
No, because there is no growth. Development contributions can only be used to fund basically the bigger pipe size that you need because of growth. It assumes that a static population, maintenance renewals of its services are self-funded through rates.
Sorry, just pause there. Well, I mean, I've got to look at the expert evidence about that, and so I've mentioned to two of the witnesses. I've got to reach a view about what you were saying. Is there another issue, and that is that in terms of being sure that the developer pays, and that is at the time when there's a certification under the RMA, I think it's 224 or whatever it is. The point is, you don't get your certification unless these arrangements are in place, I suspect. Is that right or not?
There's four means by which it can usually be done. One is a developer agreement where the developer manages to convince his financier to sign a blank check and commits to funding anything necessary downstream to get it. Those are obviously pretty difficult to come by. The other
contractual matter.
Yes, it's a contractual matter. Yes. But yeah, uncertainty risk. The other is a financial contribution. Now that's a resource management tool, not a local government tool. And I put that in my primary statement of evidence, that it can you can put it in as part of your plan change process. And that has a formula, and the council can impose conditions of consent under 108 of the RMA in accordance for the purposes of that. The next step is on subdivision, usually. Subdivision consent requirement. And that is where a condition is imposed. That's a local government act condition, but it cross-references to the RMA, so it can be used as a valid RMA condition that money be paid prior to 224C. Now that, of course, is money's being paid, it's not works being done, right? So the council needs to be mindful that the developer who pays cash with an expectation that upgrading be done downstream, that money is used and that work is done in a timely way, because it's once the developer's paid his money, it's outside of his problem, he's met his obligation, right? If the council's priorities have shifted, or there's been an election or whatever else has happened and it doesn't happen, then there's problems. The fourth is on building consent. So how development contributions are calculated? They're calculated and assessed on household unit equivalents. Right? So if there's a 150 lot subdivision, one lot is deemed to be one household unit equivalent. And usually what happens is worked done on that. Some contributions like stormwater are worked done on a hectare per catchment basis, not a household, because stormwater, happens everywhere. It doesn't happen inside a house. So they were different. So there's different regimes. But the point being, I guess, is the building consents have got their own. So if you're building a second or subsequent building, you can take a development contribution on those. Now, where it starts getting particularly tricky, and even more so with this Enabling Act, is that the engineers may have designed PC 68 for 100 sites. The works required are, X size pipe, Y size pumping station, Z carriageway width. A third of the way through the development, the intensity starts creeping up. The council has, collected money from a third of it, but all of a sudden, the infrastructure's design capacity is being hit at the 2/3 mark instead of the full-time mark, right? So there's going to have to be a pivot at some point. And then, of course, you've got sunk costs. The council's already collected some. So theory being, all of these second and third permitted activities, the council, yes, could collect money, but then arguably it collects 30% more cash than what it's entitled to, because it can only take what money it's budgeted to spend. Right? And fiscal responsibility and the obligations around that. My point is, and again, I'm sure Mr. Hall thinks it's super simple and stage by stage, it may well be, but we're not talking a stage by stage. We're talking probably 20, 30-year development, multiple stages, multiple owners. Things are going to change. Priorities are going to change. Infrastructure requirements are going to change partway through, right? Most provisions require at least a release valve or a regulatory cap or threshold that says when we hit, household unit number 250, everything stops until next upgrade sequence is locked in. That's how planning at scale is done. And we're talking scale here. We're not talking, simple development agreement for a 50-lot subdivision.
Just pause there with you. If the council had itself promulgated this change, and it went before a commissioner such as me, wouldn't I just question whether that commissioner would need to go to the level of detail that you're talking about, being satisfied, for example, if there's a trigger point at 250 or whatever. Isn't you're providing a land use opportunity by zoning something in the way this is requested here, and I question just to what extent a commissioner hearing a matter such as that, and I'm talking about a council plan change, let's just leave it out of this one, could start saying, well, I'm not going to approve it unless I'm absolutely sure that there's a trigger point at 250 dwellings or etc. Wouldn't he have to take an overall, he or she have to take an overall view and say, well, I'm satisfied that the infrastructure will or will not be available?
Well, sir, I think there's a reason why district plans have the 5-year review and a 10-year review. Happens to coincide with the same 10-year asset management requirements. The long-term plan and LGA require asset management plans with a 10-year cycle, 3-year long-term plan. So it's a 10-year plan, 3 yearly review using the long-term plan process, annual reporting with the annual plan process. So generally what happens in these situations is the council's infrastructure teams and the council's spatial planning teams are working together with a short, medium and long-term planning horizons with urban limits, sequencing, timing, phasing. I completely understand the situation the council's found itself in now because it's got a whole lot of private plan changes, which are obviously at the whim of those particular proponents, and trying to comprehensively and coordinate asset, expansion and asset management is something that is exceptionally challenging. Now, the council's variation report says, and of course this isn't news to the ministry with the enabling legislation, and there's a reason why development contributions are put in there as this development contributions provisions as part of the Enabling Act, right? Part of the Enabling Act refreshes and restores the ability to put development contributions on a permitted activity. My reading of that report to council is the council's own development contribution people, the engineers, and their team are looking at this again themselves. So.
I think that I'm going to need some, Mr. Cleary will want to respond to this. I think I understand what you're saying, and I think that it's really a matter for Mr. Cleary to respond. I don't think I really need to ask any more questions about that issue. There's another, how are we going to time?
I'm a little bit behind, but that's right.
Okay, I'll just keep going. The other thing is that under your umbrella are a number of landowners who are opposed to the change. There's just a couple of questions I wanted to ask about that. Firstly, I note that I'll be certainly asking them this question, but this is really, I think, a planning question as to, and it may be a legal question. So when I'm asking this question, it will be that it's a legal question rather than a planning question. But I note that one of the submitters is part of the plan change area, but as opposed to the plan change. And the question is, well, to what extent should I take that into account? That there is someone who is opposed to the change whose land is part of the change.
Well, it's that's certainly something that struck me as anomalous.
I'm really asking you whether, as a planner, again, that's a matter that I'll need submissions and response on that particular point.
Well, I guess Where it didn't sit comfortably with me is that the plan change 68 area has been assessed, you know, with a particular development pathway, and we've just had this conversation now, so, you know, regarding the engineering solutions, and it's all fine because the landowners are all going to go to a developer agreement. And I suspect that my client within the area is not going to be a party to that development agreement. And so, you know, how is that land to be serviced for a start, you know, and then obviously there's betterment situations and so on. But look, if it was a council initiated plan change, I mean, I'll perfectly accept that the council rezones people's land willingly, unwillingly.
And is there any difference? That's the issue. And I think it's probably a legal issue. Whether there's any difference. I mean, the council, there's nothing to stop someone applying to rezone my house for a particular purpose. There's nothing in the legislation which stops that, is there?
I'm just trying to put one thing. I know section 85 is jumping out at me, which, and I'm not sure how specifically it relates to this, but that section 85 says that the council cannot render land incapable of reasonable use. And of course, obviously, what constitutes a reasonable use is the landowner's call.
Just so I understand you spent some time making the point that this process isn't going to sort of immediately result in houses being available, looking at what the government's trying to do. Is your point, and I think I might have asked you this before, I just wanted to clarify it again, is your point that the Enabling Act and the variation which is being promulgated, that that's the vehicle for getting houses on the land more quickly than any other way? You also mentioned subdivision applications as well.
Yes, yes. So no, it's the enabling legislation has immediate effect where the land is a qualifying residential zone. So in other words, all of those areas within Selwyn which currently is zoned residential, you know, the Enabling Act, what it does, it says, well, it's going to be intensification unless, you know, you can convince us that it shouldn't be, right? Where this, I guess, if you're talking about the real business end, the situation is this. Private plan changes, as I've said, have no immediate legal effects. As at today, it's an aspiration. Now, so my
until they're approved. Until they become operative.
No. Clause 10, which is when your recommendation is adopted. So, say for argument's sake, you were to recommend in favour.
No, I'm not recording. I'm referring to clause 17.
Yes, but
in other words, what you're saying is that it doesn't have any effect until the clause 17 approved.
No. So, and I discussed this with Mr. Langman actually a couple of days ago. The private plan changes are part 2 of the first schedule. Council initiated a part 1 of the first schedule, right? So now, a council initiated plan change. So if the council was to be a proponent, from the day it's notified, has legal effect, right? And then the weighting changes as it advances through the process. Private plan changes aren't by definition a proposed plan, right? So they're separate. They're not. You can't consider them under 104. They have no basis in the resource consent process. Now, the second schedule, part 2 of the first schedule says the point at which your recommendation is, the council decision is made on your recommendation, clause 10, that those provisions, once approved by the council under clause 10 and notified to all the parties, they deem to replace the operative plan. Then the appeal period starts. So what will happen if you were to recommend for it and the council were to accept it, the council issue a decision, the operative district plan is deemed to be changed. Now there's an appeal period, and obviously if there's an appeals, it's got to go through a whole another round of de novo merit consideration. But the consequence being that it would have an urban zone under the operative plan and a rural zone under the proposed plan. And so it's a bit of a loophole. It's hard to find, I'll admit, and you know, the applicant's counsel might be able to help point it out if he's got the legislation at his fingertips. There is a point at which the second part of the first schedule merges. So this is when the council accepts and proceeds, a private plan change proceeds through the hearing process we're in now. And then the process flicks back from part 2 to part 1 of the schedule for the decision appeal operative part. So part 2 and part 1 of the first schedule merge at that clause 10 stage. So this is obviously hugely significant, and it comes back to your question about, you know, it's the second bite of the cherry, or is my decision-making process going to be completely redundant? Because there is quite likely a situation, well, there's quite possibly, sorry, I won't want to prejudge the outcome, but there's certainly a possibility there that a favourable recommendation, were it to be accepted by the council, means that there is an exceptionally short window between the clause 10 decision and these proceedings and the council having its variation hearings on the Enabling Act, and then the substantive zone hearings on the proposed plan, then operative, at which point the proposed plan would effectively erase and undo this plan change, unless it is somehow entered the proposed district plan process by submission or variation. And of course, that variation process and the medium density housing provisions and all of the work being done has not yet taken effect until such time as that variation is notified. So it may well be only talking months there, which I suspect is why the council's position on the variation report is what it is. Hence, in my initial submission said that I felt that this was best described as opportunistic rather than strategic, because obviously, you know, reactionary decision making in isolation from the more holistic approach is not something I would consider best practice.
I'm a bit confused. I think I've been forgiven for this. Looking at clause 10.5, which says on the date the decision is publicly notified, the proposed policy taking plan is amended in accordance with the decision. My, I suppose, tentative understanding was that the council was attempting to avoid that so that without taking any formal steps in relation to either accepting or not accepting the recommendation, and then waiting for the formal steps to be taken later on when the variation is promulgated.
Well, see, this is.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, yes, and it may well be that you need to have some formal, and I'm not sure whether the reporting officer has, you know, as a contractor has as much information as perhaps the council does, but certainly, so like what wouldn't make sense in my view is for the council to publish its clause 10 decision, allow much effort and expenditure and cost go through the courts process, and all the while carrying on with its variation, and you know, seems like an immense waste of sort of court resources when it's something that, like you say, is going to be, you know, considered properly in the fullness of time. That was what I understand from the reporting officer. Said it was, you know, the council would issue that and create an appeal rights. I mean, in this case, the sensible thing for the council would be to withhold a decision on your recommendation. That would be the most sensible given the time periods that we're working to. Of course, the council is only obliged to issue that decision, I think, on the expiry of 2 years from lodgement, so there is some time. The council could park it. Yes,
look, I understand that. I think my position most certainly is going to be, well, it's a matter of, you know, I'll do my job. I will, and it's really a matter for the council to decide what to do about the, you know, I may have a view about it or not. It doesn't seem to me to be part of my job. So the qualifying, I'm sorry, the qualifying matters, where do I find them and who's here and so? Thank you very much. I'll give you that back.
Yes, so I think it's in the policy statement, but it's also in the it's in the legislation RMA.
Yes, I've got it here.
It's now set.
Just give me a second. Thank you. Thanks.
Section 77I of the
It's 332, Mr. Cleary's pointed out to me in the National Policy Statement itself. Just let me just read it. I think I might just reflect on that, and I may ask for you to come back after I've.
Yes, so I think it's what it is.
I just want to have a look at that. I want to consider that. So I think, does that conclude your presentation?
It does, sir.
Yes, well, thank you for that. That's most helpful, and I think it's probably the dialogue we've had indicates there are some significant issues and not straightforward issues, which I'm required to resolve. Now, at this point, I think we're now dealing with each of the people under your umbrella, so to speak. Just give me a second. Right, Summerfield. Summerfield, good morning.
Morning.
Well, this is helpful. Just one point, if you're talking feel free to depart from this, but always tell me at which point you're departing from us. I'm trying to make a note for obvious reasons. Look, thank you. Just read your evidence. Thank you.
So are you,
Just before you do that, I want to just make sure I know where you are. Number 12.
At the left-hand side of the gap,
Oh,
so with the tunnel houses.
so we adjoin the land on the east
nice.
and
Sorry.
northern side?
I've driven past these. I'm sorry. It's slow getting to. Carry on.
Okay. I'm David Sunfield. Together with my wife, we own the property at 382 Trents Road, Prebbleton. The property comprises approximately 2 hectares, of which approximately 4,000 square metres on the Trents Road frontage comprises our residence and gardens, and the remaining 16,000 square metres to the southern boundary comprises our business, Trents Nursery. This property adjoins the land in the application PC 68 on our southern and western boundaries. I do not intend to cover the issues contained in my submission, which have been or will be covered by other submitters. Rather, I wish to address issues arising from the application, the applicant's planner's evidence, and the officer's 42A report relating to our property and business specifically. 1. The 42A report covers various procedural matters, and in paragraphs 45 to 50 discusses what has been termed the gap, which includes our property. The report notes that this area is not part of the application, but recommends that these 5 lots could be included if it is considered that it is within scope, which there seems to be some question about. We are concerned that our property might be included in an application which we oppose. We are concerned that if the application is approved with our property included and rezoned for residential purposes, this could have a detrimental effect on our business by restricting what is currently a complying rural use activity and make us reliant on existing use rights. This may restrict our business operations in the future. While we understand that including the gap properties would provide a neat form to the application land, we are disappointed that the 42A report fails to discuss what effect inclusion of the gap would have on existing complying rural land uses. In paragraph 118 of the section 42A report regarding the reverse sensitivity, it outlines potential outcomes from a zoning change and concludes with either results in these existing activities having to close or modify their operations, or limits further intensification of activities. Like most businesses, we are constantly looking at ways in which the business can be improved. This is extremely important for our business as we are operating an intensive horticultural business on a constrained land area. This forces innovation and creativity, which is not a bad thing, but could be affected if we become reliant on existing use rights and our ability to change and adapt our business becomes restricted. The report continues in paragraph 1199 to say that the sites in question are all bounded by lifestyle blocks or large lots with dwellings in close proximity. This gives a misleading impression of the current situation. At present, we have 2 dwellings within 100 metres of the nursery operation, being 378 and 386 Trents Road. No dwelling subject to this application would be within 200 metres of the nursery other than 378 Trents Road, and the owner of that property opposes the application. If the application is approved, we can expect to go from having 2 dwellings within 100 metres of the nursery operation to a substantial number of dwellings, possibly within 5 to 10 metres of our boundary. In paragraph 120, the report states that there are a number of examples of plant nurseries located within suburban Christchurch with long-established residential neighbours. These two types of activities appear to be able to coexist without giving rise to complaints or amenity effects. Mr. Cleese provides no evidence of this, and I'm not aware of any similar nursery operation in suburban Christchurch. Just digressing, the only nurseries that I'm aware of that are similar to ours in nature all tend to be in rural locations, or certainly away from residential activities. The applicant's planner makes similar assertions, and in her evidence describes the nursery as approximately 2/3 of the site is covered with glass houses. This is incorrect. We have 21 tunnel houses, of which only 3 are fully enclosed.
Just pause there. When you mentioned the other examples, well, in the report, other plant nurseries, you're familiar with those plant nurseries?
I'm familiar with the ones that I would consider similar to ours, are not in suburban Christchurch. They tend to be in rural areas. So I'm not aware of any operation similar to ours that would have housing or around its boundaries.
So they talk about, the report talks about suburban Christchurch, so you're not aware of any like in suburban Christchurch?
No.
The question I was going to ask was whether each of the glass or tunnel houses were covered or not in those, but of course you don't know any in suburban Christchurch.
There are different types of operations where they might be glass houses which are enclosed, but I would say that that is quite a different sort of operation to ours, because they are not enclosed tunnel houses. They're just there to control sunlight and water, but to let airflow move freely through.
So tunnel houses, the ones that are not fully enclosed, just so I've got it clear, the ones that are not, you've got a glass house, I know what a glass house is. A tunnel house, is that got plastic covering over it?
Just on the
Sort
roof.
of a round thing like that with plastic covering on it. And you say some of them aren't enclosed, what do you mean by that?
Well, our 8 largest ones, which are towards the southern boundaries, so towards this land, basically timber posts with metal hoops and a plastic roof on, so they have no sides or walls. And as I say, they're there purely to stop rainfall, snow, and control and sunlight, direct sunlight on plants.
They've got no sides?
No sides.
Okay, thank you, that's what I want.
Yeah. We have 21 tunnel houses, which only 3 are fully enclosed. What she describes as enclosed glass houses are predominantly prop covers with open sides and ends to allow free air movement, but to control watering and direct sunlight. This is quite different to an enclosed glass house where issues such as noise and spray might be contained within the structure. On 2 of our enclosed tunnel houses we have fans and heaters operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, while they would not exceed noise levels, are likely to prove annoying to close neighbours. We also have 2 outside fans used in the nursery during winter to prevent frost settling on plants. These fans typically operate from midnight to 8 AM on still nights when frost can be expected. These are also the nights when the noise will be heard more readily. In paragraph 16.7 of the applicant planner's evidence, she questions the 100-metre setback we have requested if the application is approved, and she notes that the 100 metres is greater than the width of our property immediately to the west of the site. I'm not sure what point is trying to be made or what relevance it has, but the 100 metres proposed comes from New Zealand Standard 8409 1999 Code of Practice for the Management of Agrochemicals, and I've actually attached the schedule, which is taken from the Otago Regional Council plan, which sets out as a table that sets out their sensitivity risk for different areas on that. This was obtained from the Otago Regional Council Regional Plan Schedule 4 Good Management Practice for Agricultural Application. While it is a New Zealand standard, we know that ECAN does not have any standard on this, or at least not one that we could find. So we have looked further afield. The schedule contains a table indicating that less than 100-metre proximity to sensitive residential areas may cause potential hazard from spray drift to be high. Trents uses a variety of pesticides and other sprays that may be considered potentially hazardous and require application by a certified grow-safe applicator. In the same paragraph, the planner suggests that the appropriate layout in the vicinity of the nursery be dealt with at the subdivision stage. If, however, this application is approved, what protection is provided to the adjoining rural land user through the subdivision consent process if a subdivision plan is submitted that complies with this approved application? I believe this is particularly relevant given, as several witnesses have noted, there is a lack of detail and substance on a number of issues in this application. Therefore, in my view, these issues should be dealt with at this time. Trent's Nursery has operated from this property for coming up to 40 years, and over that time has continued to employ people from the Prebbleton community and surrounding districts. The business generates revenue in the order of $2 million per hectare per annum, not the low intensity market gardening activity that the applicant's solicitor suggests, and contributes approximately $3 million per annum to the local area through wages and products and services purchased. While the applicant's consultants talk about the construction jobs created, if this application proceeds, these are one-off. Trent's has been contributing significantly to the local economy for nearly 40 years and will continue to do so in the future if able to continue operating. Due to the nature of the business, which involves the freighting of perishable product throughout New Zealand, good proximity to transport links is required. That, together with the high capital cost in establishing a nursery, mean relocation to a more rural location is not feasible. If the application is approved, we hold concerns for the longer term future of what is a complying, long-standing business. For this reason and the broader planning and environmental issues raised or to be raised by other submitters, we ask that the application be declined, or if approved, limits be placed on the applicant land adjacent to our property as set out in our submission, including minimum lot size of 5,000 square metres, 100 metres setback from their boundary for any dwellings, a no complaint covenant for adjoining properties, no access to Trent's Road until roading and roundabout upgrades have been completed, an assessment of the existing water quality and quantity and effect of the proposed development on groundwater supply. While the applicant may consider matters such as setback or no complaint covenants a rare and unusual requirement, I'm aware such requirements have been used in other situations where residential land adjoins other uses.
I'll just pause there, won't be. Mr. Summerfield, how long have you been established there, mate? I just couldn't pick it up.
The nursery's commenced in about 1983 and we've owned it for the last 11 years.
And is it relatively unchanged over that time?
Yes, it's become more intense. The tunnel houses have been built progressively over the time, but the site's now fully developed.
Have you had any involvement in any of the reviews of what should happen in this general area by the council?
No.
Yes, thank you. So that's myself. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, Mr. or Mrs. Todd.
Good morning.
Before you start, thanks very much. Yes. You got to split it in half, eh?
Oh, no. I'll do the short story.
Right.
My name is Greg Tyke, and this is my wife, Jenny. We totally oppose Plan Change 68 as proposed. Some background on us. We have both worked in environmental science, Jenny for 10 years and myself for 18 years. We have been business owners operating from Trents Road, 349 Trents Road for 24 years. And more importantly, we have lived in the community for 27. Does that make us experts? Who knows? Our concerns are stated in our submission, but we would like to highlight some of our major concerns. We are concerned about the placement of the spine road running between Hamptons and Trents Road, egressing onto Trents Road directly opposite our business entrance. This will strongly affect our business and our lifestyle amenity. It will affect our privacy, our security, safety, and mental health, and it will be a complete 180-degree change to the reason we chose to live here. Regularly, our business has 18-wheeler trucks unloading at our gate or roadside, as well as trucks and other vehicles reversing from our property into the proposed intersection. We note that Mr. Collins' Transport Report, section 7.1, table 2, it is stated that may be an infringement of the district plan. This may be an infringement of the district plan. He continues to say, in my view, it may be unsafe for these activities to be occurring in the existing environment. Therefore, I will I have discounted the effects of Plan Change 68 will have on them, should this activity be permitted or consented. He continues to say that he would be inconsiderate. Mr. Collins, are you saying that we cannot park a truck on the side of the road without a consent? Well, there must be a lot of businesses and truck drivers around the country breaking this rule. While Davey Lovell-Smith's report, paragraph 1259D, states that the design process for this intersection would consider the effects of the needs of the submitter to ensure truck movements are facilitated by the design. I would be amazed if our above concerns about the location of this intersection are not considered a problem. And there's images on the back of the location of that intersection, proposed intersection, and how we have delivery trucks parked on the side of the road, and where it
This is
is.
the outline development that I'm looking at.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
The outline development plan shows where it comes out. The cross is where our section is, the property is, and the diagrams are where the proposed intersection will be. And these are just the trucks that regularly come to our property offloading. And just exactly where the intersection is going to be. We are concerned about the environment. In brief, the RMA is about the adverse effect on the environment. Plan change 68 creates adverse effects in so many ways: loss of vegetation, visual deterioration, and air pollution. The loss of rural environment, plus there is a large increase in traffic volumes, bringing both noise and air pollution, light pollution from the subdivision, the effect of air pollution from log burners, and there could be potentially 120 log burners in the subdivision. Sorry, 820. The urbanisation of Trents Road, with a large number of residential driveways entering Trents Road, and we support suggestion from other submitters for a setback along Trents Road and Hamptons Road that should be planted out if Plan Change 68 is approved. The density of the subdivision is not fitting for the rural environment and could have been better thought out for the community. We have only been given an outline plan which doesn't show anything other than lines on map. We have not seen any comprehensive environmental reports covering any of these issues. We are concerned about water pollution. Contrary to Mr. Hall's report, a groundwater level of 5 metres is not deep enough to protect it from direct stormwater discharge to land, particularly when soil permeability is classed as slow to rapid within this area. We are concerned about climate change, the loss of vegetation as carbon absorbers and the increase in carbon emitters for cars and log burners. The effect of the urban heat island, which is well documented with impacts on climate and human health. The Selwyn District Council climate change policy states they need to take a leadership role in assessment of climate change impact on its communities, and we will align the activities with the Climate Response Amendment Act 2019. The reverse sensitivity of this urban heat island may have a negative effect on our nursery, and there has been no full report into the effect table. There are a number of ways that this climate change effects can be mitigated, and they should be considered. And that's basically more vegetation, larger section sizes, so there's more greenery, and I'd like it to be considered that the section size is 5,000 square metres per hectare. It gives you the vegetation, the trees that will mitigate the pollution a lot more. The urban heat effect will be lessened, just less concrete. We are concerned about Plan Change 68 on wildlife. Wandering cats and stray dogs have an effect on surrounding stock. Native birds such as fantails, quails, pheasants, bellbirds, wood pigeons and owls. These are all, once these birds are gone, they're gone for good. And here we are as a country trying to plant out more areas to create habitat corridors to encourage bird life. Let's be honest, on the section sizes proposed, there is no room for trees or large shrubs that encourage bird life and provide habitat. We're concerned about reverse sensitivity that we may have on the subdivision and the reverse sensitivity it may have on ourselves. Reverse sensitivity comment by Jonathan Cleese and referred to by Patricia Hart, and this goes what Dave was just saying just before, that plant nurseries are common features in urban environment. They are unaware of any reverse sensitivity issues. I think they are both confused. as there are big differences between plant nurseries like Trent's Nursery, Morgan Pollard Nursery, and ourselves, part of our plants, to a garden centre. And that's what we typically see in urban areas, the garden centres. There are activities carried out on the above businesses that do not occur in garden centres. We are concerned about the loss of productive land. This land is important. The only reason it is not productive is because the landowners choose not to farm it. In the 1990s, the owners of King Crab subdivision sections were forced by the council to have economically viable activities carried out on them. They were cut flowers, tomatoes, olives, vegetables, cucumbers, nurseries, potatoes, asparagus, to name a few, all carried out on 1 to 3 hectares of land, and people made a living from them. The company Leader brand, New Zealand's largest broccoli grower, is erecting an 11-hectare greenhouse to grow salad crops year-round in Gisborne. Having been in the horticultural industry for some years, we know that you don't need greater than 50 hectares, as stated in the Versatile Storage Report 935, to be productive. The proposed national policy statement for highly productive land should be considered. We are concerned about the vague comments within the tabled reports. There are a lot of assumptions and unfinished work that needs to be completed. There are constant comments by the applicants and their consultants. Comments like can be improved, currently exist, will be considered, potentially, I believe, may be able to, I assume, all scattered throughout the reports. These comments do not address the matters of environmental change, climate change, or infrastructure. They are empty comments with no commitment. A lot of the above comments are associated with the Prebbleton infrastructure. There is misleading information and a lack of consideration to the greater picture of Selwyn growth. And one of those misleading information is on one of the reports, it was indicated that it only took a 20-minute walk from the southeast point of PC 68 to the school, 20-minute walk. But the furthest part, the northwest part, is about another 20, 30 minute walk. So they're giving you a false information.
Can you just show me on, just perhaps just come up and show me on here. Show me where the 10-minute walk is and where the other one is. You were here. That's the school where it's got Prebbleton. Oh, yeah. That's 10 minutes. Or 20-minute walk, okay.
But therefore, they're not including all this.
So where was the 10-minute reference? No, but you said there was a 10-minute reference. You're saying that's wrong.
That's long.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I understand. Just pause there, would you?
Yep, sure.
Yes, thank you.
There's unfinished soil testing work on 232 and 250 Hamptons Road. Local rumours say there's asbestos buried on this property. Is this why there hasn't been any testing? And is this affecting the groundwater? Who knows? There is no testing being done for environmental reports. As for our concerns on infrastructure and traffic, I personally don't think we have enough time for that today, but as a local, the traffic will be a nightmare. It is now and will only get worse. Yes, the new roundabouts will help with safety, but they don't alleviate the traffic volumes, and that is where the problem lies. I note that the applicant has had discussions with the Ministry of Education regarding the inclusion of a school. Has there been a traffic report on this and the effects may have? As for infrastructure, well, the community infrastructure is, well, what community infrastructure is going to improve? is going to get stressed and overloaded, and there's no commitment to improve it. We also have an issue with submitters changing their submissions during the process. Mr. Chen last week stated he would want his land rezoned to Plan Change 68 if approved, or if it was approved. We think this is unfair to his neighbours and the community to change this after he has submitted his submission. This has not allowed our other submitters or the public to oppose or support it. This comment of his should be disregarded. To conclude our presentation, there is sufficient capacity available that is already approved within the Selwyn district to meet the growth, and this growth has already been considered in the Selwyn District Council's future infrastructure plan. Plan Change 68 is not considered necessary for this growth. Plan Change 68 will create an urban peninsula squeezing past rural and rural residential land, and will be bounded by rural land lifestyle blocks on 3 boundaries. Having no sections in Prebbleton, as Mr. Sellers stated last week, should not be a reason why Plan Change 68 is approved. The only reason there is no sections in Prebbleton is because they are all sold to housing companies off the plan to generate cash flow for developers, and then sold as land and house packages for the market. There is no consideration for the negative effect that this plan change will have on the amenity and the community and the environment. The applicants and consultants talk about Prebbleton Village. This village is what they will be taken away. We will lose the lifestyle we have had for 27 years. Is this fair? A wise person once said to me, they, the applicants, are more worried about the people who are not here than the people who already are here. You have the power, Commissioner, to consider everything presented at this hearing, and even though the applicants have ticked all the right boxes, it doesn't make it right. Please consider our concerns, as we, as lay people, don't have boxes to tick, which is an uneven playing field. We are community members that have contributed to build Prebbleton to the way it is today, and we know what is wanted and needed, and this plan change is not wanted. Prebbleton is not ready for this in so many ways. Please consider our mental health and our way of living and our neighbourhood. The attachment shows the closest properties to Plan Change 68 that submitted and opposed it. As you can see, most of the neighbouring properties have asked for it to be declined. We are definitely not against change. We just want appropriate change for the area. Certainly, we have a say in what affects our lives. I ask you to please read our submission again, with all the inaccuracies and abuse of the community within the proposal. I hope that you will consider our concerns and decline Plan Change 68 and don't take our lifestyle away from us.
Mr. Todd, thank you. I've just got a few questions to ask.
Yep, sure.
Either of you can answer them. First of all, when you were talking about potential water pollution in paragraph 8, were you referring to, when you talk about protecting the water, were you referring to the potable water? In other words, that it may affect potable water?
Yeah, generally we're all on wells in the area. Was it Mr. Hall, I can't remember the gentleman's name, stated that it's generally around 5 to 10 metres, the wells in the area, and most of those wells are
So you are talking about
potable water.
You're talking about potable water. The evidence we had with that was, of course, that steps could be taken to ensure that the potable water wasn't affected. You don't accept that?
Well, I heard the other day, the gentleman said that stormwater was going to be discharged to land.
Yes. It's because I think the evidence was that it's fairly permeable soil and drain away fairly quickly. That was the evidence.
Yeah, well, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing draining away quickly. In my 18 years as doing environmental science, we did a lot of groundwater studies in the Templeton, Burnham, South Canterbury, North Canterbury area. And there was a lot of water effluent discharge theory, discharge to land. And we were measuring groundwater down to 12, 15 metres. And that discharge was getting it down to 12, 15 metres. So if you're discharging stormwater in an area where it's rapidly permeable to a groundwater table of 5 metres, it's going to affect it.
So it'll affect the potable supply, you're saying?
Yeah, it'll get into the groundwater.
Right, now, just about your own business, I've got an aerial photograph here which shows me where you are, but I can't really see. Can you tell us a little about what you've got on that site?
We've got greenhouses,
Yes.
similar to Dave was just mentioned, they're plastic covers, not enclosed. We employ 3 staff. We grow just
So
plants.
similar to Mr. Summerfield.
Similar to Mr. Summerfield.
If I just made a note that it's similar to Mr. Summerfield, that would describe it. And is your house, I can't even say you, the 25's right over this, the number 25.
I think
right
the
over
house is
top
under
of
the
it.
25.
Under the 25. Yeah.
Is so is it just under the 25, your house? On the road, by the road, obviously, and then so how far back is it before you start how far away from the road are the houses?
Greenhouses, they're about 80 metres.
80 metres.
From greenhouses, do you mean?
Yes.
No,
Greenhouses from the front?
tunnel 1 is.
Oh, tunnel 1.
Well, just so,
Yeah,
I mean,
roughly
you
20 metres,
20 metres.
20 to 80.
20 metres from the front boundary.
That's the first greenhouse. 20 metres. That's the first greenhouse.
I want to show that. That's the variable.
Thanks, sir. Oh, just- So you got, I've just been shown an aerial photograph showing where the greenhouses are, etc. Oh, there's the house there. So how far from over there? 20 metres.
Yes, yeah, that's a greenhouse. Yeah.
So what's that there?
That's, plus, then you've got,
And so the greenhouse is about 80 away. Isn't it?
no, like 20.
20, right. That's fine. Look, thank you, Mr. Curry, thank you. Now, I understand what you're saying about the traffic matters, and I don't mean to ask any questions about that. I've been there and I've had a look at it myself, so I have an understanding of what you're concerned. The other point was that in your submission, you talked about if I were to recommend approval of the plan change, you would want certain conditions imposed, including a condition that section sizes are greater than 5,000 metres. Do you still, is your position regarding the conditions which should be imposed if I were to approve or to recommend approval of the plan change, what you've set out in your submission, you haven't changed any of that? No. It's the same. It's your primary position is it should not proceed. Is that right? Well, it's exactly 11:15. We haven't perhaps made as much progress as indicated in the schedule, but I think we'll have morning tea now and resume in a quarter of an hour. So would you like to go and help yourself to tea and coffee? And thank you, both of you, for your presentation. That's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the preparation of these statements. That's most helpful, rather than just relying on what people say. Mr. Pollard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Adam Roger Pollard. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Sarah Pollard, and myself. Our property is at 681 Shands Road, basically situated on the corner of Shands and Trent. We primarily oppose the Plan Change 68 in entirety as it's submitted presently for the following reasons. I won't speak exactly, I won't just read off it, I'll kind of paraphrase it a wee bit. Paragraph 1 is basically cumulative effects of Shands Road. Is already a really busy road, as we've all been told, Farringdon South and West, and we've already put 1,000 sections into there, and obviously if PC 69 goes ahead, there'll be another 2,000 sections from Lincoln, which will increase the amount of traffic. You add to that possibly 820 or even more if you take Mr. Williamson's evidence onto Trent's and Hamptons Road, it would make it even worse. While a new roundabout is proposed in 22-23, we've yet to be informed by Subdivision Council the impact on our property. We sit right on that corner, so therefore we would be ones impacted with our land. It's including several old totara trees, cabbage trees on our boundary. We have a very vegetative boundary. We've, like I said, not been given a plan as yet. The attachment I've attached to it is basically an aerial shot of what it could look like, taken off another roundabout just down the road on Blake's and Shands. As you'll see by that, it basically takes out a fair bit of our vegetation on the front of our property. We agree with Mr. Fletcher's comments in regards to the age of the data used for traffic movements, as we've seen considerable increase in vehicle movements in the past 3 years. Mr. David John Robert Smith stated in paragraph 4.1 that the submitters had not provided any new technical evidence. I want to understand we've tried to get that, but with 3 developers being involved, there is a lot of conflict of interest, or other ones wouldn't return our calls. Plus, I would have thought it was up to the applicators to provide that information, most up-to-date information, not up to the submitters to do it.
Just pausing there.
Yep.
Pollard, just going back to your reference to PC 69, that's a Lincoln change. Isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Which I believe is still under, I'm not sure where that's at.
Sorry, 1,000 section.
There's already 1,000
Where's the
sections.
1,000 sections come from?
That's from Farringdon Southwest and Farringdon West, which is just the beginning of Rolliston.
Can I see that? Can I see them on here?
No, you won't be able to. It sits out, but they basically will use Shands Road.
They use
Selwyn Road and onto Shands Road as their primary way of getting into town, went through Hornby.
Yes, thank you.
Subdivision density, the proposed living zone Z is not consistent with the other new developments in the northern end of Trents Road from Kincraft Drive North, as already been stated. I've put some photos of what the other 2 subdivisions already look like. It was our understanding that that's what the council were planning to zone it out in the future. Mr. David Compton-Moen, urban designer and landscape, stated in his Q&A that large sections are no longer desirable, but not given any evidence to this effect when asked. Recent sales of large sections in Pemberley, which is directly across Trents Road, such as the 15th of July, 2 sections sold, one 5,000 square metres for 932,500 and one 5,000 for 870,000. The last section of 6,000 square metres sold on 19th of January for 955. For this reason, we believe that large sections are very much in demand in this area. A lot of people have talked about water and pumping. We are on a well. Our well depth is 31 metres, so therefore quite deep into a lower aquifer. It's a large well. In Mr. Andy Hall's Q&A, he was asked the possibility of leaching into Mr. Chen's well from stormwater runoff. He did not know whether the depth of Mr. Chen's well or if he had a well. He did state that he could connect onto the Prebbleton town supply. I would surmise that if we asked the same thing, he would say the same to us. The trouble with the town supply is it limits both our quantity and our water pressure, making irrigating impossible for our business and therefore having a major detrimental effect on it. So, impacts to our business. We purchased this property as a rural block with the ability to grow trees and turf as well as run our landscaping business from. We employ 62 permanent staff and 10 seasonal staff. The reason for purchasing the rural block is a part of the maintenance operation of our business. We use earthwork and other equipment that will not be able to be operated in a residential zone due to noise and dust. We're also able to burn under the rural plan our own material on site in the sense of our clippings from our hedge lines and trees, which we believe would become a lot more difficult if we had a zoning Z around us, probably making it impossible to run our business longer term. Mr. Tyler also already mentioned around impact on wildlife, and we can go along with that very strongly. We have bellbird, fantails, and other birds in our property. They do require canopy cover flight corridors to get around the place. The beauty of the rest of the properties through this area, as part of Plan Change 68, is that it has a lot of mature trees in through there, which will obviously have to go as part of the development. Why a second preference? What we do primarily oppose Plan Change 68 in its entirety as submitted. As submission, we propose a second preference to have larger sections as you move north, as the case on the eastern side of Trents Road. Not being involved in this process before, it's now our understanding, and this may be wrong, Commissioner, but that that you can only make a recommendation on the Plan Change 68 Living Zone Z application, and is not able to recommend different type of zoning from what is applied for. And if this is the case, Living Zone Z is recommended by the Commissioner, then we request that our property rezoned as part of the whole block. This does not make sense to leave us out when you'll be unfairly affected by rezoning. Mr. Chen mentioned this, and he really points out that he wanted to be as well. So it's kind of from our point of view, it's an all or nothing. If you rezone Mr. Chen and Mr. Shammies, then Mr. Holder and ourselves become basically boxed into a corner. It makes it very difficult for us to run our businesses and have our properties there without being zoned as well. There was quite a bit of discussion around these properties and Trent Shan's corner being incidentally or consequently affected by the change. The experts have not explained how these effects will be managed or negated that we've seen in the plan change to proceed without including these blocks. 12 is a wee bit more what I just said before. Mr. Shamy's submission suggested this block included. The plan change was recommended as it made sense given two boundaries are being bordered by the proposed plan. We're unaware that we could even have a say on his submission, to be fair. So even though it was circulated, we thought we could only speak to our own one. In that same case, if Mr. Shamy's property was to be included, then the argument could be made for Mr. Trev Holder and Mr. Chen's and our properties as having the same three outlying properties surrounded by development seems problematic for the landowners and Selwyn District Council. And it's basically because if you take his property and take Mr. Chen's property, all of our boundaries align with the new zoning. So it doesn't make any sense to me to not. That's really my bit done. So.
Thank you. Just have a look at the photographs. The first one we've got is a roundabout. Right. And where's your property there? Just on the.
You can see a trampoline in the corner, sir.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
And I've driven past there, but the residential part's adjacent to Shands Road, and the business part's a bit further back.
Correct.
So how far from, just to give me an idea, how far back is it?
From the residential, from our house to the,
You've got
probably about 40 metres. Our offices are basically right behind our house. We have a fence.
metres from the office to your house.
Correct. And then the production part of our nursery and our turf farm would be 100 metres, I suppose, to the end of the property.
From the house?
Yes, correct.
100 metres from the house, okay. Yes. And what about the proximity to Mr. Holder and Ms. Main's property?
Okay, Mr. Holder's property is directly to our west. The house is in the same position as ours, basically the front of the property, and then our properties just mirror each other back. This is a wee bit longer than ours. So we would be 60 metres, I suppose, from his, maybe 50 metres from his.
What I'm really concerned about is reverse sensitivity issue, which
Okay, so
raised is how far away is the nearest sort of commercial part, so to speak, of the property from Mr. Holman's property?
it would be 80 metres. Very roughly.
From what?
From our production, sorry.
From the- Thanks very much, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
Just in relation to Mr. Shammy's submission, you say that you were unaware of it. So he lodged a submission. Did you see a summary of submissions anywhere or not?
No.
Did you know that, were you aware that there would be, that part of the process involves a summary of submissions or not? And if you had been aware of Mr. Shammy's submission, what would you have done?
Well, knowing what I know now, we would have put an opposition to it. We would have stated that we opposed his submission based on the longer term
filed another
effects.
submission?
Correct, yes.
And would that have stated basically what you've got in this evidence here?
Correct.
You see, Mr. Shammy's position's changed because previously he was opposed to the rezoning. His position now is neutral to that. But if I were to recommend that the change be accepted by the council, he would want his property included.
Yes, that's my decision.
But you're not neutral.
No, we're not.
I should say to you that without going into any detail, there are legal issues associated with scope and other issues when considering whether properties that were the subject of the original proposed change are included or not. I'm not asking you to comment, but I'm just telling you so you know that there is a legal issue. So have you really got a three-tiered approach, have you? And that is, the first tier is that you oppose the change.
Correct.
The second is, if I were to recommend approval, you would want larger sections.
Correct.
The third one is if I didn't agree to either of those two, then you would want to be included in the plan change with the smaller sections.
Correct, sir.
Is that right? So there's 3 tiers, aren't there?
Yes,
And
that's
it's a cascade that goes down in that way, doesn't it?
trying to limit the detrimental effect to our property and our business, really.
The refuse, and then the second one is larger sections. If you had, you said you didn't know about this position, about Mr. Shammick's situation. Were there any other matters that you would want to raise? Now you know what his position is? Or are they all contained?
I think they're pretty much contained in there. It's just mainly a cascading effect that if his one goes, then it creates the same issue for Mr. Holder, and then obviously creates the same issue for us if that happened as well. Even more so if Mr. Chen's got it rezoned as well.
If you've read the section 42 report, haven't you?
Correct.
Looking at that report, are all the matters that concern you covered in that report or not? Or you're not really able to say?
I'm not really able to say. There are some outlying items in there which I find strange, but they don't directly relate to us as such, to our property.
Mm-hmm. Have you had any complaints about any aspects of the conduct of your business or not?
No, sir. Oh, sorry, that's not quite correct. Once we're burning off, burn over 3 down, and then asked us to put it. Sorry, once we were burning off some
Burning off.
basically some hedge trimmings, so
Oh,
a fire, and then over 3 down, asked us to put it out. The only complaint we had.
And you in paragraph 8, you've already summarised the matters that you think might give rise to problems.
Correct.
Yes, that's very helpful, Mr. Pollard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Holder and Ms. Main.
So sorry, Mr. Holder is still away from COVID.
Oh.
So I'm unable to attend.
So,
He has asked for me to speak on his behalf, if that's okay.
yes, absolutely. You got a statement?
No, I haven't. Basically, just a verbal one from him.
Oh, okay.
Basically agreeing with what I said. That was basically
Well, look,
that's all I can
yeah,
do. Sorry,
but
sir.
bear in mind that, I mean, I think probably the best way to deal with this is to receive from him his statement and to have it circulated. And if I have any questions about it, well, then I have to deal with it that point.
That's fine.
I did have some questions actually, but anyway, I don't really think it would be appropriate for you, that I can't really ask the question.
No, I'm all happy with that, sir.
Yeah. All right. Well, so what we'll do then, the register will communicate with him, asking him to provide the statement. It'll be circulated to everyone, and I will look at it. And I may, if I have any questions, I may want to deal with it other than by reconvening the hearing. Seems a bit. Anyway, I'll consider that at the point. So, all right. So he's got COVID.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Now, the lease. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Lees has provided provided me with a statement of variability of the evidence of both Mr. and Mrs. Lees, but there are no photocopies available at this time, so just listen to what they say, and we'll make copies of this document available later on.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, now, just bring the microphone closer so everyone behind you can hear. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Lees. Now, just before you start, give me a second to reorganise myself here a bit. Right. Thank you. Just proceed. Would you just read it?
Thank you. We, David and Fiona Lees, are the owners of the property at 374 Trents Road within the area of the PC 68 application for plan change. It's numbered 35 on the aerial that most of you have. Just as a bit of background, not on the notes, David worked in civil engineering with experience in soil and water, traffic and other aspects that we've been talking about. I've got a background in biology and science. So as covered in our submission.
That's his experience, or both of you got.
David's civil engineering, soil, water and traffic. Myself, biology, science.
Just all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As covered in our submission, we are opposing plan change 68. Our full submission is online. This is just a summary of it. Our broad concerns are that we feel that the council should be the community's planner. Fundamentally, we feel that subdivision planning and development should be kept in the hands of our councils rather than be driven in an ad hoc profit fashion by developers. The councils have far better access to the big picture and the requirements of the community as a whole. We had an example of this, this is off the notes. There was a fibre optic cable laid along our verge, so our verge was dug up to service the subdivision, and we were not permitted to hook into that fibre optic. So that was infrastructure that isn't available to us, and it passes right past our door. And that's what we're saying, that an integrated approach with infrastructure works better for the community, in our opinion. The density of housing was a concern of ours, with the high density of proposed housing isn't in keeping, in our belief, with the rural environment. People choose to live in Prebbleton area because of the rural nature and aspect. People often move out of town to Prebbleton. This area for the plan change proposal is further away from the hub of Prebbleton. So we believe the housing should be less dense, further away from the hub. Most people have been attracted to live in the area due to the rural environment. The retirement village is under construction, which will have dense housing, near amenities and bus routes, and more in keeping and closer to the Prebbleton village hub. So where the mushroom factory used to be on Springs Road, that is a Somerset retirement village currently being built, and there's a Bupa retirement village being built to the northeast end of the Prebbleton hub. We're concerned about the cumulative traffic effects resulting from the number and density of proposed change in subdivision, compounding with multiple subdivisions elsewhere in Selwyn District. There's a funneling of traffic from newer subdivisions on top of growth in Lincoln, Rolleston, Springston, Selwyn and other parts of Prebbleton. There's already an increase in traffic. The safety concerns of pedestrians and cyclists and children going to school, the noise. There's a lot of difficulty crossing the road, very difficult to cross Springs Road now, either car or pedestrian. It's too far in this plan change area from the shopping centre and school for most to walk, so cars will be used. We believe it's not close enough to the hub to be regularly walking to and fro. We've noticed in recent years that the traffic on Springs Road, Birches Road, Shands Road is a lot denser than it was. It's a lot, the funnelling is coming from these other growth areas. Shands Road between Hamptons Road and Trents Road is designated a high crash area, and we will not try and do a right-hand turn from Trents Road into Shands Road. It's a bit like Russian roulette. It's just, we would prefer to go sideways and out on the new roundabout because it's just not safe.
So how would you, where would you be going? You'd be going into Prebbleton, would you?
No, to go into Prebbleton, we'd go east down Trents Road and turn left into Springs Road. If we were doing a right-hand turn into Shands Road to go towards Hornby, it's not, so it's not a safe turn. We'd prefer.
Just going to Christchurch, you've got to go to Christchurch.
Yeah.
And you go down Trents, turn right around that new roundabout.
The trick is to get from Trents onto Shands Road at the moment. There is to be a roundabout there, but at the moment it's a stop sign, and there've been multiple fatalities in that area. So we will go through the back roads across to Blake's Road and then turn west up Blake's Road and then go on the roundabout to turn up onto
You
Shands.
try to avoid that Shands Trents?
We very much avoid it. It's just, we don't feel safe crossing it these days. That's immediately beside where Mr. Pollard is, that corner, and he will confirm with me that it's not a nice intersection to cross.
All right.
We're also concerned about water quality and supply and possible effects on our bore water. We pump our own water, so we're reliant on, we don't want to have any effects on the aquifers. But for the supply, does the Selwyn District Council have sufficient water supply feeding in Prebbleton to have the capacity to provide for this number of new properties? We are able to hook into the Selwyn District Council water, but we still use our own pump water.
Sorry, were you here when the applicant's evidence was given on Monday of last week? I can't remember. I think you were, weren't you?
Yes.
Yes, you were sitting over there, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you heard what the experts said about a particular the water supply, quality of the water supply, and the expert evidence being, and I've got to assess this, I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying it's what was said, that there will not be a problem with potable water. You don't accept that?
It will probably be okay. Yeah.
It's just a concern, but we're.
You're expressing a concern, but you think
Yeah.
sorry, just give me a second. Thank you.
So that the quality question, it's a concern, but we should be okay, we think. The plans that we've seen do not indicate how significant increase in stormwater runoff will be mitigated. The higher the density of urban housing, the greater the area of hard areas, which give a much faster build-up of flood peaks without any provision being made for high-intensity rain events. Flooding problems would extend beyond the proposed subdivision area.
Just again, what's your comment on that now? We haven't got that expert evidence. It's fairly permeable soil, that's what we were told.
Yes, it's hard to tell whether the infiltration within the area itself would, but obviously the greater the hard areas, you're reducing the amount of permeable area for the water to go into the ground water area.
So sorry, I'm just missing the point there. Looking at the availability of permeable areas when you've got the hard bits all over it, are you saying that there's still a problem or not a problem?
Well, the hard areas that come with a subdivision greatly reduce the.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So you're actually trying to get rid of the rainfall intensity through a far smaller area of permeable land that's available.
But the question
You,
is,
you've reduced that.
you've heard the evidence about that, which I'm just telling
Yes,
you.
well, that,
You were here. What do you say about that evidence?
Yeah. Once again, it's a bit subjective, but that's there were no real figures to support that.
So you have some reservations about it, or do you basically accept it? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I'm not.
No, okay.
Anyway.
No, it's a bit subjective in terms of actually the
It's a bit
situation.
subjective, isn't it? All right, thank you. Just carry on. So we're on to
Country aspects.
years.
The country aspects that we love while we're living there will be adversely impacted by extent and density of subdivision proposed. Our quality of life, the rural character. We currently appreciate peace and quiet, lack of traffic, vegetation, softening in the country feel. Trent Shands Road end is lovely with trees, and along most of the length of Trent's Road is vegetation. Privacy, distance away from neighbours. And it's nice to have that bit of space, that buffer. And as Adam was saying too, extensive bird life on our property. We have bellbirds, fantails, wax-sized pheasants, quail, all the English birds, blackbirds, starlings, finches. It's just a beautiful section. We have occasional visit from wood pigeons. We wake up to bellbirds. It's just delightful. We love it.
I think all the quail must have migrated to here. There's about a lot of them I deployed as I drove in here this morning, so
Yeah.
they've obviously left Prebbleton and come here. But anyway,
Yeah, they check around and
so can I just ask you about this? How yours is a light? Would you call it a lifestyle property? Would you or what?
yes,
And how big is it?
it's 5 acres to just over 2 hectares.
And so it's all garden or?
Half an acre garden,
Gosh,
half an acre junk storage, whatever at the back of,
storage,
well, cars
old
and
cars. And
containers and, yeah, various things. And 4 acre paddock, which in the past has had horses and goats, at the moment haymaking. So we don't overutilise the land at all at the moment, but we like.
Is the storage for other people or just for you?
Just for us. So it's still a country aspect that we value.
One of the things that's, I'll ask this question at this point, it's convenient to do so. I'll I'll let you carry on and tell me the rest, but is your property is included as part of the land that's subject to the change, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, at any stage did you agree to that or not?
No. And that's what I jotted down, because I thought you'd be asking that question. We weren't approached by developers regarding the plan
You weren't?
change. We weren't. And whether we wanted to be included or not. We had previously been approached by someone wanting to purchase. And
To
we
purchase?
yeah. And we occasionally get those requests and we've said no thank you at the time. We weren't aware of a plan change being underway until neighbours started talking to us. We don't.
Just pause there. Yes, thank you.
So we weren't aware of a plan change being underway until neighbours started talking about it.
But of course you saw the advertisement and of course responded to it with your submission.
Yeah, yeah, but up until then, we hadn't been aware. We sort of scurried at the, fairly late in the piece to get it together. We don't read the newspaper, public notices and stuff like that, so we hadn't picked up on it.
Well, have you ever had any concerns about the Summerfield operation next door?
We were there before they were.
Oh, okay.
And in the very initial stages, we helped them out when they didn't have water. We sort of,
Sorry, what was that?
when they didn't have water at the very early stages, they had a
Oh, I see.
pipe from us. So there's been they're close neighbours. They've had their business working. The previous owners set it up.
So you haven't had any problem?
No, not directly. Certainly not with the new ones. No.
Not recently?
And most of their spraying and growing operations are behind their house, so it's not close to our house. That's at the back end of their section.
Right. Yeah, sorry, just carry on. I interrupted you. The family
Yeah.
position.
Just before that, just off the notes, one of Mr. Pollard's photos, photo B, showed the Kingcraft Drive entrance.
Yeah.
And that went in after my family were in that property. And so it's a subdivision that takes directly off of Trent's Road. And the impact is that the traffic's slowing down and going into it and lights coming straight at you. So that Kingcraft Drive is directly across from our house.
So what's the effect? Can you get out easily or not?
Oh yes, we can get out easily, but you've just constantly got that traffic going in and out. So cars slowing down makes more noise than cars just going past. And you have headlights coming straight at you.
So what you're saying is you're concerned about the increase in traffic. I mean, you've got to accept what you've got anyway now.
Yeah. But also backing up Greg and Jenny, that they would have an intersection straight across from their house.
Adjacent to Kingcraft Drive. People
No,
going into Kingcraft Drive. Is that what you're saying?
just saying that Greg and Jen saying that a road coming straight towards them will impact them. And I'm just saying that our Kingcraft Drive, when that subdivision went in, that impacted us just with the change of traffic movement. So it was just a little add-on.
So So you're saying the other bisection. Why? Are you you're aware, aren't you, of the demand for sections, etc. in Prebbleton?
Yes, yes, and we're aware that there eventually will be a subdivision at some stage to have.
So how do you, I was going to ask you that question. I mean, obviously, none of us, wherever we live, can say, well, it's always going to be like this forever.
No.
And that's what my job is, to say, well, what's reasonable and what isn't,
Yeah.
in a very broad sense. So what was your response to the knowledge that things might change?
Initially, just annoyed that we hadn't been consulted, that this was sort of plonked on top of us. And, you know, it's supposedly enclosing our land. And I think one of the applicant's comments was that people had been consulted and were either for the application or ambivalent. And we thought, well, nobody asked us. So it was part of that annoyance, and I think that didn't help. We're realistic. We know that eventually there'll be subdivision.
Well, we're getting over it. You know, I mean, obviously, you were annoyed. If you sort of got beyond that point, did you have any different view about it? If you put that behind you, would you have any different view about it? That's the point.
We still don't like the density.
We feel that the local bodies have far better, in a far better position to do a well-planned development for the village of Prebbleton than ad hoc developments, especially on the outer fringes as it is at the moment.
But if and again, don't answer this question if you don't want to. I'm not putting you in a position at all, but if it had been a council change, what would your view about it? Would you have any view about it at all, about the size of the sections or anything else about it?
I doubt if, well, we would have to see what we felt about what was put in front of us, basically. But probably we felt that probably if it was council driven, they probably wouldn't be such high density at this stage of Prebbleton's development out that far from the town centre, the village centre, basically.
I think with the Prebbleton structure plan, was it? I know it's about 10 years old, but that wasn't proposing as high a density out that far.
Was not, or what?
Was not, I believe. So we're realistic that, you know, it will spread out, but not like a town subdivision in the country as far out as Shands Road. One of the expert witnesses said that there's basically that gradation from high density out to lower density isn't done so much now. That's the sort of thing that I thought Prebbleton plan was to do, you know, that it was going to be higher density going out to lower density. So you sort of do a gentle merge out to more rural areas. And that sort of seemed to have a nice pattern to it. You know, it's not as if it's just a plonk of a subdivision here and there's country land and then there's another plonk there. It was more integrated development of the whole area.
Okay, I understand. Yes, carry on.
Our family have been in this particular property for 50 years, so we're locals. We've known the area for a significant time. My parents planted trees that are now 40, 50 years old. We value the rural area. This is where we live. This is our quality of life. The properties round about us, like on the north side of Trents Road, aren't small properties. You know, a lot of them have come because they like being in a country area. This plan change would be a loss of further productive and/or country land. We appreciate the history and the heritage of the Prebbleton area. We're both involved with the Prebbleton Heritage Committee. So looking after the history of the area. Prebbleton as a village started in 1862, so it's 160 years old. It's pretty old for Canterbury. So that village and the history is important. We're also concerned about the pressure on existing amenities. We gather that the Prebbleton School is already full, and there's been a couple of mentions about maybe another school would be built, but that wasn't I don't think there was any detail on that. The plan change area would need to be cycle safe. Surrounding roads for plan change are not very safe for cyclists and pedestrians. There is a really good cycle trail that follows the route of the railway line, and that was pulled up, so it goes from Prebbleton out to Little River, and that's well used. But you've got to get across Springs Road and Birches Road to use that. We should be aiming at climate-friendly options: biking, walking, public transport, electric vehicles, solar panels. I don't know whether it's a thing these days, but you'd think that solar panels would be a good thing to promote for subdivisions and new plan changes these days. The facilities that a higher density housing would ask for, you know, they might prefer to have like shops closer to the subdivision. A lot of people on, especially the southwest end of the plan change area, would be quite a hike to go to the local shops if you're going to walk.
So you think the shop should be included?
Well, I'm just thinking that is that an expectation of people moving into a subdivision that they can just walk around the corner and get something? Or have we moved to the way of life now where you jump in your car to go to anywhere?
So you say if I were to recommend approval, you want some provision to be made for that, or is that what you say?
No, that's not my call. I'm just saying that some people might expect that the amenities were closer to the plan change.
It's not up to their expectation.
And the amenities like the small shops and small supermarket now in Prebbleton villages itself, and that's where the public transport currently goes. There was talk that maybe the ECAN would change the route to bring it into a subdivision, but at the moment it runs along Birches, Springs Road and on into town. I've been travelling that route on the bus for many years. So, having said that, we are opposing plan change 68 as it is, realising that there may well be subdivision in the future, but that it ought to be an integrated part of a larger plan that works best for the community.
Yes, thank you both very much. It's most helpful. So
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now, in terms of actually making, I've actually got a few marks on mine now.
Yeah,
Can you get
no,
another copy? And
yeah, I'll email Grace
thank you very much.
later today. Thank you.
Parsonage, the parsonages. I had Bernard and Andrea Parsonage. We move on to Nettles, Vermont.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Just give me a second to organise myself here, will you? Which is the first document you're?
I've given you a copy of what I'm saying
I've got
verbally,
two
but I'm going to
documents
be, I'm going to be talking to the,
verbal submission.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
okay.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. I have chosen to speak and be heard to reiterate my strong opposition to proposed Plan Change 68. My verbal submission supplements my written submission previously given. We are blessed with many technical experts and hopefully wise heads who are currently in the room or have been. Today it is my intention to not rake over ground already covered. In fact, sir, as you know, our group prefer and celebrate fresh, unencumbered pastures, both literally and figuratively. I will introduce myself briefly with a little background. I will then provide a brief summary of my submission. I'll then expand on a couple of salient points. I appreciate our democratic process and the chance to be heard. This proposed plan change affects us deeply, for we are the residents who have chosen to live our lives, hopefully our best lives, in the rural hamlet of Prebbleton. I proffer, sir, that if proposed Plan Change 68 were to proceed, our ability to, in fact, live our best lives in a peaceful and rural environment will be hampered drastically. A development of this scale will require several years of construction, noise, dust, and disruption. Over the previous days, you have heard from several individuals and many technical relevant points have been highlighted. It is not my intention to go over these points. Suffice to say, I agree with my group of neighbours. Mr. Williamson has succinctly and clearly outlined many of the bones in our case. What I intend to do today is provide a brief glimpse of the human side and give a little insight of the huge negative impact this will have should the plan change proceed. Firstly, a little bit about me, my background. I live at 333 Trents Road, the first house. I am a businesswoman, and in my day job, I'm the managing director of a nationwide training company. I also run a charity distributing funds and investing in charitable endeavours to help individuals and communities prosper rather than founder. I am a company director and chair of 8 entities across the Motu and have a combined responsibility for up to $250 million going through P&Ls each year. I chair audit and risk committees. In short, I am no stranger to debate, and I have honed a strong, august radar over many years executing my roles. The proposers of this plan change want to build many dwellings, and on a surface read of their plan, it is suggested this is a good thing. I would use different language. It is an opportunity, sure, but to whom does it benefit? Not the people who have chosen to live work and utilise this land in a productive manner. The developers will be sure to profit hugely, and the cynic in me puts to you this is the driving motivation for this proposed plan change, overriding the do-good factor of building homes. Much in the way of resources has been thrown at this by the proposers of this plan change, evidenced by the many reports and significant number of individuals engaged on their behalf. It has felt like a David and Goliath scenario. I am trusting in the process and that some sense and sensibility will prevail. I don't have many superpowers, but I do love strategy and I love a good plan. I spend hours, days, weeks looking at strategy, looking into the middle distance and evaluating short-term decisions and how they will affect long-term outcomes. The proposed plan change 68 reeks of little strategy and foresight. The development is a variation and a segue. It deviates from the operative Selwyn District Plan. It aims to create urban housing out to the side in rural paddocks on productive land that is away from services. It will cause disruption and discord and take away the very reason I chose to bring my family to live in a rural village environment. I'll just now move to the detail of my submitted plan.
Is the other document?
Yes, the other document. The summary of that is we recommend that the proposed plan change 68 should be declined.
Sorry, which I've got the second document.
Second document, yeah.
Yep.
Considering the very significant environmental, infrastructural and cumulative effects that would ensue should the change go ahead. Consideration needs to be given to the impact of change, and any partial agreement for a change should address and mitigate the negative impacts. Specifically, we believe that any development of land, if allowed, should be limited to 5,000 square metres as a minimum. Any lighting needs to be discreet and not contribute to light pollution in the night sky. There should be absolutely no egress onto Trents Road from any developments of roads and houses. A clean air zone should be non-negotiable with no log burners allowed. We made, point number 4, we made the explicit decision to move to a rural area and away from an urban zoned environment more than 5 years ago, as a choice to get back to a rural environment and away from traffic pollution and the busy infrastructure that an urban environment invariably brings. This decision was made from both a mental and physical health perspective after experiencing a very trying decade and having our previous home in Canterbury written off in the earthquakes and subsequently family members suffering post-traumatic stress and anxiety. The move to rural Prebbleton meant we could make a fresh start, and the dark nighttime skies were a key factor, so I could pursue my interest in astronomy. Having a rural outlook and country feel was instrumental to choosing Trents Road as our home. We totally value the spacious natural character, the low density residential allotments, the rural amenity values, and peacefulness, quietness of the area. If we knew a large development was going to take place across the road, we would not have chosen to live there. We did not anticipate large traffic movement, urban noise and lighting. We felt comfort in the fact that the rural zoning gave us some protection from development that would negatively impact on our quality of life. We value owning land with productive soils that over time we want to further utilise beyond our olive trees and to further diversified production of edible plants and fruits. I grew up in Selwyn District, in Springston and Irwell. I attended Lincoln Primary and I have watched the development and the rapid expansion in Lincoln and further afield with growing concern, as the development and urban expansion has come at a cost. That being the loss of the already limited productive land available in the area. Globally, soil degradation and loss of productive land is becoming an increasingly important issue, and we are seeing it firsthand right on our doorstep. The request for a change to the Selwyn District Plan contains inaccurate information specifically pertaining to the consultation undertaken with affected stakeholders in the area. Number 13, several of our neighbours run commercial horticultural operations from their properties, and the effects of reverse sensitivities may severely restrict these businesses from being able to operate and may put their viability at risk. The sensitivities include the effects of noise, sprays as part of normal operations, logistical operations, machinery and transport noise, and odours and dust. I have serious concerns around the quality and quantity of water if the plan change were to proceed. We have a well on our property and require an ongoing uninterrupted water supply as we move to utilise our land. In common with our neighbours, we have noted a decline in water availability and are concerned at the negative effect on the water supply by the proposed residential development. There are further concerns on the potential effects of how any proposed development would have on nearby waterways. There is extensive evidence, published literature to suggest urban waterways are more contaminated than rural waterways. The MPS for Freshwater Management 2020 places an emphasis on Te Mana o Te Wai. This is the Māori view that we need to consider the importance and life-supporting capacity of water from the mountains to the sea, the connectedness. If the proposal is likely to affect water quality, there will need to be more consultation with iwi, as the development potentially may contaminate sites where ancestors used to hunt for food. This proposal for Plan Change 68 may not be protecting the Māori of the water. Further to when I submitted this, I went and had talks with Mahanui and the CEO of Mahanui, and I looked at the report that came out from Mahanui, and the discussion revolved around, from their perspective, they responded to a request by the developers to talk about any significant sites. It was also proposed to me that I consider what questions haven't yet been asked. And to that end, should this proceed, I would like to pay for further consultation to unpack some of this, because it wasn't specifically covered in the report given to the developers. Number 16, there are many environmental concerns related to the effects and encroachment onto productive land. Urban sprawl is not necessary to combat the housing crisis. Why not consider building upwards instead of outwards? Climate change is upon us. It is necessary to consider the negative impact of a zone change and the ensuing development on our climate. Urban sprawl brings with it the urban heat island effect, vis-a-vis the change from grass vegetation to paved structures and black surfaces. Urban structures absorb and re-emit the sun's heat, whereas natural landscapes result in a cooling effect through evaporation and transpiration. The expansion of urban areas may also reduces the number of permeable surfaces. Instead of rainfall replenishing productive soils, as it currently does, it will be piped through the stormwater system and will act as a vector for urban contaminants to enter the waterways. Downstream sites here need to be considered. This will need to be discussed with Te Tauamutu. Flood risk for flood zones will significantly increase. The burgeoning effect of traffic with the proposed change 68 will be huge. The proposed development is away from the commercial area of Prebbleton. This means that there will be over 1,000 extra vehicles, possibly, expecting to be utilising the roads around Prebbleton to get to shopping and commercial areas further afield. The current roading structure cannot cope with additional load, as it is already overloaded with the extra strain coming from neighbouring areas, including Lincoln and Rolleston, the cumulative effects. A development such as outlined would lead to further congestion and vehicle emissions, noise and pollution. Plan Change 68 will have a significant effect on the urban form. The council needs to consider the Greater Christchurch Growth Project. Selwyn has been experiencing unprecedented growth, including retirement villages, and care needs to be taken to preserve our environment and special character. The plan change would result in the land being rezoned to allow for higher density residential activities. This creates a disjointed and fragmented environment. The land users will have very different wants and expectations, and this will cause conflict and a situation of reverse sensitivities. What does this mean looking forward? It means a loss of rural character and amenity. And just like smoke in a box, this can never be recovered once development changes the landscape forever. There will also be huge pressure on the local infrastructure that can only just now cope with existing demand. And back to the verbal one, sorry, sir, jumping
No,
to
don't.
paper.
Well, just give me a second to get myself organised here.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. My reason for being here is about health and well-being and trying to protect my family and the rangatahi. Our case opposing this change may well be one on salient points of law. Equally important and relevant is hearing the valid concerns of the people who have made their lives in this immediate community and whose lives will be totally disrupted and impinged. Be curious, question everything. Knowing the purpose is probably the biggest thing. Everything serves the pursuits of that purpose, from the smallest thing, a tiny change, to what the next 50 years may look like, and everything in between. Prebbleton is a village, it has a unique character, and this is now under serious threat. The often misquoted, the often misquoted Dr. Martin Luther King once said, fly, and if you can't fly, run. And if you can't run, walk. And if you can't walk, crawl. It doesn't matter, just keep moving. I say to you today, we want to keep moving, but let's not have development for development's sake. It's like smoke in a box. Once released, it's gone forever. Our quiet, rural, productive land will be gone. And how will subsequent generations judge us on this?
Thank you, Siobhan. Yes, when I've inspected the area generally, and there's obviously a very high standard of housing larger sections where you are. Have you heard the evidence earlier in the hearing or on the first day, for example, the applicant's evidence?
Just little bits.
Yes, all right. Well, anyway, I mean, I think I could summarise it pretty fairly by saying that we heard evidence of virtually no sections available in Prebbleton and a very high demand for sections so people can build, etc. And of course, this happens all over New Zealand or all over the world, I suspect, and that is that you get someone who's got a particularly attractive property which they value all the amenities that go with it. I think, you heard we just heard from Mr. and Mrs. Lees, and I can understand that they value the amenities in their property. But we're all facing change, and you'll understand that my job is to look at all the factors, including, and I must emphasise this, the views of the residents, including the views of the residents, in order to see whether I should recommend approval of this plan or not. That's a rather tortuous way of getting to the question, which is, do you accept that some development in the Prebbleton area is necessary, or do you think it should go somewhere else? What's your position about that?
I'm definitely not of the view of not in my backyard.
Yes, okay.
But we need to look at this extremely carefully and consider the historical nature of what Prebbleton is, the unique nature of what Prebbleton is, and also the way that when development does come, the way it's structured to fit the infrastructure, to fit the services, rather than go from the point of view that there's some available land out here, let's build here. I'm a strategist and that doesn't make sense to me. It needs to be carefully aligned with plans, not just now, but looking out into the future. I'm not against development. I just think we should be very careful about how we develop.
Well, the evidence was from the applicant was that there's very strong demand for these, let me call them smaller sections, as opposed to the sort of section that you've got, the lifestyle or the larger section. There's a strong demand for this. Do you accept that sort of division should be made in Prebbleton somewhere or not?
I don't particularly think Prebbleton would be the place for a very high density housing. My view would be people wanting that type of development would want to be very close to services.
So where do you say, the question I think is relating to Prebbleton, do you think that it's reasonable for people to be asking for the higher development in Prebbleton, either on the outside of Prebbleton or where the land's available?
I think closer to the city would make more sense.
So do you say that that there should be no smaller sections available in the Prebbleton area?
I'm comfortable with larger size sections. I think I said in my submission 5,000, but I think that would be sensible. Much smaller than that, it's my favourite saying, smoke out of a box, smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you lose the whole.
I think you've made your position very clear. Are you familiar with any of the planning documents that the Selwyn District Council has been involved in?
Yes, I've had a brief look, but it's not my specialty,
No,
so I'm relying on the experts to discuss them. From my own perspective, it was very much a lifestyle choice, and I cannot reiterate more the importance to us of that peaceful time. I lost a very close friend in the earthquakes, and my oldest child was severely impacted and has had subsequent suicide attempts, and the impact on that of our family has been huge. And I wouldn't say that we're particularly affluent, but we made a choice to try and I work a lot and I work all around the country, so I need to be reasonably close to an airport, but we wanted a quiet environment. For us, our family is number one, and looking after our children, trying to first of all keep them alive and then help them see hope. And being in that environment in the last while has made a huge difference, just to have that peace and that green landscape and the quiet's been just incredible.
Yes, thank you. That's been very helpful. I'm grateful for your attention. Thank you. Now, someone's going to read the Urquhart's statement on their behalf. Is that right?
Sorry, don't do
Oh,
that.
you're coming back. Right, that's good. Just give me a chance to get this. Right, well now, let me just get this organised. Yes, I think if you just read it to me.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm sorry, I've only been given this document about an hour ago, so I'm reading this on behalf of Helen Urquhart and Roger. Hello everyone, my name is Helen Urquhart and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband Roger and myself. I'm sorry I cannot attend today as I am a household contact of a COVID case with one of my sons testing positive. I work in deaf education, so my qualifications are in education, holding a Bachelor of Science degree, plant sciences, Diploma of Teaching, Higher Diploma of Teaching, and a Diploma of Teaching the deaf and hearing impaired. As you can see, I have no experience with urban planning, land development, and the legal ins and outs of such. I have never made a submission to council or anything previously, and this process has been a steep learning curve. Therefore, my apologies if I am not as accurate or as precise as others or cannot pinpoint a policy reference. Last week, you heard from many experts who spoke and referred to their reports. Today, I hope to give a more personal experience on how this process and proposal have impacted on us and raised some concerns, of which many have been glossed over or brushed aside by the experts. We live at 335 Trents Road, opposite the proposed development site, along with our two sons. We moved here coming up 14 years ago, making a conscious decision to live in a rural location. My husband, having grown up on a farm, values open spaces. Previously, we lived in a subdivision near Yorkhurst with paddocks opposite us. When we learned these were to be developed into residential housing, we decided perhaps it was time for us to move on, and we were fortunate enough to find our current property. We felt reassured, perhaps naively, that the zoning at our property, existing development area and the inner rural plains opposite us gave us protection from any development occurring. If we wanted to live surrounded by houses in a subdivision, we would have stayed where we were. While for many of you it is your day-to-day job to interpret policy, prepare and present reports and attend hearings such as this, it is not ours. Most of us here today are working, raising families or running a business. This process has been a stressful time, and it's been a consuming process trying to digest reports filled with jargon and policy for something we never wanted in the first place. The need to defend what we currently have and are zoned for while trying to carry on our normal lives in this most abnormal time has been tiresome. We do not have the same resources to fund reports by experts on everything associated with a private plan change. So while we can equally partake in this process, we are not on an equal playing field when it comes to collating, accessing and interpreting information to present as the applicants have. It was also very challenging to find any experts to help us, as many have a conflict of interest, either having worked with the parties in the past or who have currently working on other private plan changes in the district. Once again, it's not an equal playing field. Many thanks to Nick Williamson for the work he has done. Many who made a submission but chose not to appear at this hearing were in opposition to the development. While they are not here, I think it is worth keeping their opposition to this development in our minds. Number one, Me Too. When considering the Me Too group, I think careful consideration needs to be given to their original submissions and, more importantly, their motivation for any changes. Many properties have outwardly stated their preferred option is to oppose the plan change. It would appear to me that those who say, I'm opposed, but if it goes ahead to include me too, would indicate that so great is the impact of this development on their lifestyle or business, the only viable option they feel is to sell up and move. How can that be right or fair on the owners? Much of the reporting to date has been based on 820 sections. It has not been based on the Me Too and the gap. If these were to be included, then 820 sections is yesterday's news. Urban-rural boundary and urban-rural form. Photo 1 and 2. The rural-urban boundary has been treated harshly by this developer in the past. You need not look further than the photo included, which shows the existing boundary between Stirling Park and the adjoining lifestyle block at 414 Trents Road. The photo would suggest that no care was really taken in good design here because the developer was and is playing a waiting game and eventually sees themselves extending this part of Stirling Park into this property. This idea is supported by Patricia Hart as she reports in her evidence summary dated 21st of March that to the east, PC 68 adjoins Stirling Park, which is now a fully developed residential area sitting between Hampton Springs and Trents Road. Connections between Stirling Park and new residential development to the west, such as PC 68, have already been planned and created in the form of a connecting road, Gilder Drive, 2 green space cycle routes and a further road connection through Guinea Place. A further example of poor rural urban planning is shown on Hamptons Road. Photos 3 to 5. As you can see by the photo, a boundary fence has been built parallel with the road. You can see the land is neglected, full of weeds, out of sight, out of mind for the property owners, while the rural land sits opposite. It is a harsh transition, one side of the road residential, one side rural with paddocks. In addition to this, it is noted in one report that development area is lacking in significant landscape features and shelter belts are common. In terms of visual amenity, the adjacent rural residential properties will experience a change in the openness of views across the space, although in many locations views are restricted by existing shelter belts or plantings. Adjoining suburban residential properties, current and future, overlooking the plan change areas, will have a mix of open, partial and screened views of future development. Changes to the experience of these residents is considered low, given the character of existing views and existing boundary treatments on their properties, with the plan change viewed as a natural extension of existing residential areas. Who decides our experiences will be considered low? That is very assuming to be kind. It is hardly surprising regarding the shelter belts when currently it is rural and shelter belts are commonplace. So to use that as a negative in supporting of the proposal is weak. It also notes that many of the existing properties will not be visually impacted by the development because of those shelter belts. We are hardly going to remove these as they serve a function, i.e. shelter, and as correctly stated, will reduce the visual impact of housing opposite us should this plan change go ahead. Collectively, these shelter belts provide the rural sense and add a greenness to the area. However, it is more than that. As soon as we step out of our gate, it feels like peace. We are in the country, or so it feels. The same can be said when arriving home. I get a sense of relief, for lack of a better word, when the road opens up away from residential housing into the rural part of Trents Road. The visual amenity we are losing simply isn't just shelter belts. Note points in bold below. The purpose of Selwyn 2031 District Development Strategy is to provide an overarching strategic framework for achieving sustainable growth across the district to 2031. The key outcomes anticipated by the Selwyn 2031 actions that are relevant to the housing density and typology work stream are protection of our existing character, provision of a range of housing types to meet the diverse range of social, cultural and in economic benefit. Retain the district's sense of rural identity by adopting a consolidated approach to urban growth. Photo 6 shows Trents Road with some of the properties in the gap. Note the greenery the trees give. Would these remain? As mentioned earlier, individually, they may not have value individually, but collectively they do. Education, number 3. It would appear that the Ministry of Education is no longer opposing this, with land being set aside for a schoolroom, is my understanding. Do we now have that much land? There have been no reports provided in regard to noise assessment of this, nor the traffic movements and traffic a school would generate. None of the traffic reports discussed a school, as far as I'm aware, and its impact. It would also increase the flow of traffic on those interactions in the block of Springs, Trents, Shands and Hamptons. You only need to look at Prebbleton School to see the amount of traffic and parking issues a school can generate, which local residents experience. While cycle routes and footpaths will be provided, many children get a ride to school by a parent or caregiver on their way into work. How does land being set aside for a school impact on the density of housing in the area? Whereabouts in their concept plan will the school be positioned? Has any thought been given to the follow-on impact to Lincoln High School, bearing in mind the growth there? Number 4, housing supply, population growth and urban growth. In Mr. Colgrave's evidence on Monday, the 21st of March, he said demand for housing was insatiable. By that very use of the word, there will never be enough sections. Everyone who wants to live in Prebbleton does not need to find a section and build a house. There is housing stock on the market currently, along with at least 8 sections available for sale in just this past weekend. Much has been made of population growth in the area, which no one can deny, but caution needs to be taken when looking too far into the future. Predictions of population growth beyond 10 years are fraught with issues. Unfortunately, long-term predictions, more than 10 years, for population growth are almost always wrong, simply because there are too many factors and variables that impact on different aspects of the drivers behind the modelled numbers. Mike Blackburn, May 21, Blackburn Management Reporting for Birches Village, Prebbleton. Not a lot of attention has been given to the population growth the 2 rest homes will provide, Bupa and Somerset. Between these 2 developments, it is estimated that there will be as many as 700 new residents in Prebbleton within the next 2 to 3 years. Although this is in a different demographic age bracket from proposed new residential developments. Mike Blackburn, May 2021, Blackburn Management Reporting for Birches Village, Prebbleton. I add this to make the point, population growth does not always equate with sections available on the market. Mr. Colgrave also stated that properties in and around Prebbleton are mostly new housing stock on large sections. People who move here are looking for larger houses on larger sections. If people want to go to smaller type housing, they tend to live closer to the city. If this is the case, then why on earth are 65% of the sections in the PPC less than 600 square metres according to core logic? This is completely out of step with the surrounding area. The sheer size and proportions of the land area is massive, which I believe will result in something like 80% increase in population. The domain and new recreation reserve are all on the other side of Springs Road, as are the local sports clubs. How does having a development this size contribute to a well-functioning town when people are crossing Springs Road for recreation? Mr. Colgrave also provides this insight. This, in turn, reflects Prebbleton's proximity to and easy accessibility from Christchurch City. In short, because Prebbleton is located so close to the city, it benefits from the growth and development of nearby areas there, such as Horsell. In addition, Prebbleton is well serviced by relatively frequent and reliable public transport services to or from the city. Plus, it has an urban outlook to the east, but a rural one to the west. So it effectively gets the best of both worlds. Yet our rural one is potentially being compromised. It is ironic that the selling point of rural is what he sees as an asset. is the very thing that is at risk with this development. The comment in regards to the easy commute to Christchurch is important, as we are being told how people will not need to commute to the city with job opportunities in the local surrounding area. Yet he sees the commute as a positive factor for the development. A bus route that takes you to the city is good, but that is the only place it can take you. There are no services that connect with Hornby or Fallsville directly from Prebbleton. While they have stated that people may not need to commute to town, the majority of people do so. Currently, Selwyn District residents rely heavily on centres in Christchurch City to meet their daily household needs. At some stage, someone needs to draw the line literally, and thankfully, his has already been done by the policies already in place. There are boundaries. Not only are we now talking about a residential development now, but also I see commercial has been added to it. Plan change 68 seeks to rezone approximately 67.5 hectares of land in Prebbleton to accommodate around 820 dwellings and a small amount of supporting commercial activity. Since when, I ask? There is no other reporting done around a commercial development or the implications, and once again, traffic impacts the commercial development might have. The PPC change has now gone from a residential development of 820 sections to a residential development, 820 sections plus, with a school and a commercial area. Talk about goalposts moving. Number 5, pollution. CO2 emissions. Much has been discussed over recent times about reducing our carbon footprint. One of my initial concerns I raised in my submission was around pollution. There are no clean air provisions in Selwyn as in Christchurch. Many new homes, including in the existing Stirling Park, have log burners. Will there be covenants around clean air burner log burners with at least 820 sections? If this PPC was approved, it could be used as an opportunity to make this a sustainable, low carbon footprint use of solar power. Reusing Great Water, a one kind of subdivision, would make it stand out and set an example for those to follow. 5A, pollution and traffic movement. Despite what has been said around creating employment opportunities that don't require people to commute to Christchurch, the majority of people living in Prebbleton do. Houses in Prebbleton are marketed with the proximity of the southern motorway as an advantage. Just from this weekend alone, several properties were marketed this way. How would this development be any different? The roundabouts, when complete, will provide access to Shands Road. Connecting to the motorway will be used as a selling point, so the Christchurch to Prebbleton commute will continue to grow. With slower speeds being implemented and more traffic, the travel times will increase and pressure on bottlenecks. For example, Brougham Street Overbridge will also increase. Already we get traffic from Lincoln and Rolleston on our local roads, and more will cut through Hamptons or Trents to get to Shands Road. This does not even take into account the cumulative effects of the multiple plan changes happening within Lincoln and Rolleston specifically. There is talk of electric bikes and scooters in one report. I'm not too sure how many people will do their supermarket shopping using their bike. Bikes and scooters are mostly a leisure activity, and you need only look at traffic in the morning and evening to see this. People will still use their cars. From the Shands Road end of Trents Road to Springs Road is approximately 1.4 kilometres. A third of vehicle trips are less than 2 kilometres, and the majority are less than 6 kilometres, many as a single occupant. Conveniently, a graphic is provided for electric car use by David Smith from Appendix. It is only in 2041 electric cars will slightly outnumber petrol. So what happens over the next 19 years with emissions from cars? Traffic has not been normal for years in this area, with continuous residential and roadworks in the area. So traffic counts are never going to be a true reflection of what is really happening. As an aside, the current Stirling Park does not have any driveways connecting with Trents, Springs or Hamptons Road, see photo 7. Access to all properties is from within the subdivision. Why then are driveways coming onto Trents Road now okay? Noise pollution. No assessments have been carried out related to noise pollution. This is even more relevant now since there is a provision for a school going in, at least 820 sections, potentially more when considering the gap in the mid-twos, should the plan be approved. There has been talk about traffic movements, but none around the noise generated from the traffic. Trent's Road is a coarse chip seal, and no matter the type of fuel a car uses, the road noise is still there. More traffic equals more road noise. Light pollution. Currently, we do not have street lighting on Trent's Road and do not have many neighbours. The ability to see clearly into the night sky and see the Milky Way, constellations and the red moon last November are also why we enjoy living where we do. 820 sections, roading plus will produce light pollution, which we are learning more about how it impacts on human health. While LEDs are better in reducing some issues, they are related to other concerns. A groundbreaking report recently released by the American Medical Association Council on Science and Public Health affirms known and suspected impacts to human health and the environment caused by lighting emitting diodes, LEDs, that emit excessive amounts of blue light. International Dark Sky Association. In summary, this proposed plan change has been a hurried cut and paste job from the start, with inaccuracies right from the very beginning, with referring to it as Sovereign Farms, and still at the hearing referring to Rolleston in one report. Many concerns have been glossed or brushed over with no clear indications of who is responsible for what and when, for example, sewer. It is ironic that this hearing is being held here at Taitapu due to Prebbleton Community Hall not having good internet. What does that say about existing infrastructure? Wording in the reports is non-committal, with loose phrasing allowing for very wide interpretation. It is very short-sighted to look at each plan change in the area as an individual development. These developments do not happen in isolation from one another, but somehow get treated that way. What we really need to know is the impact, the cumulative effect of all of the PPCs together that are having on infrastructure and roading. It really concerns me that this is the approach taken. When I first started teaching, my tutor said, take care of the little things and the big things will look after themselves. The little things haven't been taken care of here, so how will we know the big things will look after themselves? We remain in opposition to this development, and if it does proceed, I think some serious thought be given to much larger sections in keeping with and sympathetic to the surrounding rural environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you're next door neighbours, but I won't ask you to speak for the circuit. I think that we'll just leave it at that. And thank you very much for presenting that evidence.
You're welcome.
Right, well, we're at the stage now where Angela Phillips was next, but she's unavailable, and a statement will be produced by her, which will be circulated to everyone, which leaves me with three witnesses, Murray England, Matt Collins, and Jonathan Cleese. I think we'll have the lunch adjournment now. Everyone's nodding enthusiastically. I think we probably had a pretty good morning. Shall we say 2 o'clock, give everyone a decent break. We'll start again at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Bring them. You're there, absolutely, why not? Will that be okay from the recording point of view?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, thank you. I've got your evidence, except mine's got draft all over it. I presume I just forget about that, do I?
Correct. Yeah, sorry, I will update that.
Well, don't worry, I mean, long as if you assure me that there's no changes between this one and what you're reading from, then we're okay.
Yep, no.
All right, fire ahead, thank you.
And you're my summary reading, sorry?
No.
AJ?
I haven't got the summary.
Sorry, I'm about to circulate it.
Perfect. So
Okay.
I'll read that.
I just wait for a minute.
Someone's feeling fairly succinct, otherwise.
That's pretty short, that's short to done. Right, thank you. Just wait for the situation. Well done. Far ahead, thank you.
My name is Murray Russell England. I've prepared a statement of evidence dated 17th of December 2021 as an officer of Salem Council with respect to plan change 68 to Salem Plan. My qualifications and experience is set out in that statement. I now provide a summary of my evidence which addresses the water supply, wastewater system and stormwater network operated by council which might be impacted by this plan change. Water supply. Prebbleton Water Supply provides untreated deep groundwater to the Prebbleton community. Prebbleton is expected to grow over the next 30 years. Capacity upgrades are proposed to meet this growth, including additional water sources, bores, storage and pipeline infrastructure. I consider that additional capacity within the network to service this plan change can be made available with future capacity upgrades proposed and planned for, and therefore future water demand for the proposed plan change can be met. The articulated water supply for the proposed plan change will need to be designed to meet the firefighting standards. Wastewater. Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. Wastewater is treated and disposed of at the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant, known as Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant in Williamson. The Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant is designed to be progressively upgraded to accommodate up to 60,000 person equivalents, known as PE, of incoming flow, with plans to meet the treated capacity up to 120,000 PE being prepared. It's known as Pines 120. The current connected catchment, this is late 2021, has a population equivalent of approximately 42 to 45,000. There are plans to expand the irrigation area to cover 302 hectares. We're currently irrigating 189 hectares. This equates to servicing more than 120,000 population equivalents or more than 100,000 PE if the largest irrigator is not in operation. Ultimately, additional areas within the 486 hectares of land owned and consented could be developed for land-based disposal while remaining in compliance with existing resource consent conditions. Wastewater conveyance. Connection of the development's wastewater network to the council's reticulated network at the Prebbleton Terminal Pump Station is feasible. This will be subject of an engineering approval process in the future. Stormwater. It is anticipated by the applicant that stormwater will be discharged to ground. Proposed management of stormwater is appropriate for this area. Resource consent for stormwater discharge from environmental injury will be required before any subdivision consent can be approved. Water races. There is a length of water race bounding the development along Hamptons Road, which will need to be piped under road crossings and potentially along the frontage of residential properties. There are viable means to manage the water race. Enabling infrastructure. Council, through development contributions and development agreements, fund and construct infrastructure required to enable new developments. There is sufficient time to acquire all necessary consents, designations, and or amendments to these to enable growth as proposed by this plan change.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. Just have a few questions. We just deal section by section water supply. You've heard the residents expressing concerns about possible contamination of their water supply because of, I think, the intrusion of stormwater. That's the main thing. Are there, when I was questioning one of the witnesses, the applicant, I questioned whether or not the water supply came from a confined aquifer or whether it was not a confined aquifer. Is that, do you know that or not?
It is going to depend on the depth of their bores. If they are shallow bores, I suppose there's potential for contamination, but if they are through a confining layer, then there won't be concerns there.
So you're not quite sure whether it's a confined one or not?
Well, I'm not sure how deep their bores are. So
Oh, okay, I
if their bores
understand, yeah.
have gone through that confining layer.
So my understanding is this, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that if the water is being extracted from a confined aquifer, then the stormwater won't permeate into the confined aquifer, there's no problem.
Correct. I think it's probably also fair to say it'll be a matter that Environment Canterbury looks at when they're granting this.
Well, I'm just going to get, yeah, I just got to ask you about that. Now, if the water is coming from an unconfined aquifer, is there a prospect that stormwater could permeate into it and somehow influence the quality of it?
Yes, there could be, although you design your stormwater system so that you'll be discharging away from those, from that catchment.
So just let me make a note of that. So away from the sources of potable water.
Correct. Yeah.
Is it potable or potable? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
It is potable.
Potable, oh, I've got it right, that's good.
There may also be, I'm not sure where these bores are and if they are in fact going to be impacted, but there could be potential to extend the particular network to service those properties too, which would be an applicant's cost, but we could potentially provide a restricted connection to properties which are deemed to be impacted.
So are you, one of the themes which is coming out from the submissions which I've heard is, and indeed from the Regional Council and the City Council, is the concern about this not being the only change which we're talking about in the district, etc. And, you know, have, in the absence of a collaborative approach, so to speak, then it's not really possible to say whether or not the infrastructure is going to be sufficient for this particular change, plus all the others. Have you got any comments about that? I mean, and that's addressed at all of the issues here.
Yeah, so in terms of water supply, I'm satisfied that all the plan changes in Prebbleton can be serviced with the consensual water that we currently have.
So yes, with the water supply is not a problem.
Correct. I think the Regional Council read through the evidence. One of their main concerns is the Pines wastewater treatment plant. And there's a differing opinion, I suppose. When, you know, I can provide a wee bit of context to that. When Council applied for the original consent for Pines, and the application talked about, I think it was 45,000 people we can service, something in that order. But that was based on a whole lot of assumptions on the quality of the effluent, the quality of the treatment process, how much groundwater we get into our sewers, infiltration, inflow, and those sort of things. So the reality is that what we're actually getting at the plant is a whole lot less than what we proposed would be.
Getting a whole lot.
So a whole lot less in terms of quantity per household, and the treatment process is more advanced than what we proposed. And so our resource consent itself outlines concentrations of nitrate that we can discharge to the ground. So based on what we're actually receiving at the plant, we can actually service a whole lot larger population than what we thought. So the consent provides a limit of concentration, and we can meet those conditions, and that's what I've said in my statement. But in our application, as a way of context to the application, we said we believe this would be in the order of so many households equivalent. And that's what I think Environment Canterbury are picking up, saying you've got to consent for this amount of population, and we're saying no, we've got to consent to discharge this concentration, which with updated information.
So you're saying, just look at this, you're saying it's not a, I just want to write this 2 minutes down. Just give me a second. So you're saying it's not the heat of population, and your position is that, in fact, the effluent loads have been lower than had been anticipated, and therefore there's more capacity.
Correct.
This is helping. So your position is that that capacity can be used.
Correct.
And is there an argument then with this regional council about that?
There's not an active argument, but it has come up in the evidence countering mine, I've noticed.
Well, you see, as I said before, a critical argument for the other side, so to speak, for the submitters in opposition, is that I shouldn't approve this change until I can be absolutely sure that the infrastructure is available, and that I shouldn't be taking a risk in saying, well, it may or may not be available. The evidence on behalf of the applicant, I'm not talking about your evidence, the evidence on behalf of the applicant is that the infrastructure is available for this change. I've questioned you about whether the other changes, if they are approved, of course we don't know at the moment, those that are relevant in the relevant area, and I don't know what the positions about those is either. But on the assumption that they are approved, we've talked about the water supply, that's okay. As far as this is concerned, is there enough capacity here for those other changes, if the other changes are approved as well?
It'd be nice if we were sitting in Rolleston, because it's a lot easier to add additional capacity. There's definitely enough capacity with the minor upgrades that I want, more than minor, but in my original evidence, I've listed a number of ways we can increase the capacity of getting wastewater from Prebbleton through to Rolleston. And those are, I suppose, are low-hanging fruit, if you like. And if two of the plan changes were approved, then those low-hanging fruit upgrades could be accomplished, and we have no issues. If the three plan changes get approved, then we'll have to look at slightly more significant upgrades.
Sorry, just pause there.
I see. Yeah, so there might be two matters here that we're talking about, and maybe cross purposes. So one is conveyance of getting the wastewater from Prebbleton through to the Pines wastewater treatment plant, and that's what I was referring to in terms of those extra upgrades that are required. The other part is Pines wastewater treatment plant upgrade itself, and the council's long-term plan with design, budget for, and provision for now development contribution to expand Pines from what it is today to 120,000 population equivalents. So I'm satisfied that the treatment plant can cope with these flows, and I've done the maths to.
You mean including all the changes?
Correct. So the only sticking point which will require some further thought if all three plan changes are approved is how we get it from Prebbleton through to Rolleston. And it's not.
So I just paused the shift from.
So this is convey the flows, pump the flows from Prebbleton through to Rolleston.
Just on that point, my understanding from the evidence given on behalf of the applicant was that it just needs a stronger pump on the periphery of the, I don't know where it is exactly, but on the periphery of this development, a stronger pump to get it to Pines.
Correct.
And the evidence of that was that would be available. Now, the crunch point seems to be if you're now saying we'll look at the Pines plant, there may be some, if all three changes are approved, there may be need for a bit of rethinking then as to what happens to Pines.
No, so Pines is fine, the treatment plant's fine. It's just pumping it from Prebbleton through to the treatment plant.
Oh, okay, just a minute. So it's the pumping, the first stage I was talking about, from Prebbleton to Pines.
Correct, yeah.
And that may need some upgrading.
Correct.
Is that because the other changes will be on it as well?
Yeah. So, so when you say changes, plan changes, so there's three proposed plan changes in Prebbleton at the moment. Two of
I'm
them,
not sure where they are, to be honest. I haven't sort of had a quick look at them.
no, that's right. If sort of two gets approved, then those upgrades that I've mentioned in my evidence would cover that capacity lift we need. So if two plan changes occur, then the upgrades that I've proposed would then provide enough capacity for those two plan changes. If three plan changes occurred, well, then we'd have to look at doing additional upgrades. So it just goes from
Pause there. If the three approved, and that's for the first, that's from the Prebbleton to the compliance.
correct.
In other words, you're going to get a bigger pump.
Yep. And bigger pipe.
And bigger pipe.
Correct.
Well, you can understand what my position is. I'm being asked by the submitters to say, to find that there's not enough certainty there to justify approval of the change. Now, can I or can I not proceed on the basis that that is still a concern in relation to wastewater? In other words, if you need to, by the way, this is a pretty important point, and if you need to go away and look at it or whatever, well, then you better say so, because I mean, because I'm proceeding on the basis, at the moment, of the expert evidence on behalf of the applicants that there is sufficient wastewater capacity. What you're telling me now is that if three changes are approved, and that's a possibility, I just don't know, including this one, obviously, then whilst Pines is okay, because it's got plenty of capacity, then maybe you need to upgrade the pump and maybe you need a bigger pipe. The question then becomes, well, can I proceed on the basis that if that is the case, it will be provided?
So if I could just jump in here just from plan perspective in terms of the three plan changes and where they're at in Prebbleton, because it's quite important in terms of the timing that Mr. Amos was talking about. So PC 72, just down 72, just down sort of Trice's Road area, Trice's Birches corner of that, went to a hearing maybe a month or so ago. So that's sort of quite well advanced. That's sort of sitting with Commissioner Thomas for a decision. And then there's this one, obviously.
Waiting a decision.
Yep, so it's awaiting a decision that's been heard. And there's this one, which is before you. And then the third plan change is plan change 79, which is at the southern end of Springs Road. And that plan change has yet to be notified. So that's still at an RFI point pre-notification. So that still has some.
It's about to be notified.
Oh no, it's still waiting for further information. So, and then obviously with the Enabling Act has to sort of provide for medium density. So that's effectively being reworked. So there's still quite a bit of water to go under the bridge for that plan change. But the key point I guess I'm getting to is because the timing of that is going to be some months away before PC 79 gets to a hearing, that by the time that third plan change gets to the hearing, decisions will have issued on the first two. And so as Mr. Ringle says, there's enough capacity for 2 out of 3. So,
sorry, I'm missing the point. 79 is delayed, and you've explained that to me. Why does the sequence make any difference?
well, because of time, if the first 2 are approved, then the capacity issue becomes an issue for PC 79 as the last cab off the rank. But if either of the first 2 are declined, then
No, the first two are approved, and then this one, for argument's sake, was approved, and we're looking at the capacity situation. There is then the need, isn't there, to look at this?
Yes, so it really becomes a need if you're the last cab off the rank, and if the first 2 have been approved.
Well, so you're anticipating, you're looking at what you're saying, well, this one's all right, but the real problem, if there is a problem, it's with 79 on this one.
Yeah. Okay. And even if there is a problem, there'll still be an engineering solution. As you said, it's a bigger pipe and a bigger pump. It just then becomes more, it's a more expensive exercise.
Well, you see that I think rather illustrates the point that the submitters are making, which is, well, look, it really shouldn't be first up bed stressed. It should be a situation where there's a sort of overall view of it. And that this is what you're saying about what we don't really know until, because 79, we don't know the fate of any of these changes at the moment. But if 79 is approved and the other two are approved, well then there is a problem. Well, there's a problem because they'll have to look at a bigger pump and bigger pipes. I think my concern is, I suppose, this, that the question is really whether that is something that I need to take into account. I have no view about it at the moment, other than it's something I do need to look at anyway. And what I'm really asking Mr. England to say is, well, if that occurred, if 68 and 60, sorry, 72 and 68 were both approved, 79 was later approved, can he tell me that yes, there will be enough capacity, well, that the council will deal with the issue at that point? Or the council say, well, sorry, we're not going to do that. You know, you're stuck with it. You can't, there is not enough capacity. We haven't got the money to increase the pump station and the size of the pipes, and that's it. So that's something that has to be, I need to ask that question, don't I? Look, I don't want you to give an answer that's not considered, and if you feel that you need to look at that further, well, then that's going to have to be the way it's going to have to be, I think, because I think this is quite important. It's potentially important. I'm not saying it is, but it's potentially important.
Just on that very
Yeah.
topic, the issue, of course, is that the other.
Sorry, we could just use the
Yeah, sorry.
speaker.
Sorry.
I'm allowing us information.
Yeah,
I think it's really
yeah, sorry. It was just for the point of clarification, because we haven't seen the technical evidence provided in the other plan change, obviously, because it's distinct to this. So from the submitter point of view, we're looking at the papers, you know, that are in the room in the course of these proceedings. And if there was technical reports which have concluded that this plus something equals acceptable, we haven't seen what that something is, and there's a procedural point, I think, that if there's some.
Well, I think I'll deal with it on the basis that I'll have to think about this, but my present feeling is that it needs to be clarified, and if it was clarified, then the information will become available to everyone. I'll consider that, but just the question I had was not just relating to that overall position, which is what's been submitted as raising. You talked about wastewater, potable water. I think that's I don't need any more further from you on that. Wastewater, yes, I do. Stormwater, I've heard the evidence in relation to that. There's probably not anything you can add to that, is there, or not?
No, I'm comfortable with stormwater.
And the last point is this. The question of the agreements which were referred to, can I just, in Mr. Hall's evidence, he spent some considerable time talking about the collaboration between developers and the council. And one of the difficult issues I have to decide, I think I may have to decide, and it may or may not be relevant, is the extent to which I can rely upon things going smoothly and appropriate agreements being reached with the developer, as opposed to needing everything to be absolutely locked down right as at today, the 28th of March, or whatever the day is. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So, have you any comments to make about Mr. Hall's evidence about, I think the thrust of it is in the past, arrangements with the developer have worked properly. In the end, the developer ends up paying for the infrastructure, which is directly related to the development. If for some other reason they've got to increase the size of the pipes, not to do with the development, well, of course, the council pays for that. So that, and then, well, it's really the 2 points, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm completely comfortable with that, and that's how it's worked ever since I've been working here. An example, we've got a development in Kiwi, which will be starting on Wednesday, laying a 4 metre deep, 300 metre pipe through a development agreement. We've got 2 developments working on development agreements in Darfield at the moment, one on Craig Road and one on Telegraph Road. Farrington South and Wollaston is currently installing a sewage pump station, rising main and water mains, all through development agreements. So it's something that we have done really well here in Selwyn. I have read some of the submitters' evidence, briefly skimmed through it, and maybe it's the difference between a large Auckland council and what we can do here in Selwyn, being a bit more agile, but we've prided ourselves on being a growth district, and we've had no issues at all with development agreements that I'm aware of. I think it's a lot of them.
The other thing was the infrastructure plan, what's it called, that the council has, long-term planning.
Oh, sorry.
The long-term planning of infrastructure, which it does every so many years. You've got to make submissions if you want something's coming up in the council session, etc. To what extent did the council take into account those 3 plan changes when looking at this plan? You know that or not?
Yeah, so it's a hard one because you obviously have to plan on things that are certain that you know, but then there's also what they call engineering judgment, and you know where things are going to happen too. So we do have some funds set aside for over and above cost to work with developers to install infrastructure that wasn't necessarily paying for.
But
So
do you know whether when setting the, for example, you talk about the Pines upgrade, the question I have is, when the council was considering this, was it looking at, there was a prospect that 68, 79 and this one, sorry, 72, 68 and 79 may all be approved?
So we actually look at things slightly differently. So we say, what's the population predictions, regardless of where they're going to be, and then ensuring we have infrastructure in place to meet those. So in terms of the Pines wastewater treatment plant, it could be Darfield, Wollaston, Prebbleton, Lincoln, Leaston in the future. It doesn't matter where they are. We've got capacity for the next 30 plus years planned out.
Okay, so, well, I suppose I can answer it the other way. The population projections they've made, do they mirror, that do they fit with the plan change, that what's likely to come from the plan changes?
Yeah, so I've gone through and add up all the growth in existing areas plus all the plan changes that we know about, and that fits in pretty closely to 120,000 PE.
Sorry, just pause. All the plan changes.
Correct.
That's the worst case scenario. And therefore the long-term infrastructure plan is reflects that.
Correct.
Right. All right, well, I think the likelihood is I will deal with this on the basis I've discussed. I want to make sure that, in fairness, that the submitters, that if they've got anything to say about it, well, obviously we need to know about that. But look, thank you very much for that.
So I could say just one quick thing, maybe hopefully it clarifies, doesn't confuse things, but with the plan change 79, it's going through process now, plus this plan change, I'm comfortable that the recommendations of upgrades for my evidence will cater for those growths. If the third plan change comes in, then we have to give a more thought about how we'll cater for that. But it is an enduring solution, so it may just be a greater extension of pipe upsizing. I just don't know what that is in front of you today.
Well, okay, so I'm going to ask you to put that in writing. I think we need that clarified, just as best you're able to.
That's fine. I want a planning response too at the same time, isn't it, about the priority of order?
Just give me a second. Sure. Right, thank you very much.
Pleasure, thank you.
Mr. Collins, next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I wish it could be as concise as Mr. England. Unfortunately, my summary is a little bit longer. Are you comfortable with me starting at section 3?
Yes. Just a minute. I've read about your experience. Yes. Okay. It's 3. Yes, I am.
Section 3, summary of transport matters. Reviewed the following evidence in chief and summaries of evidence.
Just sorry, just pausing there, just I suppose for those that are watching this remotely, I should indicate that the departure of omitting your qualification and experience, and also indicating in paragraph 2 that you're complying with the code of expert conduct. So that is why I allow this witness to report, should I say, to go to this paragraph 3.
I've reviewed the following evidence in chief and summaries of evidence from the applicant, Dave Smith for transportation and Patricia Hart for planning. I've reviewed the following evidence in chief from submitters, Williamson and Marcus Lehman. I've reviewed the following summary statements from other specialists acting for council, and that's Jonathan Cleese for planning. Unless otherwise discussed below, I consider that matters identified in my transportation hearing report have been resolved through evidence from the applicants and experts. In my view, the following key transport matters remain in contention and or require further discussion. Traffic efficiency effects on the Shands Road, Trents Road intersection, the staging of development within Plan Change 68 to align with Council's planned intersection and carriageway upgrades for Hamptons Road, Shands Road and Trents Road. The provision of a continuous footpath on Hamptons Road and on Trents Road between Plan Change 68 and Barton Drive. Funding of transport infrastructure, the cumulative effects on the wider transport network, and servicing Plan Change 68 with public transport services. I discuss these matters in the following sections of my summary statement. First matter being the traffic safety and efficiency effects on the Shands Road, Trents Road intersection. In paragraphs 12.46 to 12.54 of his evidence in chief,
Mr. Smith discusses the additional assessment that he has undertaken for the Shands Road, Trents Road roundabout. This additional assessment accounted for council's intended upgrade of the intersection to a single lane roundabout, whereas the ITA that Mr. Smith had prepared for the plan change had assumed that it would be a double lane roundabout. Mr. Smith's modelling identified that with a single lane roundabout, plan change 68 would create excessive delays and capacity issues at the intersection. He then tested an option with a double lane approach from Shands Road North, which I've reproduced in figure 1, I believe. I can pause there if you wish to. So the difference that Mr. Smith tested there between single lane roundabout as planned by council versus the alteration that Mr. Smith tested. So for the Shands Road North, which is the top right-hand approach to the intersection, he's added an additional left turning lane to the approach to the intersection.
It's just we're looking at that as the top right-hand.
That's correct, sir.
It's the one sort of that far away.
Picking up from paragraph 4.3, while this addressed delay and capacity constraints on Shands Road North, in my opinion, the modelling indicates excessive queuing and capacity constraints on Shands Road South. The volume to capacity ratio is indicated to be 0.99 during the AM peak, compared to 0.81 without the plan change. And the maximum ratio that's typically accepted is between 0.85 and 0.9. So this is indicating that the Shands Road South approach is essentially operating at capacity. The other matter that I was concerned about was the queuing on Shands Road South approach during the AM peak. Is indicated to be approximately 300.
So which point, which number are you at?
Sorry, I'm at 4.3b.
Yes, right.
So the queuing on Shands Road South approach during the AM peak is indicated to be approximately 330 metres compared to a 95 metre queue without plan change 68.
Is that the sort of Lincoln traffic coming through, etc.?
Correct. There is some plan change 68 traffic coming through there as well, but Shands Road is obviously a key route between Lincoln and Christchurch. So some of the southern parts of Rolleston tend to route in direction to get to Christchurch.
Okay, so 4.4.
While Mr. Smith states that the modelling identifies only minor delays of around 30 seconds on Shands Road South approach during the AM peak, I am concerned that the reported delays are highly sensitive to any change in traffic volume as the Shands Road South approach is essentially at capacity. In other words, a minor increase in traffic on this approach would likely have a much greater effect on queuing and delays.
This is pausing there. Queuing and delays on the part of those travelling north.
Correct, sir, yeah, on that Shands Road South approach.
Yes. Yes, I'm with you.
This in turn could lead to a higher crash rate at the intersection if delays lead to driver frustration and lower gap in sequence. In the lead up to the hearing, I discussed my concerns with Mr. Smith. To address my concerns, he tested a second option for the roundabout with the addition of a double approach lane on Shands Road South, which I've reproduced in figure 2. Mr. Smith discusses this option in section 3 of his summary statement. I'm happy to explain figure 2 to you, sir, if you wish, particularly the changes between figure 1 and figure 2.
Just looking at your figure. Oh, okay. So what are the differences between the two, sorry?
So figure
Oh,
two, yeah, essentially what Mr. Smith has done
Oh,
is
I see.
added an additional approach lane on Shands Road South. So there's now 2 through lanes, and added an additional circulating lane and an additional departure lane on Shands Road North.
Just pausing there, so, oh, I see. I see. So in figure 1, you've got the additional lane on the
northeastern.
Well, travelling south.
Correct.
Here, just let me just there.
That's right.
Okay, so you put that in, but you're saying, well, that's not enough. And so when you look at the next one, you see that there's been an additional lane put on the other side.
Correct. Yeah, so an additional lane on the approach here, as well as an additional circulating lane and an additional departure lane.
So where's the departure lane?
Shown up here. So there's 2 lanes.
Oh, I see. So then is that, what do you call it when they do that?
When they merge.
Yeah, merge.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, I understand. Thank you. So what do you say about amendment?
Yeah, so picking up at paragraph 4.7, I'm comfortable that the second option, as shown in figure 2, supports full development within plan change 68, while maintaining acceptable peak hour performance. In my view, this upgrade is required as a direct consequence of the transport effects of plan change 68, and I discussed the timing and funding of this upgrade in sections 5 and 6 below.
Right.
Section 5, staging of development to align with delivery of infrastructure. In paragraphs 4.7 and 12.39 to 12.45 of his evidence in chief, Mr. Smith discusses staging of development. In summary, he considers that the Shands Road roundabout is upgraded is required prior to any development occurring within the plan change site. The Shands Road, the Shands Road Hamptons Road roundabout is required prior to more than 120 dog lots gaining access to Hamptons Road. And C, the Springs Road Hamptons Road roundabout is not required prior to the full development of within plan change 68.
I'll just pause there. Okay.
I agree with Mr. Smith's assessment and conclusion. Ms. Hart adopts Ms. Smith's recommendations in paragraph 14.3 of her evidence in chief with some minor simplification, which I have replicated as follows. Prior to the completion of the Shands Road roundabout, 120 lots can be made available to the public. And following completion of the Shands Road, Hamptons Road, that should say roundabout, picking up at 5.3b, following completion of the Shands Hamptons, that should say the Shands, I'll make a correction there, sorry, so what that should say is following completion of the Shands Hamptons roundabout and seal widening of Shands Road.
Shands Hamptons, say again?
So following completion of the Shands Hamptons roundabout.
Yes, how's it follow on from there?
Actually, sorry sir, I will have to just check back to make sure I've transcribed that correctly from Ms. Hart's evidence. So the question in my mind is the Hamptons Springs roundabout.
Just to make it easier for me, how do you want to change B? I put the word roundabout after Hamptons and in brackets program 2023 4 brackets and carrying on.
Yeah, so I think it might be a strike out of the Hamptons Springs roundabout. because I agree with Mr. Smith's assessment.
Including the two program of 2024-5.
Correct.
Okay, because you're saying it can go ahead without it.
Correct. Yes. Yep.
I understand that. Right. Thank you.
And then, yeah, the Trents Road and Hamptons Road sewer widening, the remainder of the lots can be made available to the public. In paragraphs 34 and 46 to 47 of his evidence in chief, Mr. Williams expresses concern about the uncertainty of these upgrades and how the proposed staging might be achieved or will be achieved. I support Ms. Howard's recommendations, but I share Mr. Williamson's concerns about how staging will be achieved. I consider that the staging recommended by Ms. Hart should be identified in a district plan rule or rules, and I've made a suggestion of wording, and then which I can repeat if you like.
Superior, I think this will be the situation I'll be asking for. Giving you an opportunity to comment on those rules. Have you done that? I just can't remember whether you did that before or not. Fine.
No, there's that thing.
I just
I
wonder.
mean, the concept was agreed by Ms. Hart and the evidence.
Yeah.
That's what this-
Well, Ms. Hart's got a different view about it. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, no, start again. No, she's actually suggested the staging, and this is just the rule.
We're certainly review the actual.
All right. I understand that. That's fine. Thank you. Right, now, carry on.
Paragraph 5.6. Having discussed this rule with Mr. Please, I recommend that any activity that infringes the rule be a non-complying activity.
Okay.
I note that the use of a rule is consistent with Plan Change 73, which proposed amendments to Rule 12.1.3.50A and B to stage development within Plan Change 73, limiting development to 148 dwellings until the upgrade of two nearby intersections was undertaken. The next matter is the funding of transport infrastructure. In his evidence in chief, Mr. Williamson raises concerns about the funding of infrastructure needed to support Plan Change 68. I consider that all required transportation infrastructure needed to support Plan Change 68 is funded in Council's long-term plan and through Kotahi's Road to Zero program funding, other than the double lane Shands Road, Trents Road roundabout. Council and Kotahi currently has funding allocated to upgrade this intersection to a single lane roundabout, whereas Plan Change 68 necessitates additional capacity upgrades on the Shands Road approaches and departures, as I discussed in section 4. Council's programmed dates for this infrastructure are the Shands Road, Trents Road signal lane roundabout and Trents Road seal widening is programmed for 2022-23. The Shands Road, Hamptons Road double lane roundabout and Hamptons Road seal widening is programmed for 2023-24. And the Springs Hamptons single lane roundabout is programmed for 2024-25.
You say I don't need to work. Your view is that that doesn't need to be considered by me.
My view is that it's funded, that it's programmed for delivery. The caveat I would add to that is, and I think I mentioned it briefly and following that for us, that funding can be reallocated, particularly Kotahi funding, which as they have their own funding program. I don't think it's a high likelihood, but it is always a possibility that funding gets reallocated as policies and plans get updated. The other caveat I would add to that is that the upgrade of Shands Road, Trents Road in particular requires or will require third-party property acquisition. So I discussed this with council and they're currently going through a process of design of that intersection to ascertain property impacts, obviously increasing that to have a double lane roundabout essentially increases those
But
property
I
impacts.
understood from your previous evidence that the plan change can be fully implemented without this happening. Isn't that what you said before?
Oh, that was for the Springs Road, Hamptons Road roundabout.
Well, this isn't this one we're talking about. See,
I am talking about 6.3 as a whole rather than 6.3C.
well, no, sorry, I think we may be across purposes. 6.3C for Charlie, right? You've got Springs Hamptons.
Correct.
Now, my understanding from the previous evidence,
Sorry, yes,
the plan change could proceed without that.
correct.
So do I need to concern myself about whether that's going to be funded or not, given what you've said about that?
Springs Hamptons, no. I put 6.3C there for your information only.
Okay.
I don't consider that Springs Hampton is required for the matrix.
That's what I mean. All right, thank you.
So paragraph 6.4. However, despite the high certainty of the funding and delivery of these improvements, there is always a possibility that Wakakotahi may choose to reallocate funding away from these projects. In my view, this possibility is appropriately addressed through the inclusion of a rule, as I discussed in paragraph 5.5, which ensures that plan change 68 is staged to align with the improvements. So again, sir, I'll just raise a caveat that that does require, or that will be reliant on separate process, Public Works Act, to apply third-party profit.
So which one are you talking about?
In particular, the Shands Trents Road roundabout.
You told me about the Springs Hampton, but the other acquisition issues with the other two as well.
There's acquisition implications for the Shands Trents Road roundabout. The upgrade to a single lane roundabout will require third-party land acquisition. That's a process that council is about to initiate.
And the same for B?
I would need to check in with you on that. Most of my focus has been around the effect of plan change 68 on Shands Trents Road roundabout, whereas the plan change 68 effects on Shands Hamptons they are not affecting the scale of the roundabout, so to speak. So there's
So no acquisition for that one?
Again, I need to check in with council. There may be acquisition required for that intersection, but the plan change 68 is not necessitating a change to the roundabout, so to speak.
Well, I mean, we've all, I've certainly been involved in acquisition procedures under the Public Works Act, and they can take time, as we all know.
Absolutely.
But your position is that all roads need to roam in the sense that if that rule is there, well, then the developer takes the risk effectively. And the developer's got to wait till it's sorted out.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Carry on.
Paragraph 6.5. To deliver the additional capacity upgrade for the Shands Road, Trents Road intersection, as shown in Figure 2, the applicant will require a developer agreement with council. This upgrade will rely on third-party land acquisition, which will likely be dependent on council's use of the Public Works Act process. In my experience, the success of developer agreements to address infrastructure upgrades required to support privately initiated plan changes depends on the willingness of the plan change applicant and the number of parties that benefit from the infrastructure upgrade. Ideally, there should be few direct beneficiaries, and all beneficiaries should be willing to be party to the developer agreement. I understand the council has successfully engaged in developer agreements for residential developments in Rolleston, and that council has a willingness to work with the applicants to ensure or to secure the additional upgrade for the Shands Road, Trents Road intersection. As I discussed in paragraph 5.5, I recommend that a staging rule be included. In my experience, this will act as a strong incentive for the applicant to enter into a developer agreement with the council. Section 7, the provision of a continuous footpath on Hamptons Road and on Trents Road between Plan Change 68 and Farthing Drive. In paragraph 12.56 of its evidence in chief, Mr. Smith responds to my recommendation that Plan Change 68 provide a continuous footpath on Trents Road and Hamptons Road between the site frontage and existing footpaths at the intersection of Farthing Drive with both roads. In his evidence in chief, Mr. Smith supports my recommendation that a continuous footpath is provided on Trents Road. While not included in his summary statement, from discussions with Mr. Smith and from his verbal presentation of evidence at the hearing, I understand that the applicant supports my recommendation of a footpath connection on Hamptons Road and has agreed to it being identified in the ODP. I've shown my recommended amendments to the ODP in Figure 3 and recommend that this also be identified in the ODP narrative. So looking at Figure 3, just a reproduction of the outline development plan. The changes that I'm recommending, I've clouded in red. So essentially these are to ensure that the footpath that the developer is proposing along the site frontage of Plan Change 68 with Hamptons Road and with Trents Road connected to the existing footpath on both of those roads, which currently terminates at Farthing Drive. Farthing Drive running sort of approximately north-south between Hampton Road and Trents Road.
Is there some reason why they, looking at their plan, is there some reason why it stops sort of where it does on the bottom right-hand corner of that?
There is, sir. So for the bottom right, there's an existing footpath at that intersection. So that's the Farthing Drive.
Joins off the existing footpath.
Yeah, joins the existing footpath.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the other one?
And likewise, there's an existing footpath from that same subdivision development through there.
Okay. Thank you.
Section 8, the cumulative effects on the wider transport network. In paragraphs 134 to 141 of his evidence in chief, Mr. Langman discusses his concerns with the cumulative effect that Plan Change 68 and other plan changes within the Selwyn district may have on the wider transport network. In my experience, out of sequence development, such as Plan Change 68, creates complex challenges for councils and road controlling authorities. Assessment of the effects of such development on the long-term planning and funding commitments associated with bulk transport infrastructure is complex and requires assessment of multiple land use scenarios. Helpfully and independently from the multiple plan changes within Selwyn District, Council has engaged QTP to assess the transport effects of 2 future land use scenarios for Selwyn District. The QTP analysis comprises or compares 2 future growth scenarios. Scenario 1 is a 2038-year scenario where growth in Selwyn is based on forecast growth agreed by the Greater Christchurch Partnership for households, population and employment. Scenario 2 is the same horizon year of 2038, which uses scenario 1 and adds an additional 10,000 dwellings to Selwyn District only, without any changes to employment or any changes to households in Christchurch or Waimakariri. I discussed the preliminary findings of the QTP assessment in section 4 of my transportation hearing report, which is the section 42A report appendix B, page 6. And in my view of out of sequence development in section 6 of the transportation hearing report, which is appendix B, page 14, I summarise my discussion below. Should Plan Change 78 affect the quantum of growth, residential growth within Selwyn, without a corresponding increase in local employment and access to services, additional impact of the Greater Christchurch network can be expected as additional residents in Selwyn travel to access services and employment. However, the wider area effects of an out of sequence plan change such as plan change 68 may not be overly apparent in a macro scale regional traffic model. The vehicle movements generated by the plan change distribute across the wider transport network that become a smaller and smaller proportion of the total trips on the network. Mr. Smith discusses Mr. Langman's concerns in paragraphs 4.3 to 4.10 of the summary statement, and I am in general agreement with Mr. Smith on this matter. I'm of the view that while Plan Change 68 will have effects on the wider transport network beyond those assessed by Mr. Smith in his integrated transport assessment, these effects, including the cumulative effects of other plan changes, are more appropriately addressed at a district and or regional level.
Just pause there. Is it something that I need to be concerned about?
In my view, so no. The cumulative effects of these multiple plan changes is being assessed or has been assessed, and that was part of my reference to the QTP report. So what that report found, and
We'll just give me to that report, please.
so that report is
that the one that's attached?
It's attached to
QTP.
my.
This is the
Yeah, that's
that
it.
one.
Yeah. So
October 2021.
correct. So the key thrust of that and its relevance to Plan Change 68 is its comparison of scenario 1 with scenario 2. And scenario 2 being a essentially the forecast growth for Selwyn District Council, but with an additional 10,000 dwellings. And those dwellings are roughly sort of distributed where the currently lodged plan changes.
But what do I draw from that? I mean, you're saying that these need to be appropriately addressed at district or regional level. You've got a report here, but don't I need to satisfy myself that there isn't going to be an unacceptable impact on the regional transport?
Yeah.
And if I am being asked to do that, what do I rely on?
So the effects are probably best demonstrated. Let me just bring up my current report and I can direct you to a page. So the majority of the effects of that growth are felt within Selwyn District, which is fairly logical, and that's where the growth is. That's where most of the effects are felt. And going back to my paragraph 8.4b, where the plan, where the effects of an individual plan change on the wider network are not overly apparent. So, for example, plan change 68 generating in the order of 800 vehicle movements in a peak hour. I need to look back at the ITA, but roughly sort of 50% of those heading into Christchurch. So that's 400 additional vehicles in the peak hour. Obviously, peak load of that is going to be on James Road, Hamptons Road, Trent Road, Spring Road.
So, just sorry.
No.
I've got to write this. I've got to write all this down. 8.4b. Are you suggesting I should rely on the October 2021 report? Sorry, no. The submitters will say, look, this is just typical of what's happening. Here is a situation where there's unknowns and, you just stab in the dark, basically. And it may well be, given that there's been no, or they will say no overall assessment here, how do we know what the impact on the regional network is going to be? Now, they can say, well, surely this is something you should consider. So I say, well, let's assume I agree with that. My question is, what do I look to? So, given your comments here that they're not overly apparent on a macro scale.
So if you look at figure 4 in my hearing report, which is
figure 4
is on page 9 of my report.
Yep. Got it.
So what that is demonstrating is a change in peak hour vehicle flow on key corridors within Selwyn and Christchurch. So this is not just due to Plan Change 68, this is the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2, with scenario 2 being the additional 10,000 dwellings. So
I just pause there.
Yep.
So is scenario, which is the more heavy scenario?
Scenario 2.
Okay, so that one is assuming what? All that changes.
Yeah, that's assuming, it's not assuming all of the plan changes, but it's a good proxy.
Population.
Yeah, additional 10,000 dwellings.
Just pause there. Yep, yes.
And those dwellings have been, I don't have the full detail, but they're a good approximation for the multiple plan changes that have been needed. So most of that additional population has been needed around Prebbleton, Lincoln, West Melton.
We will find that. I see that I remember it just being mentioned before, but is there somewhere I can find that?
Where that
Oh, that's the last evidence. I'm sorry. So, I think we would, Ms. Ream, I think mentioned that.
I would, so for that population growth.
You were talking about population growth.
Yeah, he was talking about probably a different report potentially, but I would need to request that information from the report's authors to give you an accurate analysis of where those dwellings have been allocated for that traffic model. But I'm comfortable that from a technical assessment approach, it's approximate. It approximates the plan changes that have been lodged within Prebbleton, Lincoln, West Melton, Robertson.
Prebbleton and Lincoln and Robertson?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
And so what that figure 4 is showing on my report, my hearing report, is essentially how that's a good demonstration of how the further you get away from a traffic generator, the more dispersed the effect becomes. So you can see the effects on central Christchurch from these additional 10,000 dwellings is relatively minor. The key effects are going to be on some of the key corridors within Selwyn itself.
Okay, thank you. Public transport.
Public transport. I know that some submitters have raised concerns that Plan Change 68 is not serviced by public transport. In my view, it would be relatively simple from a routing perspective to adjust Metrobus service 80, which is the Lincoln to Parklands, to serve Plan Change 68. Service 80 currently runs along Springs Road in Prebbleton. As noted by Mr. Smith, this would be a decision for Canterbury Regional Council, and I note that residents of Plan Change 68 will be charged an urban public transport rate as part of their regional transport rates, regardless of whether Plan Change 68 is directly served by public transport. While there is no guarantee that Plan Change 68 will be served by public transport in the future, I consider that there are no fundamental reasons why this could not occur. In summary, I recommend that a district plan activity and rule be provided to require development within Plan Change 68 to be staged with nearby transport network upgrades as discussed in paragraph 5.5. And I recommend that the ODP plan and narrative identify the footpaths that are provided on Trent's Road and Hamptons Road between Plan Change 68 and the intersections with Lincoln Drive, as discussed in paragraph 7.4. Subject to the adoption of these recommendations, I consider that there are no transport impediments to the approval of the Plan Change 68.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. Complex but helpful. Right.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm conscious I do have a flight to catch, and I have a flight to catch this afternoon. So just in terms of sort of proceedings from here, I've got. If you've finished with me for the purposes of today's sort of proceedings.
Thank you very much.
I'll let to depart there. I've got this, but if there is any.
That particular point, I think that what I'm going to do, what I will do is I think I'll issue a minute which will cover sort of the bits and pieces that are left over, and in particular the question I asked before. You'll be given that information.
Yeah, and likewise, if anything, Mr. Cleese's response triggers the same. And
I hope you'll recover from.
Yes. No, very good. I'm just looking at having the reply today, or is it circulated up?
No. Thank you for your attendance. Now,
Very good. So maybe if I start at paragraph 3.
yes.
So consideration of this plan change takes place, as we've heard, in a context of being a relatively complex, overlapping series of strategies, regional policy statement, national policy statements, and recent legislative changes. And it's quite easy to sort of fall down a bit of a rabbit hole. So I'll try and, as I step you through this, sort of try and sort of simplify where my thinking has got to. So PC68, in essence for me, looks to reassess whether first there is a need for additional housing capacity in Prebbleton, and secondly, if so, whether the application site is an appropriate location to provide such capacity and an associated new southwestern edge to the township. In answering these two questions, it is necessary to assess both the on-the-ground effects or merit-based assessment of the plan change, and then secondly, the alignment of urban growth in this location against the wider policy framework. So turning to the policy framework first, at the outset, I readily acknowledge that consideration of the hierarchy of statutory planning documents and resolution of any real or perceived inconsistencies or tensions between them are as much a legal interpretation as they are planning matters. My consideration of the framework is therefore from the perspective of a planning practitioner. However, I'm also mindful of the recent findings on the framework made by Commissioner Caudle on PC 67 and 73, and also the legal advice provided to Council by Paul Rogers in relation to the urban growth topic of proposed district plan. And I think there's a link to Mr. Rogers' opinion in my evidence in chief.
Well, actually, I haven't.
Have you seen?
I haven't seen that. I wasn't aware that I was. Is that actually part of the documents?
No, it's not part of the document. I'm very happy, of course, to make that opinion available. It is very comprehensive.
Well, I think it would be helpful to have it, to be frank. I mean, it's one of the things that's concerned me about this case is that this issue about policy 8, etc., the development policy statement, etc., the effect of it, and the CRC situation is clearly, it's complex, it's capable of more than one view, and it is a pity, frankly, that there isn't a resolved position, because of all these plan changes being heard, and there's the prospect that one commissioner may reach a view which is different from another. But I think that would be helpful to have that document. So I wonder if it could be sent to me.
Certainly. I'll follow that as council. Grace, can you
submit a view? Do you understand what we're talking about? A sort of a legal issue which has arisen. As you know, you've been here before, about the question of whether or not I'm able to approve the plan change, given that it's on one view, but it's contrary to the Canterbury Regional Council document. And so this document I'm getting is an opinion from a lawyer to the council about that particular matter. And I think it's reasonable I should have that. If anyone wants a copy of it, they're very welcome to get it as well.
The only sort of minor caveat I would add, sir, is that advice was given in the context of the proposed district plan process, as opposed to a provided.
Thank you for that.
Is that?
Yeah, that's correct.
But it fundamentally, sort of the findings that are directly transferable.
Well, will there be any issue, will there be any elements of that which are not common to this or not? given that it's a plan, you know, what you just said.
There will be a number of common elements that.
Well, I think, let me put it this way, you've got the right to, we'll talk about that after this question of your reply, but you can't have any issue about that reply, i.e. about, you know, whether there are any elements that I shouldn't be taking in Mr. Rogers because of the distinction, because of the context in which that was given. Okay, thank you.
So at 7, urban growth in Greater Christchurch is directed primarily by the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and in particular Chapter 6. The CRPS is directive and clear. Urban development outside the area shown on Map A is to be avoided. The policy framework was therefore settled prior to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. If the NPSUD did not exist, then there would, in my view, be a significant RPS hurdle to be overcome, and any plan change would be very likely to fail to give effect to the RPS. In my view, however, the NPSUD does change things. That is the purpose of an NPS, to direct a change in practice and outcome. The NPSUD reflects Parliament's concern with housing supply and is directive in the steps necessary to help resolve some of the perceived barriers to the timely provision of new dwellings. Policy 8, in my view, opens the door to consider proposals not otherwise anticipated in district or regional plans. Such consideration is not, however, a free hit. It appears to be common ground between myself, Mr. Langman, and Ms. Hart that whilst decision makers are directed to be responsive, any such growth proposals must still deliver a well-functioning urban environment, with the tests for such set out in the balance of the NPSUD, the RPS, and the operative district plan. So no one in my view is saying just look at policy 8 in isolation. I think all the planning witnesses before you are saying you need to sort of look at these documents in the round. But turning first to the interplay between the NPS and the RPS. It is my understanding from the evidence of Mr. Langman and associated legal submissions on behalf of CCC and ECAN that in their view the RPS has been updated such that it does give effect to the NPSUD. I understand their argument to be that Map A of the RPS identifies sufficient capacity to meet at least short and medium term needs, and that the future development areas identified through Change 1 enable Selwyn Council to be responsive to growth pressure by considering plan changes located within these FDA areas, which is just Rolleston. For land holdings outside the FTAs, Mr. Langman puts forward 2 procedural options available to applicants. The first is to advance a private plan change into Policy 8, albeit that in his view the answer to any such plan change should always be no, because anywhere outside the FTA will not result in a well-functioning urban environment. The second option is that applicants work with Selwyn Council for the council to then in turn take a request to ECAN to undertake a change to the RPS. If I have understood correctly, then this gives rise to 2 questions. First is that Change 1 to this RPS truly engage with and give effect to the need to provide guidance on the responsiveness direction in Policy 8. Secondly, in the absence of any significance criteria under Policy 8, do the 2 pathways offered by the council witnesses equate to a genuinely responsive approach? Turning to the latter question first, in my view it seems nonsensical to suggest that a genuine pathway is provided to implementing the responsiveness direction in Policy 8 by enabling private plan changes to be progressed, albeit that the answer must always be met with a decline. I readily acknowledge that some plan changes on merit may well not meet the wide directions of the NPSUD. However, I consider that it remains readily plausible for appropriately located and designed sites outside of Map A to still result in a well-functioning urban environment. To conclude otherwise would mean that Selwyn townships could never grow beyond the Map A boundaries, as there would always be a merit-based reason why such growth was unacceptable. In terms of the second pathway, I acknowledge that such a pathway is statutorily available. However, in my 25 years of planning practice, I cannot recall it ever having been used. I'd further note in response to Mr. Williamson's comments today, because Mr. Williamson raised a third pathway of just apply for a resource consent, don't bother with a plan change at all. Look, it would be non-compliant. And in my view, I think the policy or the 104D test would be challenging to overcome. Not surprisingly, in my view.
Sorry, an application for a subdivision?
Yes, for resource consent. If you sort of ignore the plan change, it's a rural zoning, but we'll have a crack at getting a resource consent through. And in my view, 104D test would be extremely hard to overcome because, not surprisingly, urban development isn't going to achieve or, it's going to be contrary to the outcomes you expect for rural area. And likewise, assessed against those rural area outcomes, the effects are always going to be more than minor. So therefore, I think the chances or the prospects of getting through a 104D process are remote, to say the least.
Just pause there, Richard. In 11, I'm not quite sure that you've correctly encapsulated what was being said about that pathway. What the regional council is saying, as I understand it, is not that it's saying, well, yes, the chances are that if you're outside map A, there will be, you take your chances, there's nothing to stop you making the application, but you're likely to be declined. I think that's what they are saying. But the critical point is they are saying, yes, but we've already looked at the responsiveness criteria in plan change number 1. That's the critical point.
Yes.
And either they're right or they're wrong. And of course, you see, this is really where the thing gets tricky in my view. And maybe it's a legal point rather than a planning point. I'll mention it now. And that is, the difficulty is that the regional council says we have looked at this and are satisfied that the responsiveness criteria has been given effect to in change 1 now approved and now offered. The question then becomes, well, what say, when I looked at it, I thought, well, they hadn't done a very good job, for example. Then I think that's a curly question, and I won't ask you to answer that, but I'm just observing that there is a particular difficulty there. And it's been going through my mind just in the last day or so as to just exactly, going back, that is the reason why I requested that documentation of what had been going on. And what has been going on is that the regional council did all this work to get to change number 1. It is now doing further reviews. And of course, the problem that the applicant is facing here is saying, well, look, this is just taking too long. That's really what it's all about. In a way, there's a criticism of the process, but there's a criticism of the delay. And what the applicant is saying, well, look, this is exactly what this national policy statement is all about. It's about getting unacceptable delays and getting on with it. So anyway, I just identified that as being, I'm not sure that you're right when you say in 11 saying it's non-essential. They've taken a slightly different approach to it, I think. I.e. what they're saying is, look, we've looked at the responsiveness approach, and therefore, naturally enough, that's reflected in change 1, and so it's not fair to be critical of that. That's what they would say.
Well, I'm happy to be credited if that is indeed the case. So just turning 13 then to this very issue that you've raised around does change 1, does it respond to the directives? So look, I've obviously reviewed the material provided by Council for the councils last week. And so this next sort of page, so it's from as a planner rather than a lawyer.
I'm sorry, I didn't really. The questions I've asked you.
Sorry, comes the next paragraph. It's okay. Very much as a planner rather than a lawyer, and I really acknowledge this is, probably more a legal than a planning question. So this is really just my perspective as a practitioner. So from my review, in summary, turning first to the batting order, I guess, of the process. The government issued the MPS on urban development capacity in 2016. And this MPS had a focus primarily on housing and business capacity. So it was different from the current MPS UD. In response to the MPS UDC, the Greater Christchurch Partnership undertook the R-Space exercise that was done under the Local Government Act. R-Space found at the time, this was back in 2017, that there was a risk of a medium-term shortfall in capacity by Selwyn and Waimakariri districts. The need to update Map 8 of the RPS to provide additional capacity was one of the actions that came out of the R-Space process. Change 1 was then developed. However, prior to it being finalised, so it was sort of mid fast track process, the government issued the MPS UD in July 2020. And obviously this later RPS replaced the earlier NPS UDC. The change one process was then paused to enable staff to review the NPS UD implications. And then they went on to issue a report to the Minister on change one. So at 14, from my review of this report, and it's also my recollection of the time change one was developed, the scope of change one was focused on ensuring that sufficient short to medium term capacity was available, because it origined out of the NPS UDC, which is all about capacity. The Minister report is explicit that the purpose of proposed change is to give effect to Policy 2 Clause 3.7, so those specific provisions of the NPS UD. It enables sufficient land in Greater Christchurch to be rezoned for the medium term and identified for the long term to meet the needs of existing and future communities by identifying these additional growth areas within Map A. So at 15, in short, change one had a focus in my view solely on whether, in ECAN's view, sufficient short and medium term capacity was provided as required by the NPS UD in Policy 2. This narrow focus was then reinforced by the Minister's report findings on submission scope. The only changes to policies notified in change one were incidental text updates to make provision for the future development areas. The Minister's report was explicit that submissions seeking any further review or amendment to any of the policies were outside the scope of change one. The Minister's report likewise found that any submissions seeking the inclusion of additional land within Map A or as a future development area was also beyond the scope of change one. The scope of change one was therefore, in my view, intentionally narrow in focus, with the aim of ensuring that the minimum capacity obligations set out in the NPS UD were being met, which then leads into the question of significant capacity. So the NPS UD Policy 8 sets out the gateway tests for being responsive to unanticipated or out-of-sequence developments. One of these tests is that the development provides significant development capacity. Criteria for meeting the significance test are to be included in the RPS. The issue of Policy 8 and the need for such criteria was a matter raised by submitters to change one. The Minister's report is again helpful in setting out the change one response as follows. It says, we are familiar with the responsive planning policies of the NPS UD referenced by submitters. NPS UD Policy 8 in Part 3 requires local authorities to have particular regard to unanticipated or out-of-sequence development proposals that would add significantly to development capacity. Environment Canterbury is currently formulating criteria in response to this clause to determine what plan changes are considered significant in a Greater Christchurch and Canterbury context to be advanced through a separate RMA process. The Greater Christchurch Partnership is considering the significance criteria in the first half of the 2021 calendar year, so they're obviously a little delayed. When notified and subsequently adopted in the RPS, these provisions will clarify how the NPS UD Policy 8 will be interpreted at a regional level and determine what changes might be required to existing policy provisions, including those in Chapter 6. So, i.e., for the RPS to go effect to Policy 8, readily acknowledge that changes to policies may well be required in Chapter 6. In the meantime, this underlying is my emphasis. In the meantime, we recognise that the NPS UD is a higher order document under the RMA. And decision makers assessing plan changes will need to consider the implications of such national direction alongside the policies contained in Chapter 6. And then
Can I just observe, I've read that and I thought that wasn't particularly helpful. I thought they should have, it would be helpful if they had a little bit more commentary as to precisely how that was, that consideration should be the setting for that communication. But anyway, that's just my. Sorry, just keep.
That's good. Environment Canterbury has prioritised implementation of proposed change to promote FDA. So again, that was their capacity focus that had been signalled for urban growth for some time and aligned with the investment programs of councils and other infrastructure providers. This is considered the most appropriate mechanism to address any potential shortfall in development capacity. We do not consider that any amendments are required in response to submissions that consider there to be insufficient flexibility in a fixed and non-contestable rural urban boundary as work is underway to progressively implement the new national direction set out through the NPS UD. Why further work is needed. This includes changes to the district plan, the completion of a new capacity assessment, and future development strategy and the CRPS review. So in short, in my view, whilst it is fair to say that the degree to which the RPS gives effect to Policy 8 was considered through the change one process, the conclusion was that such consideration was beyond the scope of change one and was simply a matter for another day. And that in the meantime, it was readily acknowledged that decision makers would need to take into account the high rule of direction provided in the NPSUD. This conclusion is then reinforced by the findings of the peer review. So there was the Minister's report, then I think it was Appendix 7 in the bundle sent through from Council.
Justice Chisholm.
Yes. So in his review, this review found that, in my opinion, the fixed non-contestable boundaries on Map 8 are not of themselves contrary to the MPS. They are a fundamental component of a strategy that has been evolving over time, and change one cannot be divorced from its history and context. It is part of an ongoing process, with the implementation of Policy 8 still to come. To the extent that submitters are seeking a responsive and flexible approach by virtue of Policy 8, a touch of reality is required. MPS, and it's seeking the approach to be included through Change 1. The MPSUD only came into force after the streamlined planning process for Change 1 had commenced, and CRC is working on that issue. As Council has noted in response to a number of submissions on this topic, the MPSUD is a high-order document under the RMA, and decision makers assessing plan changes would need to consider the implications of the national direction alongside the policies contained in Chapter 6. It is unrealistic to expect these matters to be resolved overnight. So in short, because Change 1 was well advanced by the time the MPSUD came into being, it was readily acknowledged that further work was required. Whilst fixed boundaries might be an appropriate legacy tool, consideration of whether any amendments to this tool or the introduction of other new policy direction and significance criteria to ensure Policy 8 was correctly implemented was simply too big a task to be undertaken within the ambit of Change 1. In my view, the direction is therefore quite clear. Change 1 provided some additional capacity through the FDO tool. Further amendments to either the RPS policy framework or growth boundaries were seen as matters for another day. As such, Policy 8 remains very much in play in terms of the need for decision makers to be responsive to out of sequence of unanticipated proposals and to assess such on their merits. Such assessment is to be made against the balance of the NPSUD and the RPS policy direction regarding the formation of well-functioning urban environments, i.e. a merit-based assessment. And again, this is where the balance of the RPS and the balance of the NPSUD are still need to be sort of slanted around. As a final note on significant development capacity, I was surprised that Mr. Langman does not consider the addition of over 800 new households to be significant for the purpose of Policy 8. The addition of 800 new households in Prebbleton constitutes an approximate 30% increase in the size of the town. Even taking a broader view of the capacity provided across the entire district, 800 houses is still 2/3 of the total annual demand for housing in Selwyn. Apart from Pegasus, Prestons, Wickham and Farringdon, I'm unable to think of any other greenfield growth areas that have been brought to the market across Greater Christchurch in the last 30 years that would be bigger than this current proposal. Turning next to capacity need, the NPSUD includes a requirement for councils to ensure that sufficient development capacity is provided. Selwyn Council, as part of the Greater Christchurch Partnership, has undertaken such an assessment. I'm cautious that the assessment understates demand and can currently overstate supply for similar reasons to those set out by Mr. Colgrove, and also sort of set out in my evidence. Importantly, the NPSUD requirement to provide capacity is a minimum. There is no policy hurdle in the NPS to providing more capacity than what is needed, provided the location of such capacity meets the other NPSUD policy tests regarding urban form and matters such as integration with infrastructure. So in my view, if there are questions over the adequacy of capacity, in my view, you should favour on the upside. I understand that the alternative view put forward by Mr. Langman is that sufficient capacity is available, at least in the short to medium term. This then provides, in his view, the timing window necessary to undertake a strategic assessment of growth rate for Greater Christchurch, and to follow that up with a comprehensive review of the RPS. And to grant ad hoc plan changes in the interim could therefore result in a suboptimal form and will result in less demand for infill housing and more preferable central locations. This position, of course, relies first on having a high degree of confidence that sufficient capacity is indeed both plausible and available. Secondly, it also relies on confidence that infill housing and greenfield locations and topologies are readily interchangeable and are therefore able to be substituted whilst retaining a competitive housing market. I note the evidence of Mr. Colgrove and Mr. Stellers regarding this local housing market and the limitations on such substitution. The risk of suboptimal outcomes through ad hoc plan changes is likewise moderated by the parallel NPS requirements to integrate and connect proposed sites into the existing urban fabric. All urban outcomes should not pass through to approval. Whilst plan changes might deliver growth in unanticipated locations, Such growth should therefore still be appropriately designed, serviced and integrated with adjacent urban areas, such that the end outcomes will remain acceptable. Such outcomes are also necessarily placed in a wider context of a housing crisis, whereby Parliament expects to see a timely response. So turning then to on-the-ground effects, or the merit-based assessment. In terms of the on-the-ground effects, Chapter 6 of the RPS provides a comprehensive suite of policies that provide the criteria or conditions for appropriate urban growth locations. My 45 report has assessed these matters against the RPS policy framework and is found as follows. In short, the site does not contain any outstanding natural landscapes, significant ecological areas or wetlands. The site does not contain any identified sites of cultural or heritage value. The site is suitable from a geotechnical perspective and is not subject to unacceptable liquefaction, flood hazard or ground contamination risks that cannot be managed through the subdivision process and associated bulk earthworks. The site is able to be serviced by 3 waters infrastructure, with stormwater disposal off the ground, particularly services available for potable water and sewage, subject to localised upgrades that can be implemented through the subdivision consent process. I note that no parties have provided technical expert evidence challenging the ability of the site to be serviced or identifying any site characteristics that will preclude it from being developed to suburban densities. And just picking up on the wider sort of sewer capacity conversation you were having with Mr. Allen before, all the growth areas, from a strategic perspective, all the growth areas on map A in Prebbleton have been serviced, so they are all largely now built out. Then the product plan changes have come along, which are sort of seeking sort of additional growth. So these product plan areas aren't taking away capacity that is otherwise strategically anticipated, because there is no such capacity because they've all been built out. So we've had 2 plan changes to date that have both gone to a hearing, and both of them are able to be serviced, so this one and PC 72. So that's where we are now. So existing township and growth in map A able to be serviced, both plan changes that have got to a hearing able to be serviced. There is a third plan change that is quite a few clicks back down the sort of the process route. It's still at a request for further information stage. One of my RFI matters is around how it addresses servicing capacity. It then has to go through a report for notification to council, then has to be notified, submissions, further submissions, before eventually getting to a hearing. So if there is a capacity constraint, I would suggest that issue is for PC 79 rather than the ones that are before you today. So then at E, the site is currently constrained.
Sorry, there is a capacity. There's a problem with capacity, so what's your position there?
So we're saying there's no capacity.
Deal with it at the time.
Yeah. And that's the nature of private plan changes. That they are, once you sort of appropriately provided for anticipated growth, you know, in documents like the map A to the RPS, any private planners that come along that are seeking some additional growth outside that are to a first and first served proposition. And it's really just the last one, if there's the capacity, then that's the issue for the last one.
Well, I think that all of this revolves around a consideration of the extent to which someone approving a plan change, a local authority approving a plan change, needs to sort of be hands-on. There's a level at which you do need to be hands-on, and then beyond that, you would expect there are obviously some uncertainties in any approval of a plan change. If you take it down to a micro level, the question, where do you draw the line? That's what I've got to say. But did you, when here you mentioned the rule, was it here? Or just further back? I think it must be further back. Just give me a second. Do you support the rule?
The rule for transport?
The staging rule?
Yes. Yes. So that's E, to be frank, and we've heard, I won't read through E because that's all about traffic, and we've just heard from Mr. Collins on that. But yes, I've reviewed the rule that is, so the concept of a cap and a staging rule was put forward by the applicant, but they didn't provide specific rule wording. Mr. Collins has put that in his evidence, but as a planner reviewed his summary and comfortable with the wording that's put forward in his evidence. So, yeah, comfortable with where that's at. Obviously, the applicant will respond in closing. So then at F, the site does not threaten the safe and efficient function of regionally significant infrastructure. That's things like the airport, noise contours, and state highway capacity. At G, the site currently displays landscape values that are a mix, that are similar to much of the inner plains, i.e. a pleasant pastoral landscape with a mix of dwellings, farm accessory buildings, shadow belts, and amenity plantings. The shift to a suburban outcome will unquestionably result in landscape change, right? There's no question about that. It will look differently. In my view, however, suburban areas in Prebbleton have been developed to a high standard, such that they provide a pleasant level of amenity and streetscape quality, albeit that landscape is different from a more extensive pastoral setting. In my view, there is a change in landscape, inevitably. However, the result of the future environment should still be pleasant and will provide an acceptable level of amenity commensurate with a small rural township. The site is subject to an outline development plan, which is again an RPS requirement, and associated narrative that identify the key features and design outcomes. The ODP delivers a yield, an appropriate yield of at least 10 households per hectare, as required by the RPS, and indeed is proposing 12 houses per hectare, which is more in line with where current plan changes are going and so on, and provides for a variety of dwelling sizes and typologies. And then just picking up on a couple of points raised by submitters this morning. The first is around community facilities, and in particular schools, and obviously the applicant.
5 minutes as opposed to 10 minutes as opposed to 20 minutes.
Yes, that conversation. Obviously, the applicant has engaged with the Ministry of Education in response to the Ministry's submission, and the Ministry has sort of tabled a letter to yourself saying that they were now comfortable with the amended ODP, which has included extra narrative around the potential for a second primary school if needed. So obviously, if there is another primary school required, then that will go into the site, and that automatically reduces travel distance to school. And then on lastly, reverse sensitivity as well. And it was a question that Mr. Summerfield, I think, raised around my reference and my evidence to nurseries within Christchurch that aren't creating an issue, and that I hadn't been particularly specific about that. So just for context, so the two contexts, I guess, that I had in mind were the Trees for Canterbury Nursery, which is at 42 Charlesworth Street, out in sort of Ferrymead, and the O'Rings Barrington facility, which is a Gardens of Adults, is very much the main nursery in Christchurch, and that's at 92 Stourbridge Street. So you can sort of Google both of those. So 42 Charlesworth Street and 92 Stourbridge Street. And then also the main issue that would generate reverse sensitivity is primarily around spray drift. And in that sense, sort of intensive market gardening has sort of similar risks. And also there are intensive market gardens in Horitani Valley, Hawthorne and Marshlands areas. Now, my experience with spray drift, it's primarily an issue where sprays are just spread at a sort of more industrial scale. So it's a tractor-based, system with sprayer unit that goes on behind, rather than nurseries, which tend to be more sort of hand sprayed because they're much more specific in application. So where I have come across spray drift on other plan changes where it has been an issue with residential going nearby, they tend to be much larger commercial intensive horticulture, also orchards, rather than nurseries. So that's reverse sensitivity. So coming back to sort of paragraph 33, I'm therefore comfortable that there are no merit-based or on-the-ground issues or effects that would preclude the plan change from proceeding. Turning next to urban form, Prebbleton, like the other inner plains townships, has undergone rapid change and growth over the last decade or so. The existing urban form and mix of densities of Prebbleton reflects this rapid change and growth. And you recall, sir, you engaged with David Compton-Moyne for the applicant last week regarding the planning policy of arranging rural townships for the density transition from suburban character in the centre through to larger lots on the periphery and then rural farmland beyond. In my experience, such an arrangement can work well in low growth environments. where the density transition essentially forms an end state to the township in question. Where townships are subject to high rates of growth, such an arrangement, however, becomes problematic. And I think that was Mr. Conroy's reference to large lots not being desirable. It wasn't they are not desirable from a market point of view. And I take this one as point, it's certainly demand for large sections. I think he was saying that they're not desirable from a planning philosophy point of view so much anymore. And that's because large lots in effect act as a moat around a town and either limit growth with consequent implications for housing supply and affordability, or force growth to leapfrog and thereby leave behind a strip of larger lots and will ultimately become more central locations. The Kingcraft Drive area to the north of PC 68 is a good example of this. This area is comprised of approximately 1 hectare blocks. It was developed in the 1990s at a time when growth rates in both Prebbleton and indeed the wider Selwyn district were relatively low. It effectively limits high-yielding suburban growth to the northwest of Prebbleton. The potential for large lot development to preclude future growth options was readily acknowledged in the Rural Residential Strategy in 2014. Indeed, one of the key criteria for identifying rural residential locations was that they should not preclude or frustrate township growth, i.e. that they were in locations where they would form the long-term end state edge of the township. And that's what sort of the area, the Water Free Zone to the north of the site along the sort of Trench Road, Shands Road frontage. For this reason, Area 7 in the middle of the PC 68 site was not identified in the RP, in the Rural Residential Strategy as notified, as its location at the time was seen as potentially frustrating or precluding township growth. The landowners of the Area 7 block provided submissions on the Rural Residential Strategy process and satisfied the decision makers of the day that identification of Area 7 was appropriate, provided that the area was designed in such a way that it could readily transition to high densities in due course. And then the Rural Residential Strategy recognised that the logical future growth path for Prebbleton was out to Shands Road, with Hamptons Road forming the southern border of the town. And that also aligns with policies in the operative plan around township growth being to the east and west, and not to the north to maintain a gap between Christchurch, and not to the south along Springs Road. The shape and site boundaries of the application site reflect the land holdings of the parties to the plan change. As such, the proposed zone edge is somewhat disjointed and results in several gaps or relatively small rural areas that will be largely bounded by suburban activities. The irregular shape of the plan change area is not ideal, in my view. However, it does not present a hurdle or effect that is so adverse that the plan change should be declined. And it's been helpful sort of today, so reflecting on this further, and sort of certainly with the views put forward by the submitters today that we've heard. And so, as I've reflected on this and sort of looked at the map, it strikes me that there are actually three options available to you in terms of that. Where most of the concern, well not all of the, sort of a significant portion of the concern is around the Trench Road sort of interface. And it seems to me that there are actually three options available to you. One is obviously to approve the plan change as notified and not worry about the scope areas, sort of the gap or the Trench Shands corner block. The other option is obviously conversely to include both of those areas, so the whole bigger area becomes urbanised. And then a third option I think that is available to you, and certainly informed of hearing from Mr. and Mrs. Leeds, I think who is sort of 35, who are the couple whose land is included within the plan change but who are opposed to it. And another option would be to approve the plan change but to exclude their property from it. And if you did that and just look at the map, didn't include the gap or the Trench Shands corner either, then you effectively retain Trench Road frontage as lifestyle blocks with a relatively small insertion into Trench Road where the main spine road for the plan change site comes out, and that's it. So that is another option I think that is available to you, that especially if you were concerned around scope for the gap in particular, and having heard from Mr. and Mrs. Leeds, that if you excluded their property as well, then that sort of the Trench Road does remain, certainly for the short to medium term, as a sort of more of a lifestyle block interface rather than a suburban transition.
Just pausing there, going back to the rural residential strategy, was that, I'm just sort of thinking about the plan, that showed the the strip in the middle of
Yes.
this, didn't it? I mean, the plan shows us sort of it's right in the middle of the plan changes here, and the rule, what was approved in the rural residential strategy was that, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, what was the nature of the development which was to take place in that rural residential?
So that, under the rural residential strategy,
What size of the section?
so 5,000 square metres.
That's what I thought, yeah. So that's where the problem arises, isn't it? Because we're not talking about, what's the expression, apples and...
Apples and oranges?
Yeah. I thought you got that wrong, but the point I'm making is that that doesn't really, it has a limited ability to assist the applicant because it is 5,000 as opposed to the smaller one. But it is an indication of where further development was to occur. And you're saying, well, that's the starting point, and logically it should be a bit wider. That's what you're saying, aren't you?
Yes, yes. So it was shown as sort of, it was a yes to 5,000s, but laid out such that they could be readily intensified in the future. In acknowledgement that this was a logical growth path out to Shands Road.
Yeah. So that's the significance of it, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a logical growth path.
Yes.
And the council here is recognising a logical growth path, albeit with 5,000 square metre sections as opposed to smaller ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, just give me a second. Thank you.
So then at 40, so being some new fellow practice looking at the scope issue. As set out in my 42A report, Council's general approach to submissions, sort of the Me Too submissions, for lack of a better word, on private plan changes is to not accept them on scope grounds, with natural justice issues being the primary concern. I had other parties known additional land might be included in a plan change than they might have submitted. As set out in my report, in this specific instance, I consider such natural justice risk to be relatively low for the Trench Road gap and for the Shamey property to the west. And that's because, especially with the Shamey property, all their neighbours immediately around them have already submitted that the plan change be declined. So the outcome that's in play that they're seeking is to say no. So whether he's included or not, they're still saying no. So they haven't been sort of disenfranchised by him having this kind of either or submission, if that makes sense. I note that the Shamey property, though, at 41, I note the submitters on the corner of Trent and Shands Road, so it was Mr. Chen that we heard from last week and Mr. Pollard today, did not seek that their land be included. And as such, in my view, there is simply no scope available to consider the inclusion of these combined titles. So whilst Mr. Chen and Mr. Pollard have now signalled that to approve the plan change, they would also like to be included. Because they never sought that, their combined land holdings are over 6 hectares, which in my view is simply too large an area to include as a consequential amendment. I nonetheless agree that in terms of merit, there do not appear to be any insurmountable servicing issues with their inclusion, and that ultimately the inclusion of all the land out to Shands, Trents and Hamptons Road edges has merit in terms of urban form. Two small land...
Sorry, just pausing 41. I think I made a comment earlier in this hearing about the distinction between the scope issue and consequential amendment. I mean, the first thing is whether or not the submissions are within scope or not, i.e. on my land. And the second one, of course, is that really I would have thought the consequential amendment would probably only be available in relation to those very small lots on the corners.
I agree.
As opposed to the others. I think the issue with the others is really whether or not they're within scope or not, because they're much larger.
Yes.
And they could hardly be said to be consequential. I wouldn't have thought, but I haven't got a firm view about it at the moment.
That would be my view as well. So then at 42, which does turn to then those two small land holdings on Hamptons Road, it's my view that they are sufficiently small that they could actually be sort of consequential amendments. Since writing my 42A report, council's asset managers have confirmed that the council owned lot on the northeastern corner of Shands Hamptons has been acquired by council to facilitate the installation of a roundabout at this location. And I think you had a conversation with Mr. Collins around, does council have enough land to sort of implement the roundabout? And I've seen sort of schematic diagrams for that roundabout, and it does fit in that land holding on the corner. of Hamptons. Obviously, it's a smaller roundabout, but it does fit in. As such, though, that means that the majority of that corner lot is likely to be is going to be taken up by road infrastructure within the next couple of years. There is likely to be a very small balance area around the margins of the road reserve that could be incorporated into a future residential development, rather than remain as a small sliver of rural zone land.
So what's there's a house, from memory, driving around going down Shands and into Hamptons, left into Hamptons, there's a house on the corner.
Yes, so council's acquired that.
Oh, the council, that's the council property?
Yeah.
Their whole property?
Yeah.
And I think you go a little bit further down the driveway, from memory,
Yes.
to another
So
place.
it's
behind
roughly
it.
it's around a hectare, maybe a little less than that. Maybe half a hectare actually, or 5,000 squares, I think, on the corner, give or take.
So that whole green area is now council property?
Yes, on the corner.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Turning then at 43 to the Enabling Act, in line with the direction given by the recent report to Council and associated Selwyn Council resolution, the expectation is that commissioners will make their recommendations on private plan changes based on the merit of the plan changes notified. How the plan change is then taken forward and dovetailed with the proposed district plan process and the implementation of the Enabling Act is an issue for Council to progress. So, as we sort of talked about, in many respects, my understanding from Council is what they're looking from you is for you to make a decision on what's in front of you and kind of leave the downstream issues for Council to work their way through. If the recommendation is that the plan change be accepted, Council will rule the plan change into the wider variation to the proposed district plan under an intensification planning instrument process, which will cover the three main townships of Williamson, Lincoln and Prebbleton. The IPI process will identify the applicability of any qualifying matters and infrastructure implications. Such considerations and the implications of enabling meeting density outcomes in Prebbleton are equally relevant across all the existing operative residential zones. So as we heard from Mr. Williamson earlier today, the qualifying matters for the Enabling Act is your starting point is all urban areas are in or subject to the Act, and then you exclude anything where there's a qualifying matter, and those exclusions are essentially is it a large lot, so like Kingcraft Drive area to the north, is it subject to natural hazards? Does it contain significant cultural or heritage values, or are there significant infrastructure capacity issues? And that's about that in terms of qualifying matters. And then at 45 over the page, I note that if sufficient scope does not exist, so looping back to scope, if sufficient scope does not exist in terms of the various submitted blocks discussed above, then Council does have the opportunity to include such blocks through the variation process, or submitters could seek for their land to be included via submissions. So this is a relatively unusual in that there is, if you did find on scope that you weren't comfortable including those other blocks, there is another process sort of coming down the track that's only a few months away by which they could be included. And to that end, even if you were to make a finding on scope, one of the things that Council officers would find it helpful, it's obviously up to you what you write in your decision, but they would find it helpful if you were to express some views on merit, which then they can then sort of take into that variation process.
So sorry, just pull it there. There seemed to be some suggestion, I just researching the back of my mind, that it wasn't quite as easy for, if I were to recommend an approval of the plan change, or the council wants to roll it into the variation, which is what it's resolved to do, that it wasn't just all that simple a process. Have you got any comment to make about that?
Well, it's a reasonably simple process. It's no different.
I mean, it's going to initiate the variation, isn't it? So presumably you can put what it likes in the variation.
Exactly. It's not, in that sense, it's no different to having to roll the rest of Prebbleton into the variation. It looks at Prebbleton, it works out where the qualifying matters are, it excludes the large lot areas, I presume, and anywhere that's got other split constraints. So I guess what it's really looking for from you is to give it a merit-based steer on urban boundary, for want of a better term, and then it takes that urban boundary through to the variation where it looks at the rules that then apply, or the zoning that then applies.
Does seem, I mean, again, it's not really a matter for me, but it is a matter of curiosity that that a submitter, I could make a recommendation one way or the other, but let's assume for argument's sake it was approved. I recommended approval, and then it went into the variation. Any submitter would be entitled to have another submission, which may be quite different from the one they made earlier. And so it's a two-stage process in relation to the same instrument, which seems to me to be clumsy anyway.
It is, I think it's just a function.
Or am I being
No. It is a two-step process, but it always has been. If you put the enabling act to one side, because we were reasonably close to a proposed plan rolling through, private plan change proponents have always known that it's a two-step process. You know, they've all got, as well as lodging their private plan change, they've all put submissions on the proposed plan as well, seeking sort of equivalent rezoning. So it's always been a two-step process. Just in the normal order of things, you get your operative plan, the plan change goes through, and then it gets approved. You're whipping your subdivision consent starts to get built, and it becomes a fait accompli by the time the proposed plan rolls around. So there's very little. It doesn't become such a sort of a two-step. Whereas because with the way the timings are sort of by the time it's taken to get the private plan changes to a hearing relative to the proposed plan process, those time frames have become a bit more compressed, such that it does become a bit more of a two-step. But it has been, regardless of the enabling act, you know, change proponents have known that they have to put in a private plan change plus a submission on the proposed plan. But of course, if you were to approve this, then they'll be turning up to a proposed plan hearing, you know, 6, 8, 9 months' time, and they can really point to, well, look, we've had a detailed merit-based robust hearing. It's found that there is merit in this block being urbanised.
But isn't this where the problem arises, that you've got a three-stage sort of consideration? There's the three sort of different stages of consideration of, let's talk the overall plan, what Selwyn wants to do with Prebbleton. There's what's in the variation. There's what's in the variation. And secondly, there's going to be what's in the proposed plan. So how does I should say two stages. How do those two stages reconcile themselves?
So
because you've got one process going ahead, that's the proposed plan, and at the same stage you've got a very significant variation which could make a mess of the proposed plan.
So my understanding is that effectively the proposed plan, because they've been having hearings on the proposed plan for 6, 9 months now, so they rumble through in the background on all the sort of subdivision chapters and noise and glare and all the sort of things that proposed plans have. The variation goes through a separate process. It's a fast track process, but just applies to the variation, not to the wider plan change. So my understanding is that Council will sort of effectively have.
Sorry, just pause a bit. It's a variation to the operative plan.
To the proposed plan. Variation to the proposed plan, but the process by which submissions are heard is different from the normal first schedule process. It's more of a fast track process that came through the enabling.
Answers the question, doesn't it?
Enabling act.
There is going to be a melding because they work together.
Yes. So my understanding, sir, is that the council's intending to effectively sort of sit on their decisions on the proposed plan whilst the variation goes through its fast track, and then it effectively has both the outcome from the fast track decisions on the proposed plan. It puts them both out as a single bundle of decisions on the proposed plan together, or whether the variation ones won't be appealable or will only be appealable once.
Well, just one other point with the variation. I'm happy for you to comment on that. With the variation, be able to take effect until the proposed plan has been made operative?
No, my understanding is that the variation has effect from when it's notified.
Well, there may be a slight difference in terms of whether or not it is the council's variation relation to existing urban land,
Mm.
as opposed to
To
the
the
parallel
proposed ones.
variation for new residential zones. I'm not.
Well, that's right, because I think-
I'm not 100% certain
Yeah, no, that's
on
just
that, but in terms of when decisions are made or issued on either of the variations, then those rules will have a legal effect, and the provisions will have legal effect.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That's my
Yeah.
understanding.
Right, just carry on.
Thank you. Right, so, sorry, for myself, yes, so at 46.
Yep.
As a final note on enabling act implications, in my view, they will generally take the form of style over substance with regard to Selwyn's context. And it's important to emphasise that the enabling act simply enables high density forms of housing. It does not require or mandate it. As such, it is entirely up to the market to determine the degree to which these opportunities are taken up. Greenfield growth areas in Selwyn have been subject to the Living Z zone provisions for a decade or so. The Living Z rules require a minimum yield, so not a maximum, a minimum yield to be achieved rather than a maximum. And this is because the market in Selwyn has long leaned towards low density, larger sections being preferred by the market. And therefore minimum yield requirements were included in the Living Z framework to ensure that land was being used efficiently. And this is where this 10 houses per hectare or 12 houses per hectare minimum kind of references comes in. But it's a minimum in response to the concern that the market's always going for larger sections in Selwyn rather than smaller ones. The Living Z rules provide for medium density housing outside of any areas identified for such on an ODP as a discretionary resource consent. If such areas are designed in a comprehensive manner and are consented whilst the growth area is still under development, i.e. do not have established immediate residential neighbours, then in my experience such consents are relatively easy to achieve. And I think it's a really important point that Living Z has always enabled medium density housing through a fairly straightforward consenting pathway. It's just that the market simply isn't there to take up that enabling route. So despite a straightforward consenting pathway being available, uptake of this opportunity has been limited. And where it has occurred, the typologies tend towards smaller detached homes on individual sections rather than terraced or low-rise apartments. And Mr. Williamson referred you to a strip of land in Farringdon Boulevard, which I'm very familiar with because I did the resource consent for that. And at the time, that was sort of, and I think it still is the densest piece of housing in Selwyn district. And it's still 1 to 2 story semi-detached dwellings. So still very modest. It's still the only bit of medium density really in the wider Farringdon area. So there's simply, whilst Living Z for a decade has enabled high density, the market simply hasn't gone there. As such, my experience as a planner aligns with the observations made by Mr. Sellers for the applicant regarding market demand for housing in Selwyn, and the likelihood that end outcomes under either Living Z or the proposed new medium density residential zone will not in reality be materially different. That said, all that is sort of for a later date. Your task is making a call on what's in front of you now. In conclusion, I guess all I'm trying to say to you, sorry, before I pass on, is that I don't see the Enabling Act. It's not a big scary thing to be afraid of or to defer making a decision on now, because I don't actually think in Selwyn's context it will actually materially make that much difference.
Well, you heard the evidence this morning about concerns that the Enabling Act and the 3-story business may have an impact on the type of development on this site, and that's something I should take into account because it wouldn't be acceptable. What do you say of that?
Well, I would say, well, firstly, it's not in play yet. Obviously, there's a whole separate plan change variation to go through before it is. But secondly, and more importantly, so Living Z has always enabled 2-story townhouse multi-unit development. Minimal take-up. You drive around Williamson, Lincoln, they're single-story by and large. So the zoning, single-story by and large. There's the odd 2-story house out there, but by and large, they're single-story suburbs. And that's simply where the market has gone for a decade or more within a plan, within a zone framework that has always enabled greater density and greater heights. So I don't deny that the market may change. You may get a developer who wants to have a crack at something high. So there may well be some pockets of medium density going in, but I would be very, very surprised if it happened at scale.
I think one of the bits of evidence we heard was that there are issues about the economics because of the need for, what do you call it, the structure under the house to be, the foundations to be, need to be stronger, obviously, etc. It costs more. So.
Well, certainly once you go to 3 stories and some more that sort of.
So you say you'd be surprised if this type of development was significant?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then, in conclusion, paragraph 49, the PC68 ODP, subject to the amendments confirmed in the proponent's evidence and subject to the amendments to address the matters raised by Mr. Collins, so that's the staging rule and the footpath extensions, provides an appropriate development framework. Further to Mr. Collins' evidence, I consider the need for a cap on household numbers prior to roading upgrades as a critical matter that needs to be implemented via a new rule with non-compliant activity status rather than simply as a note in the ODP narrative. Overall, I consider the plan change to make a positive contribution towards a well-functioning urban environment. This contribution would be strengthened with the inclusion of several submitted properties subject to scope. However, if sufficient scope does not exist, then whilst not optimal, I do not consider the site boundaries to be so flawed as to warrant the plan change being declined. The resultant form of several 2-hectare lifestyle blocks bounded by suburban neighbourhoods is consistent with the existing form of Prebbleton, especially to the north of the site, where there is a wide range of section sizes and where larger lots are likely to be gradually infilled over time.
Just pausing there, I think that you're probably answering the comment, but I put to this heart the old idea from 20 years ago where planners used to look at the sort of thing you're looking at, larger lots and then gradually moving out towards the rural. And I think that Ms. Hart's comment was, well, that was basically a thing of the past, and it wasn't quite so much a tool which is used these days. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Especially in high growth townships, where what is a low density edge invariably gets leapfrogged, and then you've got this issue to backfill. So that's, I think, what we're selling here. Most of the low density edge of township locations are things that were done in the 90s, in the early 2000s, or through the very limited rural residential strategy blocks.
In other words, that you're saying that now you don't need to have large lots as a buffer between purely rural farming land, so to speak, larger lots and then the smaller lots. It's not that progression is significant as it used to be.
No, that's right, and that's simply because these townships, keep on continuing to grow and are likely to continue to grow for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Thank you.
So at 51, the site is well placed as a logical expansion of Prebbleton Township, and there are no on-the-ground issues that would warrant the plan change being declined. The provision of a range of housing topologies in an appropriate location, in my view, aligns comfortably with the need to be responsive regarding the housing supply outcomes sought in the NPQD. The site likewise sits comfortably with the wider urban growth policy direction provided in both the RTS and the Operative District Plan, apart obviously from the directive urban edge policies which preceded the NPQD and which have yet to be reviewed in a comprehensive manner. And therefore I recommend that PC68 be approved.
So please, thank you very much for that. We've traversed a lot of territory and I will be giving very careful consideration to what's been said. Just before I just make some closing remarks, I just want to thank the applicant, the officers of the council, those who are giving reports, and the submitters for, I think, an excellent presentation. It's made it much easier for me to have well-prepared submissions and well-prepared evidence. I've very much appreciated that. I've had other hearings where I've struggled with people who haven't had written submissions, and really it's sometimes very difficult. But anyway, so thank you, all of you, for your much appreciated contribution to this hearing. As far as the pathway beyond this point is concerned, I think the best position is for me to issue a minute, which will cover the following matters. Firstly, Mr. England's report regarding the wastewater availability issue. I think the issue was not so much in relation to the actual station, but stage one, so to speak, as to whether if 3 changes all came on stream, there would need to be, there was a problem about increasing the size of the pump and the size of the pipes. That was my. Secondly, we're going to have, Grace, are you happy to deal with this? Copies of the statements of those who weren't here. I think I've got noted Holder and Main. Now, I don't know whether Mr. Holder and Ms. Main would want to do that, but they should be given the opportunity. And these all to be circulated. Angela Phillips, and I think they're the only 2 others. Yeah. And thirdly, if I have any other questions, well, I'll put them in the minute at this stage, but maybe later, which leads, I think, to the question of your reply. I suggest that time run from when there are responses to the minute, and I just wonder whether sort of 10 working days after that, is it going to give you enough time?
More than enough time, I would have thought so.
What would you, I mean, I want to get on with this and obviously get it out, get the decision out, we'll get the recommendation out. And must remember that that's not a decision. Well, I think, you know, one, you've got other work, one appreciates that. Would you like to make it something else? 10 days, not 10 working days, or? So I'm comfortable. I think it's important that I have submission to, when you've got a right to file submission and reply, and I would normally have allowed 10 working days for that.
I'm comfortable with that. I would have been comfortable with 7 working days.
All right, well, 7 working days it is then. Do you understand, submitters, that?
So I just wondered in terms of the submitted statements, who's the parsonage? Is that? Who couldn't attend today either?
Yes, that's quite right. The ones I've got, yes, I think the same. That we'll add that to that. I don't think there are any others, are there?
I don't think so. Those are the ones I had.
Yes, no, you're quite right. I missed that one. Anyway, if there's any particular matter, has any submitter got any particular matter they want to raise before we adjourn?
Can I just sort of make one comment in terms of sort of, should I say, more finer grain sort of site visits? I wondered whether or not, for example, you wanted to visit any or all of the individual submitted properties.
Yes, I've already, that's a good point. I haven't mentioned the site visit. I should make a note of that here. I conducted a fairly, what I think, fairly thorough site visit from the road before this hearing started. I went out there on Sunday and I just drove around a couple of times and with this map, and so I've got a pretty good idea really of where everything is. I would like another site visit. I don't think I need to inspect any of the, have you got any, do you wish to make any submission about the necessity to inspect anyone's property in particular? For example, the Pollard property, I could see from the road that it had a residential component, so to speak, near Trench Road, near, not Trench Road, near, where am I getting myself all mixed up here? Shands Road, near Shands Road, and then coming back, there was the sort of, you know, the factory part of it, so to speak. It may be the one.
I wasn't thinking of that property. I just wondered whether or not
the Chen property.
You might value the Chen property and perhaps the Trent's nursery, perhaps.
Which one?
The nursery operation. Maybe useful to have a wander around there.
Look, I think I'll do that. I'll allow a little bit of water to run under the bridge before I do that. As to site inspections submitted, the usual practice is that it's very common for commissioners, people in my position, to do a site visit by themselves, just with this plan. I've done that. But the second site visit, the last case I did, I was accompanied by someone who's neutral, who is able to point out certain features if necessary, but is not able to comment on the merits. So we don't want a situation where anyone is talking to me in a way which may influence me one way or another, is what I would do. And I'm very careful about that, I can assure you. So I would suspect probably that, is there any particular council officer, would you be, Grace, would you be the one that would be accompanying me normally, or would it be someone else? Or? Well, I think we can leave that, can we? I think on the basis that we'll decide that, and I'll be accompanied by a council officer. And if I want to, and the purpose of that would be if I wanted any particular arrangements to be made for me to inspect a particular property, well, then they can be made through that council officer. But you can rest assured that I'm very conscious of the need for that to be an entirely neutral process. As to the timing of the decision, it's going to be some weeks away. Obviously, you've heard you've got a situation where there's going to be a little bit more documentary evidence, and then Mr. Cleary's got his right to reply. I've then got to consider matters, and it'll be some weeks, I think, before I get a final recommendation out.
I speak, there's one, it's just with these further submitters that aren't here.
Whether, just come forward, please.
Oh, just the submitters that aren't here at the moment, that we're going to do a summary for you. Do we give them a time frame as well, or is there a time frame for them? Say,
you mean for the next steps?
No, for the.
I'll chase them up by the end of the week.
Oh,
I see. You mean for you? Well, it'll be in my minute.
Oh, okay, yes.
You mean for putting in, for making these statements?
Yeah, yeah. Because if you've got 7 days to do your part.
Oh, from receipt.
Oh, from those, okay.
Yeah. No, so it won't overlap. No. But Mr. Cleary's submission, obviously, he's got to have everything in front of him before he can respond to it. In terms of, we better just give Mr. England's response. I would have thought, say, within a week. Does that? So within a week you'll get that. Let's just get a few. That's a week, 1 week. And then
I just wonder, in respect of Mr. England's further information, would there be any value in providing his opinion as to if further upgrades are required to the infrastructure, and how those upgrades, in terms of how the cost of those upgrades will be met with the developer, foreign costs, or sort of community costs? Because that's quite clearly a line.
Yes, okay. Well, I'll put that in the minute. I think what I'll say in the minute is that I'll refer to this conversation this afternoon and ask him to address that issue as well. I like to preserve a relative degree of flexibility in this process. The reason being that there is a lot of information to consider. We'll look at all the files around me now. I mean, there's a lot of reading to do, I can tell you. But the point I make about that is sometimes I've found you get in a situation like this, you get a good idea, I think, of where the main areas are. Now, quite obviously, one of the main areas is going to be the national policy statement, and it's living with the Canterbury document. So that's the question, which is obviously one of the main ones, but there may be others. And it's quite possible that something will arise during my consideration. My goodness, I wanted information on that, and I didn't ask for it. In fact, there was a question I wanted to ask Mr. Summerfield today, and I may need to put that in the document as well. And I wanted to ask Mr. Summerfield about his position regarding the submitters on the other side, that is to say the city side, the town side. But I'll consider that anyway, as to whether I put that in, whether I give him that opportunity or not.
So one sort of further suggestion, so in terms of my reply, if there are any matters, like particular matters, like
Yes, I will.
this,
Yes,
by all means, please
yes,
mention.
yes. I think it's a good idea. It won't be in this minute here, will it be? Because this minute will be issued in the next, day or so. But I'll have time, obviously, to issue another minute to cover those matters. I think it's a good idea if there are. It may be that if there aren't, I won't say anything, but I suspect I will, but for a certain thing, I would value comments on that.
Certainly provide
Yeah.
sort of clear focus to the reply.
Now, just in relation to one other matter, and that is the opinion which I'm to be given a copy of. That wasn't part of the original documentation, I don't think, was it? But I think that if necessary, the submitter should, if the submitters want a copy of that, they should be given a copy of it as well.
I think there was a link to it on my.
There was a reference to it. I don't know whether there was a link, was there? There was in your report.
Yeah, my 42 report.
Well, look, anyway, I think that if
But
any
we can
submitter,
put it on the website. It's
Yeah,
our
we can put it on the
family
website.
realm anyway, so there's no issue with that.
I mean, if it's a document I'm looking at, I'm certainly not going to look at it in private, it's going to be made available to everyone. All right, well, look, is there any other questions before I adjourn the hearing? Thank you all for your attendance. I've appreciated, as I say, the way in which it's been conducted. It's been helpful. And now it's my job to go through it all and come up with a recommendation which is sensible, and I hope I can do that. So thank you all for your attendance, and I now adjourn the hearing.